Wow! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite. Cannot wait to say President Ma'am Kamala had offended.
Don't be sexist, okay? Not this
Okay.
close to the election, Sitch.
Madam President,
It's not nice.
Mr. President.
Oh, in
We're gonna
chief.
see. We're gonna see what happens on Tuesday. Well, hopefully we'll see what happens on Tuesday. But before we get to Tuesday,
who's the bigger hoe, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
the bigger what?
It's Donald Trump by a mile, right?
The bigger what? I didn't hear
The
what you
bigger
said.
hoe.
Oh,
The hoe
Trump,
in
obviously.
chief. Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Come on, let's be real here.
Well, depends. If you're the cheat, who's winning worse, being the cheater or the cheatee, right? I assume the cheater is worse, so that's why I'd say Trump.
Yeah.
Anyways, today, oh my gosh, hope you're all doing well today. Today we have a couple of things to talk about. I think first, you really want to talk about this Justice for Peanut story, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we can talk about it later on. I know other people wanted us to talk about it, so we can talk about it after a bit.
Right, we'll talk about that after a bit. So I guess first we're going to watch Sam Seder, finally, the matchup. Sam Seder versus Tim Pool, the drama that had been spanning back a generation. Sam Seder, with much malice and forethought, played Tim Pool's song on his show and destroyed the audio. Remember that saga?
I do, yeah, look. Deliberately, even though they destroy the audio on every single thing.
Yeah,
that they do.
I know.
Like they have the shittiest audio imaginable.
They do. And so that actually didn't come up at all on the show. Just completely water under the bridge. But
I'm sure Tim was thinking about it though the whole time, right?
That's true. So honestly, for the most part, we're not going to watch this whole conversation. It's 3 hours long.
Right.
There's only two parts of it that I found particularly interesting. In the beginning, they talk about crime, which I'm sure Sean, Actual Justice Warrior, will probably do a video on or something where he debunks Sam Seder saying that crime is all down and anyone that says it's up is evil and bad. So we're not really going to talk about that. But at the end of this long conversation, the 2 hour and 20-minute mark, they start talking about abortion, and it kind of goes down this interesting path because for the 90% of this conversation has essentially been Sam Seder attacking Tim Pool very blatantly, and Tim Pool essentially just duck, diving, and dodging away from the entire thing. Tim is being pretty nice the entire conversation for the most part. I think he's kind of letting Sam dog walk him for like the first 2 hours of this conversation.
Dog walk. What does that mean, dog walking?
Like just lead him around by the nose, essentially.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know, Sam keeps insulting him and attacking him and saying that Tim doesn't know anything. And Tim's not really pushing back or fighting. He just kind of keeps changing the conversation topics. So I'd say for like the first, 2 hours and 20 minutes of a 3 hour conversation, clear W for Sam, at least in the optics. I don't know about the facts that anyone's being argued for all the specific arguments, but at least in the optics, Sam definitely wins. But things
That's not painful to say, a W for Sam Seder.
Listen,
oh God,
it is painful to say. I gotta be objective about it, right?
Do you? I mean, come on. This is a comedy show.
So, but then things kind of change, it go in an interesting direction. I think Tim finally gets his revenge. Maybe we'll see how you feel about it. His revenge against Sam Seder at the end of the conversation. They start to talk about abortion. At first, it seems kind of normal, and then it takes like this really weird turn where Sam starts calling Tim Pool a fascist for his abortion take.
A fascist? Wow.
Yes, he calls him a fascist. And then, of course, after that, the clip heard around the internet where Sam Seder dishonestly, disgustingly, with most vile and maliciousness accuses our Queen Anna of like pivoting to the right for money or something. So very dishonest. So then after we watch that, I guess we'll talk about Peanut. And then after we watch that, depending on our time, there is a very interesting clip that I want to watch, which is Sam Seder and Emma basically running defense and interference for Hasan, and Hasan is watching it. So we're going to have like a reaction inception party of us reacting to Hasan, reacting to Sam Seder, reacting to Hasan. And it's insane to see Sam and Emma just run this interference for Hasan and Hasan's interview with the the maybe Houthi pirate, we don't know Houthi pirate, where they keep doing this thing, and this happens a lot. Sam does this, Emma does this, where they'll like defend someone of some accusation, and then when you press them, they say, "Well, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know." It's like, well, why did you defend it then? Why didn't you just say I don't know from the beginning?
Yeah. They don't want to get caught, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
They got to use the I don't know defense.
So anyway, ready to jump into this?
Yeah, let's do it.
I think it's a right that
There's a lot of ums and uhs. So
what's a transcript look like? Let's bring it up.
that when taken away deprives people.
Oh my God. Particularly a good segment here.
Who have babies, their sovereignty over their own body, and it's both an economic issue and a personal liberty issue.
What do you think there should be restrictions
on abortion?
Yeah.
I mean, the problem with restrictions, like for instance, we say only in the case of, let's say, a danger to a woman, or a woman's life, is that is extremely difficult to assess where that line is. And we've seen this. 2 women have died at least in Texas as a function of the abortion ban that they have there. We also know that infant mortality in the wake of the Texas thing, because there's been studies on this, increased 15% in the wake of the abortion ban there. So in general, I would say that restrictions are in practice not viable, not doable, because you end up costing women their lives. I think that to the extent that I would have restrictions, I think you need a medical provider to provide abortions, in that go past the maybe midway through the second trimester.
So it's kind of an interesting thing that happens in this conversation where I know we talked about this a little bit, so maybe you have a different take on this than I do. Is that in the conversation, Sam puts zero thought or idea whatsoever into the concept that this fetus that you are, killing could at any point in time be considered like a human being.
Right. Yeah.
Deserving of some kind of equal protection from the law or just protection of life or anything like that. Like Sam doesn't even consider that at any point in the conversation, which I find interesting as someone who is also pro-choice.
Yeah, when the personhood actually begins. I mean, as a society, we're kind of dialing in on that date. So it's interesting because obviously I would separate this into 2 questions, like in a perfect world, where should we draw the line? And then I would look at the other question of, is there going to be some sort of fallout because public officials get it wrong or doctors are afraid to step in because the law is unclear?
Mm-hmm.
And just like separating into those 2 questions, then you can talk about it clearly. You can say, look, when do you think it actually is, there is some sort of personhood going on here? And we have to think of this as 2 independent lives, right? Even though one is living inside the other.
Right.
Yeah.
And there is, because he said that there are these 2 women in Texas that died. So I was curious because I looked this up because I don't know about these cases. And one of them seems pretty crazy. Or actually, both of them seem pretty crazy. So we have this woman named Jocelyn Barnaca, who essentially the fetus was on the verge of coming out early, and it was going to be like, it was going to come out too early and it was going to die anyway. And they couldn't, because of the laws in Texas, they couldn't actually like abort the baby and just like pull it out of her until they couldn't actually pull the fetus out of her, I should say, until it had died on its own. And essentially, because they had to wait for 40 hours extra for the fetus to die on its own before they pulled it out of her, she died of infection, I believe, infection and sepsis.
Sepsis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch.
And it is kind of despicable and disgusting if, I mean, I think everyone would agree, even the pro-life people would agree, that the law is totally fucked up and there needs to be some way of adjudicating this properly so that if a woman, even if you're the most pro-life person on the planet, if the baby's gonna die, you know, and they have to pull it out for the woman to survive, and they, you know, we have multiple instances of this not happening, then the law has to be changed to allow some kind of leeway to the hospitals and doctors without fear of going to jail, without, you know, having it just be like some massive loophole that everyone can utilize.
Yeah, that's a problem. And it does seem like they argue before this about the death penalty, and Tim Pool makes this big show of how he's against the death penalty because the state can make a mistake and accidentally kill somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is the same exact situation, right? The state is making a mistake and some innocent woman is dying.
Right. Right.
So, I mean, this is why, for the same reason Tim Pool is against the death penalty, at this point, I mean, I would kind of lean towards the no restrictions just because I'm worried some innocent woman is going to die.
Mm-hmm.
Look, this is why
Right.
I'd like to separate it into two questions here,
Mm-hmm.
because we're talking about the question of whether or not the state can screw up, right? And is going to cause harm unknowingly, right? And the other question is like, when can we confidently say these are two people that we're dealing with here? Like we deal with two people, obviously, in like self-defense matters, right? Like all these different kinds of situations, we're dealing with two people and trying to weigh the rights of both. Like this is kind of that scenario. So, but the state is obviously going to screw up somewhere. So,
Well, I wonder if the issue too with this is like, because obviously when you have this situation where women die because the hospital refused to provide the proper care, like they're going to sue the hospital and the hospital's going to lose all this money. But that's a far like less incentive than if the doctor thinks that they personally will go to jail if they, you know, kill a fetus in order to try to save someone's life, and that they're going to have like all this legal stuff shoved down their throat. And so maybe that's the more specific problem, is like if the hospital is just more concerned about getting a fine, like if the hospitals are worried about getting fines from the government because they did an abortion improperly, because they didn't adjudicate whether the woman's life was really in jeopardy or whatever, I think that would dissuade them from it being like a massive loophole that they would just do all the time. But they would still maybe err on the side of like, okay, we are not sure if this woman's going to 100% die or not, but we should still do it. Then get like a wrongful death suit. And maybe the problem is because they're throwing these criminal statutes at doctors and hospitals.
yeah, that's obviously what it is. Like, why would you take the risk? It's easier to
Exactly.
walk away and let the chips fall where they may with the patient.
Right, right. Which is despicable. So.
Yeah, like what do you do? What do you do? And I don't necessarily know how to get around that.
Mm-hmm.
And just that's why I would lean towards, like, obviously in a perfect world where we could make laws that you could draw a line at, 15 weeks, 20 weeks, wherever you want to draw the line, right?
Right.
And then there's no abortions allowed after that. I'm all in favor of that. No abortions except for in the case of the life of the mother. But then all of a sudden there's like this gray area that women are dying.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and the woman that I was talking about, she was 17 weeks. I mean, under my idea, which is should be sentience, which turns out to align.
17 weeks? What the heck?
I know, which aligns with gestation, or I mean, with viability. So it's like the 20 weeks anyway.
That's so painful.
Well, and it's totally insane too, because if a baby is born at 17 weeks, it can't survive anyway.
No. Yes.
And so like it's just sort of like batshit crazy that in Texas or some other state, they have some law where it's like, okay, they know the baby is going to like 100% come out at 17 weeks. That means it will die because they cannot survive. You know, they don't have the technology yet to have babies survive 17 weeks. And the hospital's like, well, we can't perform an abortion and remove the baby, even if the woman might die, because they're so afraid of these criminal liabilities. So
that's scary.
That's
like super scary.
It is, yeah. But it's I mean, this in terms of the conversation, in terms of like what the restrictions and everything should be, I it's hard to tell with this conversation because again, I think 17 weeks abortion should be allowed, especially in these circumstances, in these situations, and you could definitely tailor the laws to fix all these problems. So I wouldn't feel here's my problem overall with this concept of like no restrictions whatsoever. My problem with that is, you know, I trying to find information on like how many women get abortions that late, right, in the last trimester, because that's kind of what a lot of people bring up in these conversations. And I did find that according to there's some sort of CDC information that they say only 1% of women that get abortions is in the last trimester. And but a lot of that information is like estimated because when I looked into this a little bit deeper, most of the places that do abortions that or not most, but a lot of the places that provide abortion care, they don't necessarily have to report everything, like in terms of the reason or necessarily like the time period and some of these other stuff. So it's not exactly clear to me if we have the proper information to number one, know how many women are getting abortions in the last trimester, and then number two, women that are getting abortions, even if it's 1%, what is the reason that they're getting the abortion in the
Right.
first place? And if it is such this low number, it kind of feels like sort of this part of the trans bathroom conversation where people, they start arguing about, trans women in sports and the bathrooms. And then people on the left say, well, it's such a low number, who cares? And it's like, well, okay, but that works against you too. If it's such a low number, then who cares? Like on your end. And I do think it matters that even if it is a low number, I mean, I don't feel comfortable with a woman who is 8 months pregnant. She has no health concerns. She wasn't sexually assaulted or anything. I don't feel comfortable with her being like, oh, I just want to kill the baby. I don't know how often that happens. I have no clue how often it happens, but I'm not sure anyone does. And even if it was just theoretically 1% of the time, why is that wrong to have a law that stops that from happening 1% of the time?
It's got to be from unstable living situation, like financial situation. Husband gets cold feet, leaves a woman at the altar. Who knows, right?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Do you think that with elective abortion should be available up to 9 months?
If it is I think that is the safest route for women if it is done by a medical provider. Yeah.
Elective. I asked elective, to be clear.
Elective.
Meaning no reason given, no medical issues, just a woman saying, you know what,
I've carried this baby for 8.5 months and I've changed my mind.
Well, that's a little crass way of putting it. I think some women are going through some serious crises in their lives, and they may make a decision that's a bit more than just they've changed their mind. Like, for instance, where a woman is being battered by her husband, and then she realizes at month 6 that if she has this kid, he's going to continue to beat and harm the child, and she can't stay with him or something.
It doesn't even have to be that extreme. I mean, it could just be, financial. The guy could run out on her.
Right.
Yeah. So it's interesting that Sam hasn't even really contemplated this.
Well,
Like,
I think he's contemplated. He's just sort of doing the performance of this is such an absurd thing.
nobody ever does it. Yeah, exactly.
Right,
Every
right.
single woman is in a loving marriage with a husband that supports her fully, who has a good job and is going to be there for her through the entire thing. Like, why would she show up at the hospital? Well, yeah, of course she's not going to show up at the hospital, but there are all sorts of other scenarios where, people are in unstable situations.
Well, it is kind of interesting, and I don't know. I don't know if this is 100% like the great comparison here, but it is funny that when we talk about like the conversation of getting an ID for voting, it's like, oh my God, it's impossible for someone who has 4 years, right? It's literally impossible for a poor person who has 4 years or 2 years for midterms to get an ID at any point. But it's totally not possible, but it's totally impossible for someone who wants an abortion to just wait for, more than 6 months until it's
Right.
like, the time limit is expired for in a lot of areas of the country.
Well, I think, like I'm not going to assess people's reasons for having an abortion. It's not really my business. But I think that having restrictions ends up costing women's lives, and so I would, on balance, not have restrictions outside of, like, obviously, like particularly as you get further into the pregnancy, requirements about medical, medical certified medical providers.
So let's say you have a scenario: a woman goes to a Planned Parenthood, 6 months pregnant, and she just says, "I don't want to explain it. I just would like to get an abortion." Is that she should be allowed? There should be just medical professionals say, "We're going to do it. We're not going to ask you why."
I think I think it's okay to explore it and get a sense, as you would for any type of, like medical procedure.
What does that mean? Like,
I think that there's an obligation within the context of, like, ethical practice of medicine to
not just terminate a baby at 6 months without reason.
Well, no, I'm not saying that they should adjudicate this, but I don't think that, like, necessarily medical providers are going to be just like, hop up here, we'll just do this right now. I mean, I think there are procedures in which they do it, but essentially, as long as it's like sort of like, they're following, medical procedures. Like, I don't think that somebody can, walk in here at 6 months and say to you, like, can you get rid of my baby? And you're allowed to do it.
No, but I'm just asking, like, should there be a time limit, like 16 weeks?
I think that is, that endangers women too much. So the answer is no. I don't believe so.
So I think the question, and this is sort of Tim's mistake here to ask this question, is like, I understand, like, the sort of, the health argument that Sam is making in terms of that he thinks that there's no way to construct the law in order to essentially protect the lives of women, and he doesn't, I guess, really care or think if there's a life of a baby. So I guess the question is, why do you not think that the baby constitutes a life at any point? If you have the day before a baby's born, a woman wants to get an abortion, like, you're saying that just because you think that there's no way to construct the law to protect for real medical emergencies, that it should be okay to kill something, which I assume even Sam would agree is a life at that point? Like, what is the argument? Like, what is the deeper philosophical argument here? Or is it just, you just have to make all these sacrifices, I guess, essentially? Everything can just be sacrificed for these edge cases that are horrific, but are still edge cases that I believe there's probably some way to legislate around.
Yeah, Tim is basically arguing question one, personhood. When does personhood begin? When are we dealing with two individuals?
Right.
And Sam is kind of like retreating to just the state is going to mess it up, and therefore we shouldn't even contemplate the situation. Which I do think is kind of a cop-out, because obviously the more difficult question is, well, when it's two people involved, right? A mother and a child,
Mhm.
and the mother is in whatever situation she's in. It's like, then you're really, I mean, it's nothing but bad options, right?
Right.
And it's harder to have that conversation. It's easier just to say, oh, we should leave it up to them. They can decide, they can work it out. Like, if you've admitted, if you've said, yeah, Tim, I think 15 weeks consciousness begins, obviously once we're in the 8th month. I mean, we're dealing with a kid that's like sucking his thumb and stuff, right? I mean,
Right.
It's like a full grown baby in there. So then it's really difficult to have those conversations.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like and this is typical, like a lot of people do retreat to this, the state will mess up and
Which we have evidence it has. I mean,
of course,
it's
yeah.
totally, like, I get it, but
not at 17 weeks though. Is that really, I mean, is that a good example?
no, because it's 17 weeks, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a bullshit example, because Texas's laws are ridiculous anyway. And again, I think if you got rid of the criminal charges, you could probably circumvent these situations where women are dying.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to think, and I'm not familiar enough with the situation. I would like to think if somebody came in and a woman is going to abort a baby at like 7 months or 8 months, that they would offer some sort of adoption services to her. You know, if she's in an unstable situation or she doesn't feel like she can keep it, it's hard for me to imagine that the abortion doctor would be just like, let's go, let her rip, right? They don't find out the situation with the person, the patient.
I mean, they might not. Depends on the doctor, I guess. Depends on the circumstances of everything. So,
That seems kind of crazy to me.
because
And
then
I
also
mean,
it's
we
like,
should be having those conversations, right?
right, but then you have to basically tell the person, okay, well, you're just gonna have to carry the baby to term and then give it up for adoption. Right, which maybe they don't want to do that.
Look,
They don't want
like
to
I said,
tell the person to do that, I should say.
I'm so ill-equipped to have these conversations because I mean, you'd have to talk to someone who works in an abortion clinic or something. It's difficult for me to imagine that a woman could carry a child for 7 months and just have no attachment to the child whatsoever.
I would assume,
Yeah.
yes, right. But the
Like
part of the problem,
if they want to get it aborted, they're thinking about it in, week 3, 4, 10, right?
well, that's, I mean, according to the CDC, that's, the overwhelming majority are in the first trimester.
Yeah.
So,
So
so
she's
we
there,
really are
something
kind
has
of
changed. Something has dramatically changed.
right. But so we really are. But here's kind of the issue too, because then people point to and they say, well, the overwhelming majority of abortions exist in the first trimester, which is true. But it's like, okay, I would assume that part of that is sort of what you're saying, just people making the correct decisions for my morality in terms of, figuring out whether they really want to have a child, yes or no. I think a big number of those is because people take, those pills that you can take within like the first 2 weeks or month or something.
Right,
So it's probably
abortion pills.
drastically increasing the number. Yeah. Which those don't work, after a certain time period. But then part of it is because I don't know, like if every state in the United States had no restriction, would those numbers change? Because people would feel more, blasé about the whole thing and they would start being more and more late term. I don't know the answer to that question.
There's two competing narratives here. On the right, they imagine women showing up in droves, like in the ninth,
Right.
like 7th, 8th, and 9th month, and being like, I changed my mind. I went to a rave last weekend and now I don't want to be a mom, right?
Right.
And then on the left, they have this idea that everyone's just in a completely stable relationship.
Who's
and that,
dying or
yeah.
something horrible's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's nothing ever, no tragedy can befall someone. It's always they're always in a stable situation. This never happens. Nobody ever walks into a clinic. This is like a myth.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but that would create a circumstance, be it as rare as, it may be, but where there's like an 8-month abortion.
It's conceivable. I mean, certainly in the 8th or 9th month. I mean, here's the thing: in the 8th or 9th month, you can you may find that the child is going to not be viable.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about elective. Like I'm specifically trying to ask about that.
But here's the danger, though. Like,
he's got to give the rave example. It doesn't. He's not getting it. Sam won't get it.
Right.
And this is what I'm talking about. Why you have women who have died in Texas, and there's probably a lot more that we're not aware of, is that imposing these restrictions is not like there's no like bulb that shows up when you say this child is 100% not viable, or that your life is 100% not threatened. Like, where's the threshold? Is it at 20%? If the woman's life is in jeopardy, it's 20%. And this is, a vague, a doctor doesn't have like some meter that they put on the, the woman and say, oh, okay, your life is at 20%. No. These are vague determinations. And when you...
This is a good argument because it is often nebulous. The doctor tells you, well, the baby might live. It might not. You might die. They give you all these. They don't want to make any commitments to exactly what's going to happen. But it's still completely against what the argument that Tim is making. Like, he's posing a hypothetical where there's nothing wrong. She's perfectly healthy, right?
Well, it's sort of it is a good argument, but I think there's a way around the argument or a counter to the argument, which is that, even Tim is just about to say that he thinks that any percentage chance of the woman dying should be a justification. So
Right.
there are definitely circumstances that if most, like just mathematically, there has to be circumstances, United States of America, where women have gotten abortions in the 8th month, zero medical reasons for it. They just don't want to have the baby. That has to happen, right? Even if it's a very low number, this has to happen, at least to some percentage amount.
There's
And so,
there's got to be a reason, but it just doesn't have anything to do with the pregnancy. Like that,
well,
that's
regard, it
it's
doesn't matter.
difficult for me to imagine.
It
That's
doesn't.
just,
It doesn't matter. My only point is that just mathematically, there has to have been women that have gotten abortions in the 8th month, and it has nothing to do with like their life being in danger from the
right.
pregnancy.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes. Exactly.
which would be an exemption. So
Right.
the way that I think this should be set up legally is that there are, even if there's a 1% chance of, the doctor comes, like, this is the way it should go. Okay, the doctor goes to the patient and says, according to my medical expertise, I think that, when you deliver, you're some issue with your baby, I think there's a 5% chance that you're going to die or whatever, right? And you ask the woman, you say, okay, do you want to take the risk and still try to have the baby or, whatever? And the woman says yes or no. And then that's still the way that they do it. And then if it's in Texas or some, very pro-life state, if they want to make some determination, do some investigation, it should be on the state's responsibility to go after people and try to investigate. It shouldn't be I don't think it should be the individual person or the doctor's responsibility to play this fucking dice game of chance because they're like, oh, I'm so worried about going to jail, right, that I'm not going to do anything. Like if the state, like it should be the state's responsibility to go investigate, and if they think something was done wrong, assess a fine or something.
Oh my
Because
God.
the entire point of this, but this is because people forget because they get so caught up in the emotionality of the argument. Every single person, except for like insane psychopaths, but every single person almost in the country agrees that if a woman is going to die, she should be allowed to get an abortion to prevent herself from dying. Everyone agrees with that. Okay.
Yeah.
And so the issue from the pro-life side is they say, okay, and this is a fair point. They say, if you give some sort of wide berth of medical exception, then people will try to use that even if they don't really have a medical concern, right? People are always looking to game the system. That's just human
Or the
nature.
doctors will just lie.
Or the doctors will just lie, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, well, so you need to figure out a way to sort of balance between giving enough space so that people won't fucking die, which I think you should side on that part. I think you should side on that. You should weigh that a little bit more heavily on the side of the woman not dying. And in order to prevent people from just using the loopholes like crazy, if you want, you can do investigations. And I think if you do issue large fines to doctors or hospitals, if you find out that they're just blatantly, like, it's not like an actual medical mistake, like, oh, well, the doctor just, was a little wrong about something. But if you can actually, if the state can show, oh no, like they just made this up, they just were lying about this or whatever, then you can go do something about it. Then you can issue fines to try to prevent this behavior. Because that's the whole point. You're trying to allow people to get abortions if they need to not die, but you don't want people to game the system. That's the point.
Yeah. Trying to avoid that.
Right.
You impose these type of restrictions on what invariably happens is women die, because in real life, not hypothetical world, in real life, the doctors are afraid of crossing a threshold where they could get imprisoned or they could lose their license, or conceivably the woman might too. And so I leave it up to a doctor and the patient. I don't know what constitutes even elective. Like, is it elective if there's a 20% chance I'm going to die?
No.
That's not elective.
It's not elective.
What about 5%?
That's not elective.
What about 1%?
Not elective.
Okay. We know that
Elective is usually used to describe
0.5%.
I've decided I don't want the baby anymore.
Because we know that, there's always...
It's kind of like, it's kind of stupid. So, like, Sam's trying to do this like retarded argument where it's like, well, technically there's always some percentage chance of a problem, so therefore nothing is ever technically elective, which is like ridiculous. Like, it's a ridiculous.
That is
argument.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said, like, he's sidestepping Tim's actual argument. Tim's
Yes.
argument is it's completely just on a whim. There's no problem with the baby. I think there's got to, my just intuition is it's impossible for me to imagine that a woman carries a baby for 7 months and like there's no change to her living situation or her financial situation. Like something changed dramatically, right?
Well, there's a big problem with, so I've talked about this a lot where like there'll be like political arguments or that like exist in the country, and someone will create a good frame for the argument that isn't necessarily like why people are doing the behavior, but it's just like a good way to kind of phrase it. And then that phrasing or framing of the argument becomes so widespread and so powerful, persuasive wise, that people actually like make it their argument in their mind. Like, so for example, using the abortion
That's
stuff.
true. That's totally true. They're like this.
Right.
I don't agree with this argument. It's just so good. I have to make it.
Right. But then all of a sudden, this like really weird psychological thing happens where that becomes the reason for their argument in their own mind.
Right.
And so, like, the abortion thing is a good example of it where, we all should. I think even the most ardent pro-choice people should, who are not completely like brain destroyed by politics, should be operating under the idea that, getting an abortion is a serious thing to do, and people shouldn't take it lightly. It should be a serious and grave thing that someone is going to make a decision about doing or not. It should not be a form of birth control. And that's the way that everyone, even the people that are in favor of pro-choice, should be kind of thinking about it that way. The whole safe, legal, and rare thing. And then everyone should try to, use condoms or other, the be on the pill or something before going to abortions. Abortions shouldn't really be used in that fashion, right?
Right.
And that should be the cultural attitude around it. And I think if that was the cultural attitude around it for everyone, maybe there'd still be a lot of pro-life people that would just be like completely, unwilling to make any sort of agreements or compromise on anything. But I think there would be a better feeling about it regarding some of this stuff. The problem is the left has changed the abortion argument. So like the right has taken the abortion argument and they say, oh, people on the left, they just want to murder babies. Like they get off on killing babies. They're like sexually gratified killing babies. Like it's this completely absurd argument that gets pushed around. And then the left kind of responds with this other equally absurd argument of, well, the right just wants to prevent abortions because they want to control women's bodies, right? Which is a retarded fucking argument. And it's always fine because they're like, well, the whole, if men have babies, this wouldn't be an issue, which is not the case. And they always say, well, they, give me one example of, men, the government controlling men's bodies. And you say, well, what you mean besides the draft, right? Or vaccine mandates, or the fact that men have to, by law, pay for a baby, even if they don't want it, if the woman wants it. So their body's under the control, they have to work for this baby that, they don't even want. So that the whole argument's stupid. But by the left kind of framing the argument as like this, I'm fighting back against the government controlling women's bodies, right? As opposed to just being like, no, I think that there's a fetus or a baby in there that has a life, and it's a life that has its, individual rights worth protecting. By framing it as like the woman's, they just want to control women's bodies, it does, I don't know how many, and I hope it'd be a minority of people, but it does create this like weird cultural attitude in some women's minds that like, by getting an abortion, they're somehow doing some sort of act of like empowering freedom, which is like horrific and obviously not really the way anyone should think about getting an abortion in this country.
Oh, yeah. That's so bad.
Always a danger of a woman childbirth, and it's above zero. So where?
Oh, come on.
No,
we're trying to be reasonable, right? We want to solve the problem. We don't want to just say, oh,
what's the problem?
There are conservatives who believe that if the baby is, well, for many, I don't even believe in IVF because even a fertilized, embryo is life.
What's the problem? I understand that there are religious people who don't like what I do, but what's the problem?
The death of a baby.
Well, I would contend that we're talking about the death of a fetus. And
So the issue is whether someone determines personhood or not. is a legal constitutional question that needs to be answered. For instance, in Civil War, they didn't think black people were humans who had civil rights, and that's clearly the psychotic way to view the world. But you holding the view that an unborn child is or is not an individual who holds a view, whether they are or not, is an unanswered question at the Supreme Court level that I believe sooner or later will be answered. And they may make a determination that the unborn are persons who are.
What do you think?
Man, that's tough. I tend to be traditionally pro-choice. I think that when you have
do you think there should be restrictions on abortion?
100%, 100%.
What should those restrictions be?
Time limit for sure, but I don't know. I'm not smart enough to give you a certain amount of time.
But here's the problem: is that when you in practice, that time limit ends up killing women.
Well, you've got a dying baby or a dying woman, and we're trying to figure out how to save them both.
Well, I mean, one is
if the baby can survive, why kill it?
So you're saying viability. So
yeah, viability is huge, and medical technology is rapidly expanding that. But there's still a lot of questions in how we handle it. So my position is that the government can't mandate one person provide their body to another person. However, if a person provides consent in the initial phase, now they have an obligation for a certain time period. So
if you have sex and you get pregnant, you are obligated to carry that baby to term. Is that what you're saying?
I think that I'd be in favor of abortion up to a certain point.
Well, but I don't understand what the logic is there.
Logic is compromise.
Oh, so this is just a question of splitting the baby in half, literally.
Not literally splitting the baby in half. It is, can the government tell someone you must provide your body and blood to another person?
And you say they can up to a certain point.
The questions of consent play a role in whether you allow someone and then have an obligation to them based on the requirement. So, for instance, like rape, I 100% exception. Health of the mother.
Okay.
100% exception.
Let's take rape.
Yeah. The woman can choose.
Okay. What establishes rape?
Look, I hate the way Sam Seder debates because all it is like nitpick. Like all he wants to do is get himself in the prosecutorial role and just cross-examine you. He's not really engaging with any of this stuff. And it sounds like Tim Pool has really done some thinking on this, obviously. I mean, I like the part about how, you're kind of in a contractual agreement once you've passed a certain point with carrying the baby, carrying the fetus, which I think that's a good way to conceptualize it. What do you think of that?
Yeah, well, I don't know. So there's a philosophy tube video that I don't think we ever watched. It was a really stupid video. It was about abortion. And there was some hypothetical, philosophical, thought experiment of like, should you hook one person up to like an IV or have a bunch of tubes in their body in order to save like another person's life?
Right.
And they were kind of trying to equate this to abortion, which to me is ridiculous because
anytime you could withdraw your consent.
Well, because with the point that Tim is talking about, it's like, okay, when you have sex with someone, you're engaging in a behavior which has this potential to have this outcome, where in the hypothetical thought experiment of you hooking a random person up to some random person who needs your blood for 9 months for whatever hypothetical reason, like unless you cause the accident or something, there's no like, and even if it's an accident, like you're not exactly like engaged in a behavior where you think, okay, I can produce like a child and it's going to have some, responsibility afterwards. Right. So I do think that by, voluntarily engaging in sexual activity, it does change some of the calculations of sort of philosophically how you have to think about the circumstances and situations. The same way if you get drunk, you choose to get drunk and then you get behind the wheel of a car, that's going to impact if you go and you kill someone. It's like, okay, well, you didn't intend to kill them, but you knowingly drank alcohol and then knowingly got into a car.
Right.
So that does have to play into the calculation. So I do agree that's important. Now with Tim, my argument is a little different than Tim's argument, because my argument is I think that the line should be consciousness. And, when they try to understand where consciousness starts in human beings, they kind of put it around, it was like, what does a 20-week mark or sometime in that time period. So I'm kind of fine with it, like just getting an abortion for any reason before then, because I don't really see it as like a living human entity until it has some level of consciousness that we would recognizes consciousness.
Right.
But
Sex is one component of it. Oh,
right.
go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
What I was gonna say, but Tim's point, which I don't think Tim's point is entirely without merit here, which is that it's a compromise position, which I think a lot of people will just hand wave that away as being like stupid, but it's not actually a stupid thing, because we have a situation here where you have an unknowable thing. Just as Sam Seder said, a doctor can't hold up their phone and say you have a 20% chance to live.
Yeah,
There's not
no.
like, you can't hold up, there's no magical device where you say, okay, like we know that this thing, this fetus is like, has a soul in it or has consciousness or whatever it is that you as an individual use to adjudicate human life. Like that's a philosophical question and it's an opinion. It's not like a fact that anyone knows. Like if we knew with 100% certainty that human beings have some magical soul inside them, and you knew like at some specific time period, like if you knew at 15 weeks, the magical soul descends down from the heavens and goes into the fetus, right? Most people would be like, okay, well, who cares up until that point? It's like literally just like cells. And then after that, you're like, oh, let's protect it. But no one knows this. This is an unknowable thing. And so since we have an unknowable thing that's based on philosophy and it's based on people's opinions and religion and all this other stuff, the only way to adjudicate that is that people just have to compromise. There's no other fucking way around it.
Yeah, well, look, we always make compromises because as a society, you kind of have to. We draw the line at adulthood at 18, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Some people are obviously more mature earlier. Some people never fucking grow up. Okay.
Right.
So we have to do it. And this is a line that we have to draw. We've been arguing about it as a society for a long period of time. It seems like we're kind of zeroing in on a way to draw that line. I think a lot of other nations have already drawn the line and just they never even think about this. So, but I not just a sex thing, because sex is obviously one part of it, but Tim is conceptualizing it as once you've carried the baby for 20 weeks,
right,
you've kind of made this contractual agreement to carry the baby to term. So, going to a doctor at the 7th month and just for some flippant reason deciding you want to abort the baby is not necessarily, that shouldn't be allowed.
Right. No, and it's a good point. I do agree with it. It would be interesting to ask someone who's like Sam or someone who's arguing Sam's position of saying that there should be no restrictions, to pose them the hypothetical where you say, okay, if we had some scientific way, like just hypothetically, there's some scientific way to determine that humans have souls, and that at 15 weeks, the fetus gets a soul, are you still saying that there should be zero restrictions after that point? Because part of the issue is that you have two sides are sort of arguing, they're both arguing this question without ever looking into the other side's frame of how they view the conversation. And so I think the only way to do that is you have to pose these hypotheticals that sort of forces both sides to adopt the other frame just to see where their principles are, where their philosophy is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
And this kind of goes to what you were saying, where the way that Sam is arguing the conversation, which is that most people don't have like most people, you can just like if someone has a belief, you can start dissecting it and dissecting it and dissecting it and dissect, and you're going to always get to some point that's like that's on shaky ground whenever for any belief that anyone has. And so that's sort of like the strategy that Sam is using in the conversation, is that he's just going to try to keep dissecting Tim's argument till he gets to some place where
some contradiction. Yeah,
some contradiction, or where something was on shaky ground, which that would be fine if Sam was willing to engage in that same level of dissection with his arguments.
With his position,
which is not really the case, because he keeps dodging away from that and then trying to put the spotlight back on Tim. And Tim is not aware of this. And very often in the conversation, you cannot be aware that this is going on. So you have to kind of reflect that back and be like, wait a minute, we need to get to the bottom of what I'm asking you first.
This is why it comes off as he's really thought out the position too, because he's willing to engage with this.
Yeah.
Because he does, it seems like he understands that there's a there. He's really, really thought about this stuff. A lot of times we'll talk about stuff on the show that, neither one of us has really thought about too much, and we're kind of just exploring ideas around it. And then there are other things that we're like, I've thought about this like extensively, like, but I just, I'm not sure I've heard it framed as, and that's a very libertarian way to frame it, as kind of the after 20 weeks you've got this de facto contractual arrangement.
Right.
And I do think people are constantly looking for just good ways to conceptualize situations that just make it seem fair for all parties. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I do obviously we've talked about the murderer next door a few times. The thing that makes me think maybe this is rare but not completely unheard of is that most of the time when, like, a lot of women do murder their kids because of mating shit going on in their lives. So
Mm-hmm.
whenever a mom, I mean, it makes me think that this definitely could happen. There could be late term abortions because of that. If you have actual cases of women murdering their grown children, obviously.
Right. Yeah,
There's going
that's
to be
true.
cases of these late term abortions where, a woman is, meets someone new, the person shows interest, all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, I'm pregnant. This is going to
Mhm.
be bad for the relationship. This could be a good match. And the next thing you know, they're like, if they're not showing, they're like getting an abortion.
Right.
Yeah. They could even, like, I could see it taking place with meeting people online, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you've met someone online and they don't know you're pregnant, right?
Right.
Ugh. See, you don't know this until you go to the abortion clinic and you're like, listen, what happens here, right? You work here, you see the ins and outs. What's going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure. Do people do that? Are there videos on that? Is that like a hot topic? That's
I mean,
not just James
there's
O'Keefe doing undercover stuff.
there are James O'Keefe videos, but obviously those are all going to be one. They have a specific view they're trying to cultivate. So
Well, and I wonder if all of the people working in abortion clinics are so politically one-sided that they really, like, they're not going to tell it's top secret. Because a
Right.
lot of it is, and this is Sam Seder's position, I'm sure of it, it's like, it's a woman's business, right?
yeah.
We can't get involved.
Mhm.
If she meets a new guy online and she needs an abortion, okay.
Well, but see, that's the question to ask to make Sam answer is like, okay, I understand that you're making this argument that you think legislatively it should be open for the safety sakes. But I'm just saying, hypothetically, Sam, if you are in some alternate universe and you have perfect knowledge and you're the one adjudicating on abortions, and a woman comes to you the day before she's going to give birth and she just flippantly wants to get an abortion because she met some hot guy on a dating app, do you allow her to do it?
Yeah,
And you kind of have to force them to answer that question.
You got to drill into those details. You got to say, listen,
Right.
Sam, what do you think? The guy's a perfect 10 out of 10. He's got a good job, totally into this woman.
Right.
She's pitched herself as a virgin,
Mm-hmm.
but she's 6 months pregnant.
Right.
What does she do?
We got to
Oh
hit
my
the point
God.
where Sam starts calling Tim a fascist.
Oh, okay, good.
Person
Just
does
what
not
we-
consent.
Just what we wanted.
Yeah.
Okay, how rape is a criminal term, right?
Indeed.
So you need to go through the court case.
Perhaps.
Well, I mean, perhaps.
Well,
Like, can I come in and say I was raped, and that's it? All I need to do is say I was raped.
nope.
Okay, so you need to have a court case.
No, I didn't say that either. There would have to be some degree of
Well, you
adjudication.
keep telling me what you're not saying, but why don't you just say what you're saying? How do you
No,
establish?
you got to calm down.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, calm down. I do like it's so funny if you listen. Tim is literally about to explain, and then Sam cuts him off and says, "Why are you explaining your position?" It's like I was in the middle of trying to. You cut me off.
Okay, so you need to have a court case.
No, I didn't say that either. There would have to be some degree of
Well, you
adjudication.
keep telling me what you're not saying, but why don't you just say what you're saying? How do you
No,
establish?
you got to calm down.
No, well, how do you establish what if rape has taken place or not?
So there's rape kits, right? And we can check for abrasions. And a woman who was raped certainly would want to get a rape kit done, I'd imagine.
Well, okay. First of all,
But if you're asking-
we know for a fact
if you're
that a
asking
lot of
for-
hold on, we know for a fact that a lot of women don't seek rape kits for whatever reason because they're afraid to. Okay, so if you don't get a rape kit,
we have responsibilities to ourselves and to others, and sometimes those choices are very difficult to make.
So
just making abortion illegal or legal in the first 20 weeks just sidesteps all of this stuff, right?
Well, you'd still have all this conversation for after the first 20 weeks.
Yeah, but look, if you have easy access to abortion in the first 20 weeks and you've been raped, you're going to have an abortion way before. You're not going to be 20 weeks into this thing and still debating about whether or not to have the abortion.
Well, most people wouldn't. You could still have some minority of people would be engaged in that. Because you could still have someone who,
difficult to believe.
Well, no, what do you mean? You could have someone who was raped and they come from a very, religious or pro-life situation. And so they really are grappling with this and, they're getting pressure from their family or whatever to keep it or to get rid of it. And yeah, I mean, it can happen. It does happen statistically. Even if it's 1%, right?
Decision
you do have
paralysis.
You do have, yeah, of course. You got to figure out a way to deal with it. Yes.
I mean, okay. That's a long time, man.
Existence of a rape kit will establish that rape has happened. Why do we need court cases to establish that rape has happened?
I didn't say we did. I said no.
Okay, so
a medical professional who assesses that a rape has occurred, I believe, is
what if they go in
largely
too many days after to get a rape kit?
And then there's no evidence of rape taking place?
Yeah.
That would be a restriction.
Okay. So who makes that adjudication?
If a rape took place?
The rape police. Jesus, of course. I just this conversation is wacky to me.
It's hilarious and dark at the same time.
It is. I can't imagine.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get a judge to sign off to make sure you were raped.
Right.
Nobody wants to talk about their rape. Okay.
Yeah.
The person administering the rape kit.
So we would put rape kit people who are administering this and look at the evidence. And do you think it's just like completely binary? Do you think like when you get a rape kit, like this person has definitely been raped or this person has definitely not been raped?
I think that we're dealing with something outside of the simplicity of I can go to court. It takes 6 months to a year to figure something out, which means there's a compromise. How can we come to the best determination to make sure that women are not lying, which I assume would be exceedingly rare, and we're actually going after the criminals? I do not think it's fair to...
You look at their Tinder profile. God, it's so easy. Tim.
Put the burden on someone to perform an abortion without actually taking the responsibility of yourself and saying, look, victims have responsibilities, and it's unfortunate that they're victims, but we're trying our best.
So if you don't go, so let's say, for instance, like, I mean, I don't know if you've ever, and spent any time exploring the psychological and the sort of like social pressures on people to report rape. I mean, but you're basically saying that if you don't go and get a rape kit, it's contingent upon the police department to assess this rape kit. If you go too late,
is that who's administering the rape kit?
Yeah,
it's not a doctor.
No, I mean they may have medical things.
Well, I was talking about a doctor. She goes to the doctor. She says, "I've been raped." They do a kit, and they say, "Okay." And then she says, "I would not want to have a pregnancy from this."
Now,
say,
do you honestly do you know how this works? It's not like it's preponderance of the evidence. I mean, it's like so you're basically saying the doctor gets to decide.
I am. You don't think doctors should be able to decide to give a woman an abortion?
No, I think doctors can decide. Well, I think doctors are responsible for.
This is a compromise. I'm pro-choice, but I recognize that we're not.
He should have let Sam flounder a bit on that because.
Oh yeah.
If you obviously the doctor, you have to have someone adjudicate the situation. I mean, might even give a more lax argument. It's like, okay, if a woman reports that she was raped before like whatever this cutoff deadline is, because if they do it after, you could say, well, they just made it up because they want an abortion afterwards, right? But someone reports that they were raped, and when obviously they started to show signs of police, even if they just report it to the police or the doctor or whatever, I mean, I think that would be enough for my personal taste. So
they just have a rape app; they can just go online and report it.
There you go.
Not going to live in a society where one side's demanding an extreme, the other side's demanding the other.
So you
extreme.
think the rule should be if you get a
doctor makes
rape case? What if it's somebody?
We're
who's
talking
like,
about edge cases. I
what if
mean, I
it's
don't know why you're
15?
getting so much into the edge cases.
Well, I mean,
how often does this even happen?
how often do people go in and get an abortion at 8.5 months because
Many.
they feel like it?
All the time.
That's my point.
Yeah, very, very few.
Right. So why are you bringing it up?
Well, because the people who you would create restrictions are going to cause
Exceedingly rare and not even an issue.
So then, why would we have any restrictions whatsoever?
Because what do you mean? So that babies at 8 months don't have their lives ended?
Well, I mean, what if there are reasons for it? I mean,
that's then requiring adjudication. But it's
So close. Get to the reasons. What are the
I know.
reasons? What are the reasons?
so exceedingly rare. You're arguing an edge case for a dramatic change in policy.
but
I'm not. I'm
it's
saying
not a dramatic change in policy. There are, I think, like
it's kind of
10
wild that I'm
states.
like, women should
There
be
are
able to get
10
abortions, but you're like, yes, but in these
We should do a tier list, Sitch, where we come up with the 10 best reasons to get an abortion at 8 months. Like
I don't
obviously,
think we should do that tier list.
like obviously the first one would be like life of the mother, right?
Right.
I'm gonna
Right.
die. Like that's number one, right?
Right. S tier reason for getting an abortion.
Right.
Should we do oh my god, what was it, the top 10 reasons guy?
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what I'm. The top 10 reasons to get an abortion at 8 months. I think. Look,
Dave
that would be a
Letterman.
killer video.
Yeah, Dave Letterman's top 10 reasons to get an abortion.
I'm telling you,
Oh god.
this would hit. People would like this.
I don't
would be
think people
good.
would like the abortion tier list video. I'm not sure about that.
I think it would be a winner.
Number 1, baby is ugly. The ultrasound shows the baby has a very beta male chin jawline, and no amount of mewing is gonna fix it.
I mean, that could be number 9.
Oh, you think okay? So that's like that's an F tier reason to get an abortion.
Yeah.
Ugly baby.
Ugly baby. Yeah, that could
Okay.
be low on the list.
Gotcha.
exceedingly rare circumstances.
Oh wait, I was gonna say then more in the serious part of the conversation. It is annoying, and this again comes up with the trans bathroom stuff. It's just so annoying when I hear this. Like, this is such a small thing. Why are we arguing about it? It's like, okay, then you concede your argument,
Right.
right? Like both sides do this obnoxious thing, and they say, "Oh, this is such these tiny numbers." It's like, okay, well, even if you have something that's affecting some tiny number of people, if neither side's willing to concede it, then you have to adjudicate the argument.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of. There should be a name for that because that should be the common rebuttal to that. Well, then you concede your argument.
That will, yeah,
Like,
that
if
will.
it's
that's-
unimportant, you concede.
Well, there you
Let's
go.
move
Look,
on.
we're starting it here, okay? We'll call it Sitch and Adams.
Yes.
What will we call it? Sitch and Adams.
It doesn't matter.
Sitch
Just
and
make
Adams
them concede.
concession, right?
Hmm.
You started here. Whenever someone brings it up, you say, okay, if it's such a small amount of people, then you concede.
The instant concede rule.
Right?
The instant concede rule.
Yes.
Like,
The
and
concession
if-
of small
and it-
numbers.
And if you bring it up, like if you say that it's no big deal, then you're forced to concede. You just be like, you concede. You did it. You did the thing. You did the
Right.
thing. It's
Right.
over.
You did the thing.
This topic
Yep.
is over.
Yep.
No trans women in women's bathrooms. I'm sorry, but you fucked up.
Circumstances, we should remove all restrictions because
no,
sometimes.
Excuse me. I think there's 10 states at least. I know you can look this up where there are no restrictions.
I agree.
Even an ugly baby you can abort? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know.
What's going on in these states?
I mean, listen, honestly, I think my position is that we as a society need to be more eugenically focused.
Oh,
okay?
yeah, exactly.
This is why, we've come up with this idea that we only want to allow attractive people to immigrate to the country.
Right.
Right,
We should
that's step
only have
one.
attractive babies.
Exactly. Step 2. Let's step 2. All right. Abort all ugly babies.
Right.
Get 'em outta
We'll
here.
get America into shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Colorado's
not.
one.
This is not some type of like radical change of policy. It exists.
No, this is recent. After the end of Roe v. Wade, these are the restrictions that these changes started happening across the board.
I mean, I can understand that.
You agree with those states removing restrictions?
Like I say, yes, because I think
But that's not Roe v. Wade. That's the end of Roe v.
Oh, I said at least go back to Roe v. Wade.
But didn't Roe v. Wade have a provision on viability? There was an additional case that people don't bring up. That was in the 90s.
The Casey.
Is that what it was? There was a question about viability and whether or
Yes,
not you can end the life.
The court said in Casey it just changed the date in which, I should say the week in which states could then begin to impose restrictions on that right to get an abortion.
Right.
Yeah, no, I think these type of restrictions end up killing
the overturning of Roe and Casey resulted in states removing restrictions.
Correct. Wait, I'm sorry, say that again?
The overturning of Roe v. Wade created the legal precedents by which states could begin to remove restrictions.
No. They could. I think they could have done that prior to that. I think they could have done that prior to that.
So the question ultimately is, I'm not going to.
Wait, hold on. Let me go back. I was reading something.
Moving restrictions.
Correct. Wait, I'm sorry, say that again?
The overturning of Roe v. Wade created the legal precedents by which states could begin to remove restrictions.
No. They could. I think they could have done that prior to that. I think they could have done that prior to that.
So
so that's the interesting thing, because I that is true, but I don't know if any states. I'd have to look into this. I am curious. Before Roe v. Wade got removed, how many states, if any states, were there any states that allowed abortion up until the moment of birth? Or was that all the like a reaction to Roe v. Wade going away? Like it was an overreaction to Roe v. Wade going away? Because that would kind of show what I was talking about, where the framing of the political argument becomes the philosophical argument, even though they're not the same thing.
Right. That women should be able to do whatever they want with their bodies.
Right,
That's kind of the
right.
political argument. Women should
Yeah.
be able to do anything they want with their bodies.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, Roe v. Wade said that the states couldn't do any laws that would restrict abortion. That was the
Up until the viability.
Well, I think the viability thing even came in later. Because
No,
states
that
were
was
like,
part of it.
oh,
I
it
mean-
was?
Yeah.
Okay. So they couldn't restrict abortion up until viability, but then they could do laws to restrict once the fetus was viable. Whether or
Yeah.
not they impose those laws was up to them. Like some states could not impose those laws. They could say,
Right.
we don't care about viability. Abort your 9-month-old baby. We don't care.
Yeah, but I don't. I'm curious. I'm gonna try to find the answer to this. I don't think there were states that allowed it, like just whenever
Mhm.
until recently.
Yeah. Abortion was basically illegal in a lot of states.
Right, but I'm saying like when Roe v. Wade was in effect,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there was any states that just had no restrictions whatsoever.
California, obviously. Come on.
I'm not sure about that.
We have the drive-through abortion clinic
There
here.
you go.
You don't even have to get out of your car. The doctor comes out to you. No. Anyway. Abortion.
The question ultimately is,
This is a
Fun
fun
topic.
topic.
I'm not.
Yeah, right?
I'm not going to come down as the supreme judge and just say like it must be. You know, the right is wrong. I say, and I've told Republicans this: if I was a woman that got raped and you told me I had to have a baby, I'd blow my brains out. Like there is no fucking way you will tell me that I'm going to, by force, without my consent, give my body to somebody.
You are
else.
telling.
Now we're talking.
There we go.
Now we're on to something I agree with.
Mhm.
Isn't this when I blew up and what last time we talked about abortion? I was like the rape baby. I like to rub the rape baby in everybody's face. Ah,
Right.
you're pro-rape. Rape apologist? How
Mhm.
dare you call me a baby killer, you rape apologist?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I get passionate, Sitch.
that that woman who got raped.
There is some
that
degree of responsibility.
You have to announce this. You
Yes.
need to follow certain procedures as a victim of a crime,
yes.
and if you
Yep.
don't, we're going to force you to carry that child to term.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
There is a responsibility we have as victims of crimes as well. And one of the problems we have in this country is that,
That's an interesting theory.
well, it's true, right? If you're a victim and you want accountability and justice, you have
What
to go to court.
what if you make the determination that I don't want to go through what is involved with getting accountability and justice, but I also don't want to carry my rapist child. In that scenario, the woman is out of luck, according to you.
If you are not willing to take your responsibilities,
The responsibilities that
Of victims.
that the rapist has imposed upon you.
indeed, yes.
Okay. So this is what do you call this? The Rapist Empower Act?
I suppose you'd say that liberals have a view that they have no responsibilities at all. That there is no requirement.
I called it the Rape Baby Protection Act, which was
Oh, nice.
a little more incendiary and I think funnier. So
I feel like I have a responsibility. I certainly don't feel that if I was
Sam, you're not
someone
making
who
an
could be, I am making an
Well,
argument.
the Rapist Responsibility Act is an emotional nonsense.
No, it isn't. It's
We're
exactly,
talking about a person's responsibility to society.
that is exactly what you're suggesting.
what? I thought Tim was a libertarian here. Now I got responsibility to society? The fuck?
Drama
It's
nonsense.
tantamount. No, it's not drama
it's
nonsense.
prop clipping.
No, it is not.
Yes, you are. Come on,
Dude,
You're not
I
making
don't
an
give
argument.
a shit about.
Make an argument. Don't say nonsense
The
words like
argument
rape.
is that what you are suggesting
Is
is that a woman who is raped has a responsibility that has been bestowed upon them by the rapist. The rapist has chosen you.
This is a.
If I shoot you in the face, I
calm
have
down.
caused you I have imparted upon you a responsibility. What you're talking about is fascistic. It is.
Sam, do you think
disgusting.
that if someone commits a crime,
Oh, wait.
They
Okay.
did.
Yeah.
Fascistic.
Fascist. First of all, like, whether you agree with the argument that Tim's put it, fine. What does it have to do with fascism? What the fuck does this have anything to do with fascism?
Well, you have a responsibility to society. You got to report your rapist. Everyone uses fascism to mean authoritarianism, where someone just
You
is
think
forced to
that's
do
it?
something.
I
Yeah.
think it's just that Sam is very angry and he's morally disgusted, and at the top of like his brain queue of moral disgust is fascism, because everyone's been having the conversation about is Trump fascist or not, and it just kind of like gets loaded into the chamber and fired out, even though it doesn't really make sense in the situation.
You are a fascist, Tim.
You are a
fascist.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you are raped and you find out that you're pregnant, like, first of all, I think everyone should report any crime, obviously. But if they don't, because they're traumatized,
Even
and
jaywalking?
like, no, I mean, if they're the victim of a crime, they should
Oh,
report
okay.
it. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I think if you're the victim of a crime, you should report it to the police, even if you don't think they're going to do anything about it. But you should report this to the police. But listen, I'm empathetic. I'm sympathetic. I understand that there are situations, traumatic situations, where people maybe don't do this. But if
Yeah.
you're raped and you find out that you're pregnant and you want access to have an unlimited timetable to make a decision about whether you're going to potentially end something that a lot of people consider a life inside you, then I would agree with Tim that you do have responsibility. It's like, to responsibility to the life inside you and to society as a whole, to make sure that, we're allowing a legal framework for people to get abortions if they're raped, to either get a rape kit or to fucking go to the police and say that you were raped, if you want to have special privilege or special access to outside of the legal time limit.
Well, my position on abortion just makes all this moot because it's totally immaterial. You have access to abortion in the first 15, 20 weeks. If you've been raped and you don't want to report your rape, just get an abortion within the first 15 weeks. Said and done. Boom.
Well, that's my position too. But I'm just saying, if you're in a state where there's no time, you can't get an abortion whatsoever, or if you've decided for whatever reason that you think this is going to take you longer than the 15, 20 week time period to come to a decision on,
Right.
yeah, I think you should have to report it. Yes.
Oh, that's harsh. That's just
I think
harsh.
just the term of responsibility is like emotionally triggering Sam. Just hearing like, you're a woman is responsible
to be
for her rape,
responsible.
right? It's like, well, that's not the argument. The argument is there's this thing inside of the person's, this thing that a lot of people believe is a life or becomes a life at some point.
Future rapist.
Is an innocent life, right? Until the baby has been born and committed rape, it is an innocent baby, it is an innocent life. And so, what there has to be some way of dealing with this legally and responsibly. You don't get to just hand wave away the whole conversation and say you're a fascist.
Right. I just I think a lot of rape probably goes unreported because there's nothing really there to help you deal with it. Even if you get the guy, I'm not sure it helps.
Right.
Yeah. So look, people are going to react differently to different things.
Mhm.
So and this is a little bit of our different personality types, obviously. It's just the idea of forcing anybody to do anything like that.
Yeah,
Just
but
to get,
mhm.
just so they're not forced to have a rapist baby is like ridiculous. But
I mean,
anyway.
I agree. I agree with the intuition, but again, it's the issue is you're dealing with basically the concept of ending a life or ending a potential life, depending on what time scale we're talking about here.
Yeah.
So other, extra things have to go into effect.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like, if you've been raped and you're dragging your feet for 20 weeks on getting the abortion, I'm far less sympathetic to your predicament, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Okay, so this is interesting. I found a list. So Roe v. Wade was overturned in 2022. Okay. So I found, using the Wayback Machine, I found a list from 2019. Okay. And it says in 2019, there were a few states. So before Roe v. Wade was overturned, there were a few states where there was no time limit. It was Alaska, Colorado, District of Columbia, it's not a state, but whatever, DC.
These are states where they have no restrictions.
There was no restriction in
Okay.
2019. I don't know when. I don't know like at what point, because I don't think it was from 1974 to 2019. There were no restrictions at some point, but in 2019 there were no restrictions in Alaska, Colorado, District of Columbia, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, and Oregon and Vermont. So there were 8 states that had no time limitation before Roe v. Wade got overturned. So
Nice. But then how many states were there that were like no abortions at all?
well, they all states had to have abortions because this is before Roe v. Wade was overturned.
No, of course. Yeah, but
Right.
oh, okay. The when you looked up was
Yeah, this is
before. Okay. But
yeah
then a lot of the
now.
states had laws on the books ready to rock and roll. Like as soon as Roe v. Wade got overturned, they're like, no abortions,
Right. Yeah.
6-week ban.
Now abortion is banned in Alabama, Arkansas. Let's see, 6 weeks in Florida, 6 weeks in Georgia, 15 weeks in Arizona, completely banned in Idaho, completely banned in Indiana, 6 weeks in Iowa, completely banned in Kentucky, completely banned in Louisiana.
Oh my God. I used to live in Louisiana.
Yeah. Completely banned in Mississippi, completely banned in Missouri, 12 weeks in Nebraska.
I mean, it'd be tough. The ugly baby rule
I know.
would
You got to
not
wait
be.
for the ugly baby rule, right? Because you got to at least
I'm
have
just
like
saying,
the face. Did you see that video of, I forget who it was. It's really funny. The guy's talking to Charlie Kirk and he's like, he holds up a picture of ultrasound and he's like, is this a human? Do you think this is a human? And it's like the ultrasound of like the fetus. And Charlie's like, yes. He's like, really? Because this is a dolphin. This is a dolphin fetus. And Charlie's like, wait a minute. That's pretty funny. But yeah, you got to at least let the baby develop so you know it's not a dolphin, right? I think if any dolphin is being born to any human, that you should be able to get an abortion with no time restriction.
Why kill a dolphin?
Yes. If any dolphin rapes a person and they're going to birth a dolphin.
Well, look,
they should
if
get
it's a
an
dolphin
abortion.
rape baby,
Even if listen, okay, I'm going to go on a limb here. Even if it's not a dolphin rape, even if it's consensual dolphin sex, I don't think humans should be birthing dolphin human hybrids, okay?
all dolphin sex is rape.
I have heard that. Yes, I've heard
That's
that.
basically how they reproduce. So.
I haven't done an
All
investigation
dolphins
on
are
it,
rape
but
babies.
there you go. Okay, well, hold on. Let me finish the list here. Let's see. Oklahoma, abortion is banned. 6 weeks ban in after 6 weeks ban in South Carolina, banned in South Dakota, banned in Tennessee, banned in Texas. There you go. The other ones seem to be, and banned in West Virginia. The other ones seem to be viability or 18 to 22 week period. So there you go.
Great to know.
Good
For
to
when
know.
I'm traveling, I
case
don't
you
want
guys
to
are-
get in trouble.
In case you guys are planning any abortions in the near future.
Crime against you.
And so I'm sorry I said Rape Empowerment Act and tried to do it in a more satirical way.
But
what you're talking
your
about
logic
is
centers are
disgusting.
shutting down.
And listen, no.
You're getting overly emotional.
No, I'm not.
You are not speaking logically anymore.
No. What you're
when
doing
a victim
is
of a crime, when
you
a person
are doing
is a
what
victim
you
of a
always
crime,
do.
they have
you're
to file
trying
paperwork
to pretend
get
like you
accountability.
can find something in here, but
You're
it
not
is
talking about the argument
absolutely
anymore.
nonsense. Yes, it is.
You are no longer
I've now-
talking about the issue
because
nor the
everybody
law.
sees. Oh, I am
You are getting
definitely
overly
talking
emotional.
about it.
I hate this tactic. I really do. This is like so bad faith.
That's pretty funny.
You're getting emotional now. You're getting you're overheating. You're triggered.
Yeah.
You're not making logical arguments anymore.
I mean, it's
God,
pretty
I
funny,
hate it
though.
when. Yeah. Okay. Is it?
I think it's funny.
I don't.
You're talking about my person. You're doing ad hominems.
no.
You've lost it.
No. Here's
Sam,
the point.
let's start.
You've completely lost your mind.
You're
law.
so full of crap.
You see,
it's
here you go.
amazing.
You can't even make an argument anymore, can you?
I don't need to because
You don't need
everybody
to make
who watches.
arguments.
No.
He just Kamala Harris'd him. He just like completely triggered him.
He did.
Now he's going to talk about Sam's crowd size.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody who's
God, you're
watched this
right.
knows
He's
that
watching you
you're,
have an emotional
you're
breakdown on
saying
camera.
that a rape victim has a responsibility that has been bestowed upon them by the rapist. It's gross. It's disgusting.
You are having an emotional breakdown right now.
I'm not having an emotional breakdown right now.
Do you think the police
I'm
should
getting
be? Oh, you want to wait?
because
You
I'm
wanna-
thinking of my
here we go.
daughter.
Here we
and
go.
I'm thinking of my daughter.
Here it is.
And I'm thinking of the idea that a
Sam.
rapist could force her to
Sam.
do something
Sam,
that
you're spiraling.
No,
You're
I'm not
spiraling.
No.
You're spiraling.
Tim,
you're not
you're
even
afraid
stopping talking
because you just
you're not even
found
stopping
out
talking.
You never
You're gonna-
think
you're gonna-
out
you're gonna-
anything
you're
that you
gonna- we're gonna say something?
and
You're
you're
gonna- we're gonna
upset
talk, or are you gonna
that I
keep just talking about
faced
nonsense?
you in front of all of your
Are you gonna
audience.
wait for your prop
The
clipping?
Rapist
You're prop clipping,
Empowerment
Sam.
Act.
You're prop clipping.
I don't even know what that means.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You're
What does
prop
it
clipping
mean?
again.
What is prop
You're
clipping?
not arguing abortion anymore.
What is prop clipping?
You said, Tim, you're full of crap. You're not arguing abortion anymore.
Because
you disgust me. Oh, rape, blah, blah. You stopped
You're
arguing.
saying
you
that a
stopped
rapist-
arguing and you started doing performative garbage for the camera.
No, I'm
You
not
want to
doing
have you want to have a
performative
discussion, Sam?
Dude, the best
You wanna-
part of
do you
this
wanna have a discussion,
was
or are you gonna keep
tying
talking?
you in knots about
You
the
wanna have a
idea
discussion?
that a rapist can force a
Here
woman.
you go again.
to
Here you go again. You're making things up.
I'm reiterating.
You're prop clipping.
I am reiterating.
You're prop clipping.
I am
Sam,
reiterating your
You're
position.
getting overly emotional. You're getting heated. You're finger pointing. You're throwing slurs and name calling. You're
What's
full
the
of-
slur?
Well, I forgive me. You're so full of crap. You disgust me. Blah. This is not an
honestly,
argument. You want to have
I
a
gotta be
discussion?
honest with you.
You want to have a discussion, or you're gonna have an emotional breakdown?
You know what? I am going to continue with the so-called emotional breakdown because honestly, I think
That's right, Sam.
No, I honestly.
Let's solve our problems by Sam
I
just
honestly-
freaking out and having emotional breakdowns on camera.
I honestly think that like
Come
what
on,
you do
Sam.
is so damaging.
oh no!
And this
here he goes.
whole notion that you
broke.
would allow
It took 2 hours
for
and 40
race-
minutes for you to break.
Yeah,
You
this
broke.
whole
Sam,
why are you keeping
broke.
me from talking?
because you haven't
If
let
you
me talk
think
one
I'm-
time.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Victims of crimes who want accountability have responsibilities.
What if they don't want accountability? What if they don't want to put themselves on the stand and have to point
they
out
don't get
that
accountability.
guy? Okay, but they have to carry the baby, right? According to you,
If they don't want accountability, then this is
then they have to carry the baby.
this is reality.
Say it.
A woman.
Say it. If they
I will
don't
say it as
want
plainly as
accountability,
I can say
they
it
have to
100%.
carry that rapist baby.
If a woman does not want accountability for her rape, she will carry that baby.
She has to.
She has to. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Up to 15 weeks.
That's the prop clip I want right
up
there.
to 15 weeks.
I mean, I think we have come to an agreement.
That women can.
I'm gonna be real.
Hold on a second.
Oh, what?
She can get an abortion in the first 15 weeks?
Yeah, of course. That was Tim's
So
order.
then she doesn't have to report it. Like,
I
what the
know.
fuck? He's
I
completely
know.
against his argument.
I know. I know.
You have no responsibility, ladies, anymore. Just get the abortion within 15 weeks. That's our position.
I know. But if you want it after,
Right.
yeah.
Oh my God, who's waiting till the 7th month to have their abortion? That's ridiculous. Get out of here.
You're just prop clipping.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be real.
Look, I am emotionally triggered by all this.
That is true. I'm I'm gonna be real. I've never heard this term before. I don't know what a prop. I mean, I can guess from the context. I've heard clipping, right?
Mm-hmm.
Clippings, and you try to like get a clip either to take someone out of context or you just want to clip the blow up on your channel.
Oh
I've never
yeah,
heard of prop clipping. I don't know what that means, but
could be good.
Can get abortions if they're so choosing without any restrictions up to a certain amount of time. And then after viability would have to.
They don't want to pursue their rapists in public, in a public setting, and they don't want to go through that.
Sam, you're having an emotional breakdown. You stopped listening to what's being said. You started getting angry, insulting. You're disgusting. How dare you? This is, and you know what?
You don't think
and
saying
Sam,
to
let
me
me tell
that
you,
you're prop clipping. I don't know what that means, but
so it's when you stopped arguing abortion, finger pointing and waving your hands and saying, I tied you in knots in front of the camera.
Yes.
And this is why people don't invite you on their show.
I don't give a shit.
I know.
I'll tell you something.
That's why you don't get invited on shows, because you don't care. I know you don't care. I'm not saying you
don't care. I honestly, like, this is...
You start the show, I don't want to talk politics. I want to talk about how you said mean things about me before.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to get that. Oh, wait.
Yeah,
no,
your WWE politics.
No. Listen,
we're talking about how do we effectively have law on abortion. That should be a woman can do whatever she wants up to 15, 16 weeks, maybe even 22. I don't know what the time limit is. But if the baby is viable, there has to be accountability.
None of what you're saying is meaningful at all.
That there should be a time restriction on
15, 22. You're just throwing around numbers.
Because there's a debate on how long that duration should be. But my position is that pre-viability, I don't know, some say 22, some say 26.
And my addressing you is that the restrictions that you're pushing,
and you're disgusting and emotional breakdown.
Yeah. My emotional breakdown to you is that when you put these restrictions on women, they in practice are impossible to actually execute. And you have shown that by saying that if a woman refuses to go in front of a court...
I never said that. This is what I said, Sam. For the love of all that is holy.
If it doesn't take accountability, what does accountability mean?
A rape kit.
Okay, so if a rape kit...
You're saying I was raped with no proof and no evidence, and therefore I should have to terminate a 6-month baby.
They've got to go in within 24 to 36 hours and say to a doctor, I was raped. And if they don't do that, then they're forced to carry the rapist baby.
Depending on what...
I'm terrified to ask, but what's a rape kit, Sitch, do you know? I thought a rape kit just showed evidence that they had sex.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Like, I think it just gets like sperm from whoever they had sex with. So, but it doesn't, like, it could have been consensual sex.
Well, I mean, they also probably check to see, like, do you have blood? Do you,
right.
you know, do you, like, other abrasion, like things that would show that the violence has occurred in the situation.
Yeah, that could be.
So I'm sure they do all those things. So
what you want to happen in society, there are things you have to do. Sometimes you may not want to have to do them, but this idea you have that people, what you're proposing is that the state should be able to enforce crimes against people without evidence.
What?
You want accountability, but you do not want to go through...
I don't want accountability. I just don't want this woman to have to carry a rapist baby.
Right. So this is very 5th grade, right? There is a legal system that exists.
Sam wants rapists to get away with it, Sitch. Can you believe this? Can you believe this shit?
I can't believe that Sam Seder wants rapists to get away with rape.
That's exactly what he just said. He said he wants rapists to get off scot-free.
Oh my God. I mean, I could have guessed that based on Sam Seder's past positions.
It's insane.
That's breaking news. Sam Seder wants rapists to get away with rape.
Yep. Ugh.
We have to work within a legal system because we have compromises and a social contract.
Listen, Sam is running low on his bucket collection. Okay,
right.
He needs extra buckets to
chug
the guzzle. So
he's collecting those rape kits.
Disgusting.
He buys them off of eBay.
Too far. Oh.
The used rape kits.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
People. The idea that I can take action against another person without proper adjudication is fascistic. What we have to do is figure out what are the terms for each individual circumstance.
Who's the other person you're talking about?
So we're the baby.
Oh, so you...
At 6 months.
You consider a baby a person at 6 months.
Viability.
Let me ask you this.
Well, I consider a baby a person the whole time.
A fetus, a person, the
Life
whole time.
begins at conception, but the state doesn't.
Life begins at conception.
But yes,
I wish he hadn't interrupted. I would have been curious to see, because this was kind of interesting about this conversation is like Tim is talking about the other person, and it didn't even occur to Sam to consider a 6-month-old fetus as even another person. Like it didn't even enter his mind. He seemed confused. He's like, "Who are you talking about?" Until Tim said, it. He's like, "Oh, that's right. We're talking about an abortion, right? We're talking about potentially ending something that could be a life." And I would be curious for Sam to kind of actually take things down that road at the 6-month
of course.
period. Yeah.
Yeah, look,
So
that's the thing. You got to set up the scenario.
right.
You can't just make it hypothetical, especially when his position is, oh, this never happens. No woman ever walks into a abortion clinic at the 6th month, 7th month, and just wants to end the pregnancy. That's just a figment of people's imaginations.
Right.
Got to spell it out for me. You got to do the setting, right?
But the state doesn't
You
have
believe that in the context of
but the
immigration?
state doesn't have the authority to tell a person when they must give their body to another person. There's arguments.
Wait, what does that have to do with immigration? I'm so confused. What? What's he saying? Wait.
Consider a baby a person the whole time.
A fetus, a person, the whole
Life
time.
begins at conception, but the state doesn't.
Life begins at conception.
But yes, but the state doesn't
You
have.
believe that in the context of
but
immigration?
the state doesn't have the authority to.
What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't.
What's that?
He said, okay, I don't know. He says life begins at conception. He says, do you believe that in the case of immigration?
I missed that. Really?
Yes. I don't know what that means. I don't even know how to interpret that
This
statement.
is some strange argument, some new argument on the right that we haven't heard before.
Okay, maybe. I don't know.
Tell a person when they must give their body to another person. There's arguments over consent, in which case rape is an exception. However, I'm pro-choice.
Okay.
So what we're talking about now, because make sure you include this in the context, and I'm glad you're here. I can say it to you, is a woman up to pre-viability, in my opinion, should be allowed to get an abortion if she so chooses, because of the impossibility of properly adjudicating anything in between. I think that's where, when I say you're having a breakdown, it's because I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. After viability, we're talking about extenuating circumstances where a baby that could survive on its own. There's now an issue there where the question becomes, why kill the baby? If we're talking about a period where we're not sure the baby's viable or not, we're wondering why the woman carried the baby this long. The issue is not so black and white for you to just say.
Well, you're saying this is about viability, not time limit.
Yeah, I'm.
You keep vacillating back and forth. I mean, maybe you don't realize this, but there's completely.
If you can't understand, I'll explain
inconsistent
it to you.
With it. What
week is viability?
What week is viability?
Yes.
I mean, I think there's some debate about that.
Agreed. My point is, I don't know the point at which we as a society will determine it's going to be 16 or 22 or 26. I'm not a scientist or a medical doctor. I agree there's an issue where if the baby can survive on its own, there's no reason to kill it.
Well, I mean, would you be in favor of a woman getting a C-section in 4 or 5 months? Just because she doesn't want to carry the baby anymore?
If the baby can survive on its own, my position is typically the woman can make that choice, as long as the baby's not being killed. But so you know how they perform abortions after that point?
How they perform abortions after what?
Like there's varying degrees of how abortions are performed. So
yes.
the question I have is this. Let me put it this way.
Like dilation and extraction? Are you talking about in terms of
my position largely is we've got two real distinct worldviews on this one that are extreme ends. They neither agrees with each other, and I'm trying to navigate in between to get people to be like, look, there's got to be some standard.
Dude, these are the ideas behind anti-abortion are primarily religious fundamentalism, and it is about maintaining a gender hierarchy. And the idea that you can negotiate, you're basically...
Oh my God,
he said it.
Completely gone off the rails here.
He said the meme. Listen, the only reason anyone cares about not getting abortions is because they want to establish the gender hierarchy against the women.
So crazy. I'm an atheist. It's still gross, like aborting like a fully formed baby. What the fuck, Sam?
It's real weird.
That's so horrifying.
Yeah.
Horrifying. Look,
Mhm.
you don't have to go to church or believe in God to know that you probably shouldn't be doing that, right? Especially if it's some crazy reason like, oh, mom got a new boyfriend.
Right.
Just weird.
Basically taking Hillary Clinton's position from 2004.
Probably.
And it is, it doesn't work that way. The fundamentalists who are pushing this ideology, and it's largely fundamentalists, and if not directly, certainly
Sitch, you fundamentalist.
downstream from a religious fundamentalism, they're not in.
Listen, I want.
You are a fundamental.
Yeah, listen, let me show you how unfundamentalist I am. I'm anti-fundamentalist. Okay?
Okay.
I'm against the fundamentals of anything. I think that we should have booths on the corners of the street that cost a nickel that anyone could get in, the man or woman can go
Right.
into and get an abortion. No questions asked. right?
Nickel, really?
Yes. You know, like in the
Even in the 9th month?
even in the night, even if it's
No
listen,
way.
even if
That's
the baby
crazy.
is 3 years old. Okay.
That's
I think up
insane.
until 18 years should be the limit. Like if your kid's mouthing off to you, bam, get rid of them.
Right. They should have suicide booths that you can just
Oh.
push your kid into.
Exactly. I was gonna say, like, you know, in Futurama, they have the suicide booth, so they should have
Right.
that, you know. Totally.
Ugh, terrible.
Abortion booth. Listen,
Interesting.
kids. Do we need kids?
Kids
in
are
society?
beautiful.
Okay. Do we need
Kids
children?
are beautiful.
Really?
Kids
Do we
are
really
a beautiful
need
thing.
children anymore?
Kids are an amazing thing.
Kids have been
For other
running
people to
roughshod.
have, right?
Listen, kids have been mouthing off. They've been disrespectful to adults,
Disrespectful.
disrespectful too, but also disrespectful. Okay, to adults, to their teachers, and I think it's about time that we establish some discipline, as some would say. In
discipline.
society. Yeah, some discipline. And listen, if your parents can take you to get, you know, aborted up until 18 years, right? Then you know, maybe kids would behave a little bit more. They'd be afraid.
Look, if we got rid of all the kids, who would we child abuse then?
Oh, that's a good point.
Dummy. Dummy.
We do need, you know, we do need like slaves, right? We do need little slaves. My
Mm.
mom, whenever me and my brother would complain about doing chores, she would look at us and she'd say, "What's the point of having dwarves if they don't do your chores?"
Really? You're
Yes.
kidding me. Oh,
I'm
my
not kidding
God.
you.
That's evil. That's so evil.
So listen,
And
that's
now
the
that
point.
explains a lot.
Hey, we've talked about this. Why are birth rates down? Because back in the day, kids were free labor,
Right.
and now kids are an expense. So we need to
You-
bring it back.
You were raised pro-slavery.
Yes.
Now we know.
Listen, they didn't outlaw slavery. They
Mhm.
just made it legal for prisoners and
Right.
children.
Oh, yeah.
In your compromise. It is, and the proof of it is
Not interested in yours.
I'm not compromising. The proof
neither
of
are
it
they.
is after
That's the
50 years, there was a compromise. It was Casey, exactly what you're talking about, which is why when you asked me at the beginning, I said, at the very least, go back to Roe v. Wade and maintain those protections. But that equilibrium was not enough for the right-wing Republican Party. And so, therefore, that's where we're at now. That's the end of story.
And now we
There
have
was a-
states with
there
no
was-
restrictions, and we have states with absolute restrictions.
There was a compromise, and the right wing in this country did not want it. That's it. That's
left-
why this is
and
this is why a debate, and you have an individual right that has cost the lives of multiple women across the country. It is increased infant mortality, like I said, at least in Texas by 15%, and it's. I think it also, and I think it's much harder to measure this, but it subjugates women in this country because it basically says you have less rights to have bodily autonomy, and that's just the beginning.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Yeah, if as I stated, if I was a woman and I was raped and I was forced to carry the baby, I'd blow my brains out. And so that's why I say up to a certain point, I'm pro-choice. To a certain time period, because I agree, after the baby can live on its own, I don't understand why you kill it.
If there was a way to have the type of restrictions you're talking and have a child be viable, outside of the womb and all this. But in reality, that's not the way it works. These things don't work the way that you're talking about. The rape exceptions.
And you're going to be fair, this
What does that mean? He just says it doesn't work that way. I don't know what he means by that. What does that mean?
Well, he would think that the law is too hard to interpret.
Okay.
It's going to stand in the way of people acting.
Well, I think
So.
when you're having these conversations, you first have to. I think it is important to ask the sort of like what would seem like the absurd hypothetical question, just to understand what exactly the other person's arguing. Because you could, like, theoretically, I don't know if this is the case, but theoretically, Tim and Sam Seder could agree on all the principles if they have perfect knowledge. They just think, okay, well, we don't have perfect knowledge, so we need to adjudicate laws differently. But you need to kind of go through that line, that chain of argumentation to figure out where the actual disagreement is.
Yeah, look, you should have the argument in a perfect world, what would the policy be? Where nobody could possibly fuck up or it could be misinterpreted. Like, what is your dream case scenario? Like, let's not talk about, people who are going to lie about being raped. Let's just assume everyone is honest and everyone is going to tell the truth. And we all know exactly what happened, right?
Right. Because if it turns out that you're like, you set up your thought experiment from a perfect scenario and you find out that, wait a minute, actually Sam and Tim have completely different grounding principles in the first place.
That's a great
All
point.
the other argumentation is worthless.
Pointless. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I do think the left is hiding behind the fact that it's not a perfect world. Like, they don't really want to dive into the date because they're like, oh, we don't live in a perfect world, so we can't really decide. And I don't have to take a position because women should have the right to do anything they want with their bodies, right? That's really what's driving them. They don't want to take a position. They don't want to say, look, it's wrong to do this after 20 weeks. It's gross. Like, people shouldn't be doing it. And I don't understand, even in not a perfect world, why we can't structure the world so that's not like a common occurrence.
Right.
Yeah.
But in the abortion stuff, it's I don't think it's just the left, because the right would also argue that it's not a perfect world scenario in terms of the exceptions for life of the mother and rape and all these other things. Because if it was a perfect world, no one would ever lie about it. And so you could just have those exceptions and they could just be based on someone just saying it. Right. But then you do have to adjudicate it because we don't live in the perfect world. So you have to set all the ground rules first, or all the principles first, and then kind of work backwards.
I think you can't just make a rule like you just can't have an abortion after a certain time unless it's like a really good reason, right?
Of course, but then you get into the problem of how do you
what is a really good reason?
Well, I think everyone agrees on the reasons. Well, not everyone, but most people agree on what the general reasons are. But then the question is, how do you adjudicate the legitimacy or validity of those reasons? Because that's like the case with the women dying in Texas. It's because they do have a legitimate reason. They're going to die. And because the law in Texas is so fucked up that the doctors are like literally afraid to do anything that smacks of an abortion because they'll go to jail, then they're just going to let the women die, essentially.
Because they don't know if it's a good reason.
Right.
They're having trouble adjudicating that, whether or not it's a really good reason.
Right.
This issue is the razor's edge. There's no middle. It's one side or the other.
It has to be in the way that it is in practice, and frankly, but these are religious fundamentalists, and they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop with abortion. They will come for IVF. Of course they will.
I would also make the argument that I don't think the left will stop with their ideology either. Both are going to...
listen.
Thank you, Tim. They're not going to stop until there's a tampon in every single male bathroom across the United States.
Well, that is always the issue, is that people, especially on the far left, they like view their ideology as just like truth.
Yeah, justice.
Yeah,
social justice. Men should be forced to look at tampons while they're pissing into the urinal.
Right, and then so they push something on the far left. They'll push some like crazy woke idea. And then you push back on it. They're like, oh, why are you you know, why your ideology is so toxic. Why are you being so
Right.
ideological? And you're like, wait, what?
You're a fundamentalist.
Right. Like you're the one changing shit. What are you talking about?
Right. I don't know how anyone who says that biological sex is a spectrum can call someone else a fundamentalist, right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, I mean, I think you're kind of on shaky ground there.
Yes. Well, I mean, you could say I guess they're not a fundamentalist. They're a radical. But it's a radical
Well,
ideology.
fundamentalists, I mean, that's basically what they mean. It's radical.
That is true. They
Yeah.
mean someone who's when they say fundamental, they mean someone who's ideologically possessed to the
Right.
point of beyond reality.
The fundamental of the people that they're talking about is like biblical literalism, which is kind of radical.
Yes.
So
Right.
You started this by saying Obama didn't even
Sam, what the fuck? You've been in broadcasting for 30 years. You couldn't work on that 20 years ago? How's he able to do this, Sitch?
It's impressive.
How do people listen to this show?
I don't know.
What's going on here? Look, you and I both, an occasional look, that's acceptable. 50% of what comes out of this guy's mouth is
in case Roe v. Wade and statute. I mean, the left.
My issue with that was Democrats and Republicans both will argue they're for something, but then use it as a wedge issue.
The left was essentially, as a political matter, was fine with Roe v. Wade and Casey, for that matter. I mean, to the extent that there was any talk about abortion rights amongst Democrats and the left, it was to lock it in because the right is coming for this right, and they have now done it. So I mean, the false equivalency you're making here is literally that.
What false equivalency?
Well, the idea that the left is pushing this agenda beyond. No, what's happening is
I'm talking about the general.
There was a compromise.
The right's got their agenda items, the left has their agenda items. They're both pushing them endlessly.
Well, I mean, everybody's are political animals, and they want, they have their program for society.
Which is me agreeing with you. You say Republicans won't stop, and I say I agree. On the issues the left cares about, they won't stop either.
Well, that's true, and I think people make a determination whether they want a religious fundamentalist party to dictate their lives or not,
or an ideological fundamentalist party.
Well, no, the fundamentalism is an ideology as well. It's just happens to be born in religion and religious fundamentalism.
Last question, because we've gone way over. I do appreciate you hanging out. Why do you think it is so many former liberals are now leaving the left?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Was that you laughing or was that Sam laughing? I heard like a snark.
That was me laughing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Look at the face. Look at that face.
I do not like where this is going.
Look at that smug face. He's getting ready.
I don't know.
I mean, people switch parties and ideologies.
Not happening the other way around.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well,
where's a big right-wing pundit who joined a liberal network, like Anna Kasparian announcing she's leaving the left? You know what I mean? Or Dave Rubin.
I mean, listen, if you want to say that these are like the intellectual pillars of...
No, certainly not. I'm saying something's causing an emotional rift that makes people not want to be on the left anymore.
Well, I would suggest it's probably cash. I mean,
you think
like
Anna
you said...
Kasparian wanted money?
She said as much, as far as I know, in the past on TYT.
She said she would make more money by being not leftist?
I don't know if she said that.
Oh my God. What is that? How is that even...
What does that even mean?
She the only thing I can think of is that clip that was going around about her making fun of Hasan and like kind of being jealous that Hasan makes so much money. But I mean, I think it was completely, obviously innocent.
I don't think I wouldn't even castigate or categorize it as being jealous. It's just like disturbing that you have someone who is so, I would say, damaging to the political discourse in this country make a bunch of money.
Yeah, it was said very cynically, obviously.
Right,
yeah.
Right.
But what else can you look to where she's admitted?
You're right. That is probably exactly because Sam's weird. I don't know if Sam's a socialist or not, but he's surrounded by socialists. He's surrounded like Emma and Matt and all these people, both Matts, all these people that are like surround Sam and on his show are all very far left, socialists, super woke, crazy people. And like, so I wouldn't be surprised, and they all totally run interference and defense for Hassan. So you're right. I wouldn't be surprised if they hear some clip of Emma saying, like, talking about, or of Anna talking about how like gross it is that Hassan makes all this money, even though he's, disparaging his uncle and all this other stuff. And they translate that in their brain to like, oh, well, therefore Anna, like, because Anna said this like a year ago or 2 years ago, whenever the fuck this was,
5 years ago, 10 years
5 years
ago.
ago, whatever, right? I'd said like ever since that moment, oh, she said something about money. So obviously, like, her political opinions are all grift based on finances at this point. Like, it's a totally insane position to hold.
Yeah, that's something that they dug up. Anna's in the chat. She says, I made one literal joke about Hassan and they're using it as a serious comment to escape any self-reflection. So there you have it.
There it
Yeah.
is.
Look, and I totally nailed it. Like, that's the only clip. But they're sharing it to high heaven.
Yeah.
Anna never talks about money on the Young Turks. If she's talking about money on the Young Turks, it's about how the sacrifices she's made for her integrity. So
Well, that's what, yeah, that was gross, because Anna was talking to us not that long ago about how she's afraid that that TYT would lose money.
Oh, you're right.
And so, yeah, like, how
You're
how does this work with this sort of like whole insane grift narrative that people like Sam Seder are just pushing based on nothing? And Sam always does this. He'll just say something, he throws out this like really wild accusation, and then he'll sort of like backtrack, but not really backtrack. So, oh, I guess I don't know. It's like, well, why'd you just make up this like highly incendiary accusation? It's because he realizes that he just heard Emma, or one of the other retards, probably say it, at the office.
Well, no, it is a way to deal with cognitive dissonance as well, because
Right.
obviously if somebody is questioning your moral presuppositions, then you're going to think, oh, wow, they must, like, they can't be right. They can't have some argument that they're making that has merit, right? You have to think it's something nefarious, like, they're just doing it for the money. All they care about is the money.
Right,
So that's usually
right.
the thing that they go to.
Yep.
Audience capture. They say that stuff about us a lot too. So,
Well, that's why it's
but
like
I mean, we're
the
in it for the
gaslighting.
money. So
I know, but that's what. Well, there you go. No, but that's why the gaslighting is just crazy. Is that whenever someone does something that they don't like politically, they say grift, 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 and it's like, okay, but what if the person's losing money? What, like, the people, you make the most money generally in these spaces by placating a hungry base of people who want to just have a very one-sided view of politics. That's how you make money. There's not like a lot of people raking in all the people raking in the big bucks, the Hassans, the Tim Pools, all those people. None of these people are like, let me tell you, let me give you the very nuanced both sides of how something's going down in politics, right? They're all cultivating a very one-sided view of things for the most part. So it's disgusting when those people like Sam were engaged in that grift, okay, or just that insane ideological echo chamber, to say, oh, well, if you actually care about understanding their side, or you care about not just being an NPC for one team, then you're a grifter.
I do have some hope that there are platforms developing that are not just like the church mentality, right? We're here to sing to the choir. We don't want you to understand what the other side is talking about. We're just here to praise ourselves as the self-righteous ones, right? I do think that can get kind of boring, but it is obviously popular. A lot of people find comfort in that. It's funny because that is kind of like a conservative atmosphere, is it not? Like, I don't want to be challenged. I'm safe here. Everybody's alike, very the same. But there are platforms like, Breaking Points. Obviously, Anna's trying to do this more and more with the Young Turks, where it's like two people who are ideologically different that are engaged in mortal combat.
Right.
So it plays off of people's desire to see drama, to see conflict in action, right? Which I think, that may be a good thing, right?
That could be, yeah. I mean, I agree. I like that. I hope so.
So there may be a space opening up for that, where people are exposed to other people's ideas, even if they are just exposed, to laugh at the other side. Oh, these ideas are ridiculous, right? Some of it's going to sink in after a while. At least they're going to at least understand both arguments, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Could you have the screen up? Can you read this? I guess I can read it, but this is like the ultimate Anna Kasparian. Majority Report has dissolved into an online drama show. I don't engage with it, so their lives just go unchallenged.
Hilarious. That's hilarious.
That is funny.
Yeah.
That is funny.
I still remember
Anna. We all need a
when-
little drama in our lives. Drama's not
That's
so
true.
bad.
I remember that this is what Sam Seder did when it's funny because this was back, you know, he was arguing against Destiny on Kyle Rittenhouse, where he totally did this like nonsensical, like, oh, I have no position on Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh,
right?
you're
And-
right. You're
and
right.
We covered this, and I actually made this compilation because, I mean, Desi, you know, didn't know or didn't do his homework or whatever, and he kind of just let Sam Seder make these insane arguments about how, well, you know, Sam was like, oh, I don't have any positions on any of this, you know, I stay out of court cases and blah 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 blah, and I, you know, went back and I found there were like multiple clips of Sam and his co-host like just being so wildly dishonest about Kyle Rittenhouse, throwing out so much misinformation. And then after the court case comes out and everything that Sam's, you know, said is discovered to be wrong and Kyle's found innocent, he's just like, oh, I don't know. I don't follow any of these court cases. I don't know. I don't know. Why do you care so much?
Hmm.
In the clip that we might watch after this, the Hasan clip, they try to do this thing where they claim, like Sam claims that we don't cover drama. They claim they don't cover drama on their show at all, which is kind of hilarious. So.
But I know that on her show on TYT, they have she's complained about not making money. I don't know why she's
still on TYT. Like, aren't they going to lose members who are progressives?
I got to be honest with you. I don't really pay that much attention to like showbiz.
Well, so outside of her, why are there so many people? Like, you had the meme from Colin Wright where it showed.
Oh my
So,
god!
I was trying to
So
read.
insane.
I know. It's like if you're not paying attention, then just say I don't know. I don't really have a comment on it, right? Don't say don't make an accusation. So I'm gonna read Jenk's tweet about this, which is pretty based. Jenk said he had Sean clipped this and tweeted it out, and then Jenk retweeted it and said, "At this point, Sam Seder is just a gross liar. Anna never said she wants to leave the left for money. When he's pressed on it, he claims ignorance. Then why did you lie about it? We've lost subscribers and money because we acted out of principle, something Sam wouldn't understand."
Ooh, nice. Look at that.
Sam buckets of cedar.
It's cool because I mean Anna and Jank, they go at it on stream, so
Right.
there's plenty of clips. But they're still standing by each other.
Mm-hmm.
It was the left going all our left and liberals being like, what's happening?
I don't know who Colin Wright is.
Sure. There's many prominent personalities who used to be liberals and now identify as moderates or disaffected liberals or post-liberal.
Like you're saying, like a substantial amount to like sway an election, or what?
Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. I'm not going to call them
Why
progressives.
are billionaires becoming conservatives?
I didn't say they're becoming conservatives.
Why are billionaires
Who are previous?
He's such a piece of shit.
I know.
He reframes everything. Just
Yeah.
answer the question.
He's a very good propagandist.
Yeah. I guess he can't really answer it because he is one of the biggest pieces of shit on the left that there is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's the problem. So it's really hard for him to see that.
Previously supporting Democrat politicians, now aligning with.
Well, I would say, I mean, when you're talking about Zuckerberg or Elon Musk, I would say Lena Khan, head of the FTC. I would say John Cantor at the DOJ antitrust.
Why? So
I think money.
I agree with you
money,
absolutely.
Money is
I think
threatened by any type of sort of liberal stuff.
but why did they support Democrats before?
Why did they?
Yeah.
Well, because I think the Democrats went through a period of neoliberalism, and Joe Biden, frankly, ended that. There's a ton of never Trumpers in the Republican Party.
I agree.
I don't necessarily want them to influence our policy.
I'll completely agree with you on the.
Disagree with your assessment. You're just looking at
right. No, you're
Dave
completely
Rubin
right
and Anna
about
Kasparian
Zuckerberg.
as some type of measure of stuff.
But you've got You've got people like Eric Weinstein, for instance, who says the craziness.
I'm just gonna go through the list here, but anyway, I don't know if it's worth watching the rest.
List of people who
The list of people, yeah.
I
Tim
don't
Tim
know.
just throws a bunch of names and then Sam just starts smearing everybody involved. So because he won't acknowledge, and this is what's frustrating and annoying to deal when you talk to people like Sam or people on the far left is that's why I would like to ask people this question of do you think or do you notice that there's been a shift in the left from 2014 onward and before that? Like, did the left change at all? Because everyone knows that. Everyone knows the left has changed. Everyone
Right.
who's been paying attention to politics for more than 10 years knows that. And obviously, just as the right has changed dramatically, going to be more isolationist, going to be more populist. And so if you are someone on the right who is not isolationist, who's not populist or whatever, you're going to feel politically homeless. Just as you were on the left and you're like, okay, I was very big on free speech. I was very big on colorblindness. I was very big on assimilation and all these other principles. You're going to be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on here?
What happened? Yeah, what
happened?
changed?
Right.
Yeah. Why do you think Sam is willing to examine those changes?
He's not willing to examine those changes. What do you mean?
Yeah, but why not? Because his money?
Because he's part of it.
Right.
Now, and I'm curious because I don't know. He's been on the air for decades. I don't know if he was always this far left, if he's just grifting, right? Or if he just shifted.
Yeah, look, that's where I'm going. Confession by projection here.
I don't know if it's grifting. I think what happens is you have these commentators and they're like always on the. So.
Well, why didn't he speak up when Kyle Rittenhouse was so obviously wrong? Because he knew his audience would like he did the exact same thing Dave Packman did. He's like, right. He knew he was going to get strung up by his audience.
That's why, because he's afraid of his audience.
Yeah. So how's that not grifting?
I don't even know. Well, actually, grifting would require that Sam Seder had the cognitive understanding that he was wrong about Kyle Rittenhouse, which I don't know if he does.
Oh, I think he knew that there was a there, that if he did any sort of exploring, he'd be forced to reckon with it. So he just didn't want to do any exploring. He's like, look, I don't want to find out I'm wrong.
I think Sam Seder is very smart in terms of he has a good capacity to create arguments that serve him. But I think he's a total NPC in terms of ever deviating away from the set ideology. And so when he has the set ideology that like Kyle Rittenhouse is evil, because he's an evil white racist who went to a Black Lives Matter protest to shoot black people. No fact. God could come down from heaven and tell Sam otherwise, and he would not, he would just dismiss it. Nothing that happens can shake that underlying principle or that underlying intuition that formed immediately following the Kyle Rittenhouse situation from Sam's mind. So every argument he makes, everything he says after that has to be built around propping up that concept that Kyle Rittenhouse was an evil white, even if you can't prove it in law, Kyle Rittenhouse was an evil white racist who went to Black Lives Matter protests because he's racist and he wanted to shoot black people.
Every single person in media has talked about a story or covered a story and then they realized, oh my God, this is wrong. I got this wrong.
Right.
Everyone has had that experience.
Of course.
So it's impossible for me to believe that he doesn't look at other stories and think, oh, I wonder if I got this one wrong. Like, why would he say, oh, it's just like my gut intuition was completely correct on this when he hasn't even examined it, when he hasn't even looked?
We don't know, obviously. I'm just saying I would guess based on the way that I've seen him react to other things is that he doesn't.
You're giving him way too much charity.
This is not charity. Wait. Saying that you're an NPC is not charity. It's a different type of bad thing. You're saying that he intentionally knows that Kyle Rittenhouse is 100% innocent and that he just is so afraid of his audience.
I'm like a halfway.
I think he's just an NPC.
I'm like a halfway position.
Okay.
I think he suspects that he's incorrect. And instead of dealing with the fact that he could be incorrect, he's just like, I'm not going to learn about that. I don't want to dig in and find out that I was wrong.
Right.
So, but just the suspecting that you're incorrect and the not unwillingness to like dig in, like unless you're willing to dig in and make the argument, right? Mm-hmm. Go, oh, look, I am correct.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you should listen to me. if you're just going to retreat back to, I don't follow that. I didn't really know anything about it. Like, you're a media personality, right?
Of course.
I don't know. It just, it seems, I think
Well,
at that
so
point, you can label someone a
you could
grifter.
have, so we can have two scenarios. All right. So scenario A, Sam 100% knows he's wrong about Kyle Rittenhouse, or knows he's wrong about a lot of stuff going on with wokeness right now that he disagrees with, but he's 100% grifting, 100% audience capture, doesn't want to say anything that's audience will get mad. That's possible, right? That's possibility one. Possibility two, I would say, is that I think this does happen to a lot of media commentators, is they have to, especially if you're on the left, like if you're on the left in the media commentary space, you have to be substantially different than MSNBC or CNN or the New York Times or NPR or the Washington Post, because there's like all these other places where people could get a left-wing perspective of news. And so you have to kind of fill a niche. And I think Sam has always sort of filled the niche. I think he was on Air America and other things, of being like on the forefront of like more, whatever like the far left is that was acceptable in society. I think Sam has always kind of been in that niche. And the problem is when you're in that niche of I'm just pushing whatever the furthest thing is, when that changes over time, that person's going to change with it, just even on an unconscious level. They're just going to be continually changing with it because they don't want to get labeled a racist or a bigot, or because they actually believe it. They get suckered into believing all these sort of hyper woke socialist arguments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, but I would think an NPC would dive in to the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff and see it from the left-wing perspective. There's plenty of left-wing narratives out there, right? He was a racist. He went there looking for trouble. Like,
I mean, he said that if I recall correctly, he said all these arguments when he argued Destiny about this like 2 years ago or whatever.
He did? Okay.
I think, yeah, he did. He said both. He threw out the, I don't really follow this, but he also threw out the whole, like, you know, he went there with a gun.
Well,
okay?
Look, this is more to the argument that he knows what's up.
Right.
Right?
Maybe.
Unless you're going to champion those arguments, if I like just the fact that you would say, oh, look, I don't know anything about that. Look, sometimes if we don't know anything about it, we'll hold off, but we're not going to ever say, oh, I'm not going to look into that. Right.
Right.
I'm not going to explore that. I don't necessarily like where it's going to lead, but neither one of us have a predetermined destination on any of the arguments that we're making or talking about or anything.
True.
Yeah.
Actual Justice War in the chat for $10 says, why are you guys lying for Anna? She demands money in every video. That's a fact. And she does it due to a peel and stick wallpaper addiction. I have all the documents to support this at Infowars.com. See, maybe this is a problem. When Sam Seder said that he thought he saw clips of Anna like talking about money constantly, what he really saw, this is actually Sean's fault. He really saw clips from Sean's video with Anna saying, give me the money. And he got confused in his mind and he thought that was from the Young Turk. So this is all Sean's fault, actually.
Yeah, I have a tortured relationship with the money question. Obviously, every time it comes up on the show, I'm the one that's like, what's wrong with price gouging, Sitch? So
there you go.
I think I read her chat wrong earlier. I think I got the second sentence wrong. Majority Report has devolved into an online drama show. I don't engage with it, so their lies just go unchallenged. So she's basically saying, since she ignores it, you know, no one's out there challenging their lies. So
gotcha.
Well, I think it's I think it's like a bit of an echo chamber anyway. So how do you even pierce that echo chamber, right? This is a frustrating thing for any online personality. It's like there's a counter narrative for anything that you want. Anything that you want to say to challenge the lies, they already have like a ready-made rebuttal. So, and you're dealing with people who are kind of willfully ignorant. Like they don't want to change their minds.
Okay, let me read the $20 super chats. Then you can talk about Peanut the Squirrel, and then we can watch this Hassan Sam Seder video. Does that make sense?
I want to talk specifically about Donald Trump did a response to
Donald Trump's response to Peanut the murder, The execution of Peanut the squirrel. Yes.
Right.
Spencer Harmon for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I can't imagine the laws being terribly different between Texas and Tennessee. My fiance had a miscarriage. At no point did the law come up. At no point did the doctor say, sorry, you're not suffering enough. Hard to believe, in my opinion. Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on in Tennessee. I know in that's a good picture I just brought up, but I don't know if
You
they
like
have the
that?
same. I don't know if they have the same level of criminality that they do in Texas, because I believe in Texas they they'll actually try to throw people in jail, so that could be an issue if there's a difference there. But this stuff does happen, Spencer. I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry that you guys had a miscarriage, and it's definitely a traumatic experience to go through. But these stories, I mean, these stories where people die are not just. I don't believe they're just created out of the ether. So.
Yeah. They just fall under different circumstances. Obviously, the 17-week one, I mean, that would have never happened in California. So
Right. Spencer for another $20. Thank you, Spencer. Says, according to the hospital, our miscarriage was actually an abortion. They have changed the name of a miscarriage for political reasons. Wait. Wait, I'm confused. Did you guys have a miscarriage and they changed it to abortion, or did they have to perform an abortion and they changed it to a miscarriage? I'm not sure which way you mean. It says our miscarriage was actually an abortion. Why would they change it that way?
well, they would
What would be the
change it
point
that
of-
way because the abortion's illegal or
No. If they were concerned about getting hit with some sort of strict anti-abortion law, why would they change the name of the miscarriage to an abortion? How does that make sense?
oh, that doesn't make sense. They changed it to a miscarriage. But
Right.
didn't it sound like he was saying they had an abortion and they just called it a miscarriage? That makes sense.
He said our miscarriage, according to the hospital, our miscarriage was actually an abortion. Wait, let me reread this. My fiance had a miscarriage. At no point did the law come up. At no one point did the doctor say you're not suffering enough. And then they said our miscarriage was actually an abortion. They changed the name of miscarriage for political reasons.
Well, maybe they did it for left-leaning political reasons, right?
Well, and also it would depend. I don't know what your situation was, Spencer. Depend on like the facts, because if someone has a miscarriage and then it's like dead, the fetus dies, then yeah, I believe they can just remove it. There's no issue there. The issue with the two examples in Texas that were brought up was the fetus was alive at that point. So. Madney 85 for $20 says, should abortion on demand be legal up until the point of birth? Yes or no? It's not complicated. And the fact that this Weasel Cedar keeps answering the questions is telling. He should just come out and say he does support it. Yeah, they eventually get to that point where I guess he does just say that. So Thal for $20 says, listen, Adam, listen, Sitch is only abortion on demand for pop drinkers, and you can't blame him. Can't have those heretics walking around corrupting our youth. That is true.
Wow.
Anyone that says pop should be aborted, I don't care how old you are. I don't care how many months, what trimester you're on. All the poppers should be aborted. That is true.
Sitch wants ideological conformity.
I do.
He wants a monoculture with him being the authoritarian dictator over everyone.
I like it.
Oh my God, you're evil.
I know. Listen, I know what is correct. I can't trust you freaking degenerates out there, you heretics out there, to make determinations about your own lives and your own morality. Obviously, I, PSA Sitch, am the big brain moral arbiter of all reality. Give me the power. I'm a trustworthy king. I'm a trustworthy advocate. But anyway, if you say pop, we should kill you. Duke Norton for $20 says, just like Sam Seder, I believe that life begins as soon as I jump the southern border and get my handout from the U.S. government. S-Class is the best class. And A team's at least 10 points above Adam. No, A team's at least 10 points above Sam and 20 points above Hasan. Well, there you go.
Right.
Good to know.
It's 10 IQ points.
Right. It's impressive.
That's great.
Fair and Practical Progress for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. Says, Crystal Ball on Chris Williamson video says in good faith about Anna that she doesn't know exactly what her current positions are, but doesn't think she is right wing, Grift, or Dave Rubin, and can't make a judgment. Yeah. Well, good for Crystal.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That she said that. Yeah, good for Crystal.
I like Crystal. Yeah. I disagree with her a lot, but she seems like she's good faith. Her heart's in the right place.
J-Mac, our circuit far, thanks so much, Daddy J-Mac, for the $100. Says today's my wife's 42nd birthday, and getting birthday wishes from the best podcast host on this crazy video hosting site sure would make her day. Well,
Yes.
happy birthday, Mrs. Mac.
Yes, happy birthday. That's awesome.
Hope you have the bestest, the most wonderful birthday of all time. Everyone else's birthday pales in comparison to your birthday.
Right. Are we going to be allowed to do that joke after next Tuesday, Sitch?
If Kamala wins?
Is it going to be too painful to do Trump impersonations if Harris wins?
We'll have to start doing Harris birthdays, okay?
No.
Listen, J-Mac.
No.
Listen, Mrs. Mac, as a person who grew up in a middle-class family and celebrated many birthdays, okay, with my second mom, Mamala, my daughter, she came and she said, "Can I help you make some pancakes for your birthday?" And I said, yes. And that's why the middle class needs to build more houses so that we can tax the rich. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mrs. Mac.
Okay. Do you want to talk about Peanut the squirrel for a sec?
Sure. So I guess the background of it, if you don't know, this couple had 2 pets. I guess they were rescue pets. So they lost their mom and dad. I guess
The pets did.
The pets did. You don't call it like a mom and dad with a pet, but I don't know the proper name for it there. But they raised this squirrel, they raised this raccoon, and obviously you're not supposed to have these kind of exotic pets. So the state took it upon themselves to break in. Well, I guess they had a search warrant. So they went to their house, set them aside for a few hours, took their pets, and then euthanized them, which is horrible, right? And I guess the pets were kind of social media stars. There's a bunch of videos of the squirrel jumping around looking cute, the raccoon jumping around looking cute. So it's a tragedy. How do you feel about this, Sitch? Sitch is gone. Okay. So after the euthanization, everybody is all up in arms over the fact that this has taken place. And I mean, I can understand. These pets are adorable. And someone taking away your pet and euthanizing it, I think everyone can relate to. So immediately this became like a big political thing, right? I don't think there's ever been a better example of government overreach than this, right? The state coming in and literally taking away your pets and killing them
for no reason, too.
Yes. So I immediately was thinking Donald Trump is going to step in, say something about this, and it's going to be an ultimate political win, right? It's like free money. All they have to do is mention it and they can win. So Trump, Vance, I mean, is it too far to do like a press conference? Because I had imagined like this is the time for a press conference.
That would be too much to do a press. Like if Trump does a press conference, he's got a picture of the squirrel and raccoon. He's got like a wreath, around. I think that would be a little over the top.
You think so?
Because it would seem like a joke just because it is so over the top, like the presentation. He'd be like, Trump doesn't give a shit about this fucking squirrel.
So look, there's a bunch of people on Twitter constantly arguing with me. A bunch of people on the left about how Trump is a fascist and he's going to destroy democracy and all that. And I did see one of them in particular that was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this happened." Like she's
the
like,
squirrel, yeah,
the squirrel thing totally just got through to her, and I thought, wow, this went from Trump as a fascist to a potential Trump voter just over the squirrel thing. So, but maybe you're right. Maybe a press conference would be too much. But
it's weird to sort of. I mean, I get the argument, but it is weird, and I think it's highly disingenuous. And to me, it's just as political. Like all the people, like this is an outrage that obviously this person's rescue animals were killed completely for no fucking reason. It's like an insane government regulatory, like bloated overreach, like disgusting situation. But I don't like that everyone's immediately trying to cast it as like, this is Joe Biden's America. the Democrats and Joe Biden reached into that home and squeezed the life from that squirrel because they're evil fucking dumb. Like that has anything to fucking do with the situation whatsoever.
I do think if Kamala wasn't running for president, that both of these adorable animals would still be alive, Sitch.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, obviously.
You see, I
You
don't know if you
don't
know
think
this.
so?
Well, you know what? I didn't really want to say this, but so there's this concern that Kamala's not going to win the race. Okay.
Mhm.
Because she's run her candidacy really poorly. And so in order to offset that, especially in New York, they've hired all the Wiccans and all the Haitians to do their magical rituals, and it requires the blood sacrifice of 100
No,
squirrels every day
please,
in
no,
in
stop.
order to knock
Now
the
who's
swi-
doing the negative stereotypes?
in order to add 1 point to all the swing states so that Harris can win the election. So
I made
you're
one
correct. It
joke.
is Harris's fault.
I made one joke on Twitter, and I was like, "Oh, Sitch is going to be mad at me for this joke."
What was the joke? I didn't
I
even see
said,
it.
I said, the New York State told the Haitian immigrants, "Hold my beer." Like they're going in. They're going in for some pet damage here.
Oh, I see.
You
I
have to
gotcha.
think. You have to think about it for a minute.
I gotcha. Yeah,
That joke
I
hits.
got it. Yeah.
So anyway, so look, we talk about moral foundations all the time. Obviously, what moral foundation is being activated here when people are thinking about these? Well, I guess there's kind of two moral foundations, but I'd say it's one predominantly, right? These
Mhm.
two adorable looking infantile animals.
Mhm.
It's a care harm, Sitch.
Of course.
The care harm is being, how can the state murder these two little innocent animals, right?
Right.
So every single lefty in the world is like, oh, save the animals. Oh my God. So I was thinking Donald Trump could just easily dive in, put out a statement. Oh, this is horrifying, right? We like little animals. We want to save little animals too, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he has to tie it into immigration in the statement, which I think totally belittles it. So do you want me to read the statement or are you going to read it?
Do you want me to? I mean, I
can read it.
Okay. I want to listen to you try to read the statement.
I know it's going to be horrible, but I'll try. So this is a statement by Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. Look at that. He throws that in there just so you know. By the way, former president.
In case you didn't know, right?
So there have been horrible reports out of New York, my former home state, where state environmental agents raided the home of Mark Longo and his wife. Mark was taken into custody for hours while officials searched his home and eventually took two of their pets, Fred the raccoon and Peanut the squirrel. These animals were later executed by the state of New York. New York authorities, under the terrible governor, put more effort into finding and eliminating a squirrel who was innocent by all accounts than they do to control the unchecked illegal immigrants who have flooded into their state. Okay, right here's like the turning point. Like, oh my God, I was so with you up until there, right?
Mhm.
Now he's turned it into immigrants. And I think the people like voters look at the immigrant thing from two different moral perspectives. Like obviously the left is looking at it from the Care Harm Foundation. They're saying, look, these people are poor, downtrodden people that we have to help at all costs. They're human beings, right? How dare you throw them back? How dare you put them in cages, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he goes from a perfect situation where he can appeal to independent voters and even people on the left. Like I said, I saw this woman on Twitter and I was like, oh my God, she's going to vote for Donald Trump over the squirrel thing. Like, but as soon as I read the statement, I thought, no, she's not anymore. Right. He went from being like, look, we are caring. We care about the cute, cuddly animals too, to, yeah, but immigrants, we got to kick them to the curb. Right. So just to finish the statement out. And then this is even worse too, because this is like a super moving thing, I think, for a lot of people. And it's interesting to me how quickly the internet turned this into a joke, like something that nobody gives a fuck about. But Donald Trump falls into that trap too by saying, well, look, I don't know if he did the statement himself or one of his staff did the statement, but it sounds like he did the statement because he's going for comedy here. So he says, if Peanut could have told them that he was from Mexico, they would have sent him on his way and given him a hotel room and a $500 gift card to Buddy Squirrel. Instead, instead, he was taken from his family, very sad, and a complete waste of resources. When we win, we will get our priorities in order and make America great again. So, closing it out on a comedy note, on a very serious thing, it makes it seem like it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I agree in terms of the, the political persuasiveness of it, that it was a stupid statement because, again, a lot of people are immediately casting this as Democrats bad, government bad, regulatory agencies bad. And so it would have made sense for Donald Trump to jump on that train. And you're right, if he sort of makes it like a joke, it undercuts sort of the emotional feelings people have about the idea of like their pets being taken from them by the government and killed. So
right now,
bad
people in
statement.
the chat are saying this is a fake statement. So we
Is
need
it a
to do
fake
fact
statement?
check.
Where did you get it?
I got it off the internet.
Oh my God, Adam. Did you read a fake statement?
I might have.
Oh my God.
Everyone's
Donald,
like fake news.
listen,
fake
Adam
news.
sent this to me and I just assumed it was true. I didn't even check.
Look, you're our show fact checker. What are you doing, Sitch?
Wow. Terrible. Okay. Here we go. Fact check. Did Donald Trump condemn the death of Peanut the squirrel? An anti-Donald Trump website was misled by a fabricated statement supposedly from the former president. It was totally fake. It was totally fake, Adam. You fell for it.
Okay,
Well, I'm
I guess
glad
I
the chat
did.
was there to
Well, thank you, chat.
correct you. Okay.
We said
Look
we
at
were
that.
gonna. Oh, embarrassing. Well, I'm
Embarrassing.
glad. Thank you, chat. I'm glad you at least fact checked.
No.
it.
Listen, we just talked about this. We just talked about sometimes in people's lives that are internet commentators, they get a news story wrong.
Yeah, but look,
Okay.
I definitely want to know if it's wrong or not. So
No, you
I
have
sent
to
it
double
to
down.
you, and I thought you checked it.
Oh,
I literally did.
okay. I didn't know that was my job. As Adam sends me shit, I have to check it for.
So
Listen to
thankfully,
this. Listen to
thankfully,
this.
Trump Vance did not put out this statement. I guess they haven't put out any statement then.
Have they? Yeah, that's the question. Well, see, actually, this could backfire because the fake statement could prompt Trump to release a real statement that's much better.
Yes,
So
definitely.
I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't release a real statement about it.
Was this on the fact check? Was this from a anti-Trump website or a pro-Trump website?
It was an anti-Trump website.
Okay, so they
According to
made
this
the
article I'm
statement.
reading, yeah.
So they made the statement incendiary on purpose.
Yes.
It's funny. It's funny that they got Trump's cadence right.
They did.
Like
They
these
sure
are the
did.
kinds of jokes that Trump would make.
Right. Okay, but here you go, Adam. So Elon Musk, who's been shilling super hard for Donald Trump,
Mm-hmm.
okay, he posted a picture, an AI grok picture of a squirrel, like a Jedi, with like a lightsaber, and it says, "If you strike me down, I will become more powerful than you could possibly imagine."
I saw that
Peanut
one.
Kenobi, yeah. So I guess they don't really care if you're just like, I mean, I would make fun of it, but is it kind of hypocritical to simultaneously make fun of it, but then also try to say it's like a real political issue that matters? Or is that okay?
It's definitely contradicts.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can't
Interesting.
you can't milk those emotional feelings about these poor innocent animals going to heaven and then make jokes about it. So
Right.
and I have seen a lot of people making jokes about it. So it went from people being legitimately upset and distraught about it to like the memes pretty quick.
Right. Well, I mean, that always happens. I'm not really opposed to that, but it's weird to see like the people doing the jokes saying, okay, now we have to run an election on Peanut the squirrel. So
It's so funny. The everything I send to you, you totally fact check.
oh really?
Yeah, you totally do.
Uh-huh.
I'm
Listen, I don't know if you
surprised.
know Sundays, okay? Before the
I'm
stream.
surprised that made it through the fact check.
Before look at this fucking guy.
I saw you.
I get it's my fault that Adam sends me fake news. I'm supposed to check
Well,
everything
no,
he sends
look,
me. Okay.
obviously,
This fucking guy.
I will definitely check it next time. That's for
Mhm.
sure. The
He didn't say Sitch. Can you see if this is real or not? I couldn't do a cursory Google search. You jerk.
That's okay. I'll take the
Anyway.
hit.
Okay.
I'm glad the chat was on it.
Right.
What's next?
Okay. So I want to watch this clip. This is interesting. So, as you know, there's been all this drama about people attacking Twitch for allowing rampant anti-Semitism and also to allow Hasan to essentially say like very pro-terrorist things on his stream. And Twitch completely seems to allow this. They seem to be completely in favor of it. The president of Twitch and staff literally sang happy birthday to Hasan not long ago. There was that controversy that just came out where Twitch had been preventing anyone from Israel from even signing up to get a Twitch account. And this is actually kind of crazy. For an entire year, Twitch, one of the largest streaming sites in the entire world, had a geo lock preventing anyone from Israel signing up to create a new account, okay, for an entire year. And it's insane that, number one, it took us a year to even know about this, for like the main public to know about this. But number two, there's only one article in a mainstream news outlet about this story. Isn't that like insane?
What's the news outlet?
It was in the Washington Post. That was the only people that I found that even reported on this. In the Washington Post, they just kind of like reported it. And then they reported
matter of factly.
Yeah, kind of matter of factly, which is fine. But it's like, this is a huge, weird deal. Like, could you imagine if Twitch or YouTube blocked all Ukrainians from using their services for a year amid accusations that Twitch was serving Putin, was like a puppet of Putin, or was like fascistic or something? Every fucking outlet would be talking about this story. But
yeah,
I think the big reason they're not talking about the story is because they perceive that it will help Donald Trump win the election. So, but I am kind of surprised Fox News isn't just blasting this out there. So, but anyway, so there's all this stuff going on. It's kind of putting Twitch on the spotlight. And someone called in to Sam Seder's show to talk about why Sam Seder and Emma seem to be running interference for some of like the weird and crazy things that Hasan is doing. So it's kind of an interesting clip. And Hasan watches it and tries to do damage control in real time, which I thought was interesting.
Let's see it.
Seem to put my finger on it, you know? I can't seem to place what it is. A deranged divorce fan called in a Majority Report Emma, Sam, and Matt shit on him for being an antisocial weirdo. Oh, hell no.
Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Thomas from New Jersey.
Thomas from New Jersey. What's on your mind?
Hey, how you doing? So I had a question to Emma about the Hasan thing. If you don't want to take it, I understand. But
what Hasan thing?
So
like right off the jump. That's your first problem. What do you mean the Hasan thing? Nobody knows. Half the time, these guys are so invested in their fucking little echo chamber where they're like, well, you know the latest of the Hasan thing? And it's like, what are you saying? It's almost like, you know how like when transphobes will just...
It's so wildly dishonest. Like Hasan does this like total pussy maneuver where, you know, he'll simultaneously, when it suits him, like push up that he's like this large political streamer, that he has all these other political streamers on Twitch sucking up to him as he pushes his, you know, very far left radical politics onto them and their audiences. And then as soon as he gets any criticism or pushback, he's like, no one knows about me. No one cares. This is all internet drama. You're a weirdo for even caring about this. Like,
Yeah.
just throughout this entire conversation, just imagine how different this would be if, imagine there was a person who had Hassan's level of viewership, who had Hassan, like, imagine if Nick Fuentes, okay, was streaming on YouTube and had the same viewership that Hassan did, and had the YouTube staff singing Nick Fuentes fucking happy birthday. And you're going to tell me that, like, Hassan wouldn't be talking about this, that Sam Seder wouldn't be talking about this, that, like, everyone would be fucking talking about this constantly, and it would be insane for Nick Fuentes to be like, oh, why are you, this is just internet drama. I don't know why you're talking about it.
Yeah, that would obviously, but that's some far right individual, not some far left individual. So it's completely different, Sitch.
It's like laser in on the latest trans technology or whatever, or the latest like trans athlete that won 3rd place in the fucking Iowa hot dog eating competition or some shit. And you're like, I don't know what this is. And I don't care.
Is he comparing like the Olympics to the Iowa hot dog eating contest? Because that was the last time that people were really talking about like trans athletes. It was in the Olympics, you know, the boxer.
Right. Is that a good comparison?
I don't think it's a good. I mean, also it's a homophobic comparison. It's
is?
Well, yeah, obviously Hassan is trying to make some sort of comment about sucking dick and hot dog eating. So, shame on him.
Terrible.
Care, and you shouldn't care about it. Why do you care? Like, that's a self-report, dude. Like, what do you mean the Hassan thing? Like, why are you so invested, dude? Is crazy. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Ay, ay, ay. Asmongold watching fuck Hassan videos in front of 50K people. I don't. What else is new, man? What else is fucking new, dog? What are you saying? What are you saying? Who cares? There's nothing. There's like, oh no, let me guess.
Listen, I think Adam is at least 50 IQ points above this
Hassan?
individual. Okay.
I don't.
And the argument is just literally a minute of repeating, like, who cares? What are you saying? Who cares? What are you saying? Who cares?
I try to come up with at least an argument.
Yes.
Yes. LSF is going to have a field day with some of the fucking choice quotes about how I should be banned or some shit. Yeah, I know. Your haters are hating on you right now. No way. The weird thing about Asmon is that Hasan really treats him with all the respect in the world, and you genuinely try to show him. Yeah, but also Asmongold low-key also is reciprocative. He reciprocates that respect as well, if we're being real. Like, I don't think Asmongold is he shows reciprocity in terms of like charitability and being open-minded. So I've always said he's like kind of interesting dude for that reason.
So the comment, and it's just a criticism, but the comment where Hassan says things like the Houthis are doing cock and hanging out with the captain, and
they're doing what?
It seems like propaganda. Hassan's interview with the Houthi guy.
Hold on.
He says,
yeah,
like, dude, this is the problem. Okay, you're opening up like a faucet of like weird shit that most people don't know. You're coming across.
Okay. First of all, whoever calling the Sam show, I mean, they're on the phone, so maybe the audio is not great, but like, they really should have explained this to Sam, who doesn't know about any of this stuff, obviously.
Right, the situation with the Houthi interview and shit.
Right. Well, because the thing is, they're doing the cot, which I remember when we listened to the interview the first time, we're like, what is this? And we went and we looked it up, and I read through, you know, how this drug cot is used in the area by basically everyone, and how it's chewed, and it's like disgusting, and all the stuff that they use to use the drug. And it's totally like batshit crazy if Hassan is talking to someone who is either maybe a Houthi pirate, maybe they're claiming to be, maybe they're not claiming to be, and you're talking about an organization which has kidnapped 100% innocent people and is currently holding them hostage. Okay. And the person that Hassan's talking to is like saying like, oh yes, you know, they're doing drugs with their captives. And then Hassan just laughs about that. Like, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's cool. That's what he's, cool. He makes it seem like a cool thing.
Like, wouldn't you like if you were, you know, captured against your will, held hostage for months or a year at a time. And the people with guns come over and they're like, hey, do this drug. Here's some
Right.
drugs, right? Go do this drug.
I
It would
usually like to
be
do
a fucking
drugs in
laugh.
a I like to do drugs in a safe environment, Sitch. I think that's
Yes.
if you're going to do drugs, you should make sure you're in a safe
Right.
place.
Right.
You know, not being kidnapped by some pirates.
And there's just this total, Sam goes, what? What is this? I don't understand what this is. And Emma's like, what? What is this? And then Hasan just does this very dishonest, like, oh, this is all just ridiculous. It's all just totally ridiculous. And I'm yucking it up, talking about innocent people being held hostage and forced to do drugs.
Right. They could have been date raped.
Jesus, who knows?
You know, okay, I'm gonna bring this back to like transphobia once again, because it's like a very noticeable pattern of insanity that when you're in it, you don't recognize, but when you're outside of it, it's like pretty obvious. What this chatter is doing on the Majority Report right now is kind of like having a random guy come up to you and be like, did you know that like they're chopping children's penises off? Did you know about this? Like, it's like obsessive. It's obsessive and it's weird. And like most people, even in the space, most people like Emma Vigeland and Sam Seder, who even know me, are probably not aware of what the fuck you're talking about. You're like panting and excited to be like, did you know that this is what's going on? It's like, it's not like, it's a very weird thing that you're doing. And I don't.
Is Hasan really
yeah.
good at explaining things? I mean, he's not the greatest himself.
No.
So.
Well, that's why he has 10 million cuts every 2 seconds in his videos.
Right.
So, but just the dishonesty here, because the context for this caller is that, I don't know if it's the same person, but someone had sent a chat or called in earlier, a few days before, to the Majority Report, talking about the whole Twitch stuff, banning Frogan and the Israel ban and Hasan and all the sort of accusations that have been flying about Twitch being, very too socialist or being too anti-Israel. And Sam wasn't there, but it was like Emma and I think Matt and I forget, there's some other people there. And they were all just defending Hasan. And they even said like, oh, everyone should watch that interview that
Houthi.
Hasan did with the Houthi. And I'm glad he did it, right? So they said all these things.
Hilarious.
They said all these things. So then now we have the follow-up call where someone's like, whoa, 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 you said all this stuff, defending Hasan, even saying that everyone should go watch it. And Hasan's like, oh, this is just a lot of hinge. You just ran up randomly onto people and just start asking all these questions. Like, no, bitch, you don't run up randomly someone. He's like casting it like, oh, Sam and Emma are sitting at a fucking, cafe sipping some coffee, and some random person runs up and starts screaming to them. Like,
did you know?
Yeah. Did you know about Hasan? It's like, no, bitch, this is a fucking call-in show where people are fucking calling in to ask the host about their opinion. That's literally what that's the whole thing you're supposed to be doing at this fucking moment. Hasan, you retard. People are supposed to call in and ask questions.
So they're referring back to a segment that took place on the Majority Report.
Yes.
That the person is obviously upset about.
Right.
Which they should be, right? Obviously.
Well, yes. And of course, like, this is part of why Hasan and the socialist left's like worldliness is so batshit crazy. You could be 100% against Israel at the moment, say, okay, I think Israel is like genocidal and they're killing way too many innocent people and Israel is the 100% worst. You can be 100% in that position. And that should be completely divorced or disconnected from the idea that like, oh, well, I also think it's okay for Houthi pirates who are in open rebellion against their government to fire indiscriminately on innocent civilian cargo ships and hold people hostage.
You think that's too far?
I don't know. I feel like you could be anti-Israel in one stance and then be like, well, I'm also against, shooting live ammunition at innocent cargo ships and taking people hostage in a completely different area of the country and the world that has nothing to do with Israel. I feel like you can have both of those.
Are you drawing a line at piracy?
I am drawing a line at piracy. Yeah, it's shocking, right? Shocking as that is. So.
They're only doing it for the good of the Palestinian people, Sitch.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Yes. When Hasan brings on his streamer friends and he shows him a video of Houthi pirates boarding a ship, a random civilian cargo ship whose crew is like not Israeli, they're like fucking Asian, and they're holding guns in their face and they're holding them hostage. And Hasan is showing his streamer friend this like it's a good thing. he's 100% saying this is a good thing, a base thing to do
Oh
to
yeah, he's selling it.
his audience. Like, it's just, he's literally showing acts of terrorism to his audience of young, impressionable kids and saying based. It's disgusting.
It is disgusting.
Don't know how to, like, I don't know how to describe this to people. Like, maybe hopefully one day they will understand that like this kind of shit is like visibly off-putting to most normal people, but I don't know.
He won't call them hostages, right?
What is he
they are
saying?
hostages, let's be real. And he says
Dude,
they're
hold on.
doing
I
pot,
have
they're
no
partying.
context. I didn't see the
Oh, okay.
interview. I have none of this context.
So you called it a great interview and told everybody they should watch it, but you didn't watch it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This guy's shutting her down.
Oh my God. Annihilated. Jeez.
You're telling everyone this is a great interview you should watch. You didn't even watch it.
I don't even know what you're talking about. What the fuck? Oh my God.
Hostages. Wow.
A
That's
great
not good.
interview and told everybody they should watch it, but you didn't watch it.
No, I saw a clip of it. I saw probably 2 minutes of it. I didn't watch the full context. I don't watch Hasan that much. I'm friendly with him. I like his politics. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
On principle, I agree that we should be learning more about Houthis, about Hezbollah, about resistance groups to Israel, because this is a region that the West, and particularly the United States, has been exploiting for its oil, for its resources, and has been waging wars in that area. We killed...
Like, I love your...
You like this fucking refusal to take responsibility. Like, if she didn't watch the clip and there's something, or she didn't watch the interview, she just saw some clip of it, and there's something in the full interview that she would find morally reprehensible, like, you know, Hasan refusing to call them hostages, like him joking about the hostage taking, calling them fucking anime characters and all this other stuff, promoting terrorism to his audience. And if Emma actually finds it objectionable, which, by the way, I don't think Emma does find that objectionable. I think she's 100% on board with all this stuff, and she's just kind of hiding her power level to some degree. Now she's being called out for it. But if she actually did find it objectionable, then she should just grow a fucking set and say, oh, well, I shouldn't have told people to go watch it. I assumed incorrectly that there wasn't something insane going on in that interview, and I was wrong.
Yeah, that would be the ethical thing to do. But she's not going to do that.
No.
It's funny that she says, look, we need to be exploring these things. We need to be learning about them. But I didn't watch the whole clip. I don't want to learn about any of this shit.
Content, and it's helped a lot in the formation of my empathy as I left my bigoted home years ago, but I am not online enough to comprehend or care about these weirdos. I'd rather just enjoy your content and live my life in the rest of the world. Yeah. Bro's not even talking to a bus driver.
Yeah, I love this concept. Like, if you care that one of the largest political streamers in the entire world is promoting terrorism, that means that you're terminally online.
Well, and you're paying attention to Hasan way too much. You know, you just got to keep Hasan in the background and not think about it too much.
Yeah, well, every time Hasan complains about Elon Musk, or someone in the Majority Report complains about Elon Musk, or anything happening outside of Donald Trump politics, specifically directly Donald Trump, you just say, well, you're just terminally online. Why do you care?
Yeah.
Just terminally online. Who cares?
Leave Elon alone. He just wants to go to Mars.
Right. He's just, why do you care? Why are you so obsessed with Elon Musk? You're terminally online.
He's talking to Sam Seder, and Sam Seder's like, what the fuck are you on about? I know. Like, these are people who are at least like more knowledgeable about the issue, but this guy is just like panting and trying to,
Look, his whole thing is just belittling this guy.
I know. It's all reputation destruction. Yeah.
Exactly. Just working, like massaging what a bad style he has.
And the guy wasn't even, I mean, he just has like a shitty phone connection. He doesn't sound like he's panting or doing any of these things that Hasan is trying to signal to his audience that, like, look, this guy's a big loser nerd. So you should like, I'm going to ad hom him. So you should just ignore what he's saying.
He did shut Emma down pretty good.
He did.
I wonder if Hasan feels bad about that. Like, oh my God, their fans are turning on them over me, little old me, just because of something I did.
Good.
He doesn't want them to figure out what he did was wrong. He's like, I need Majority Report on my side. They can't escape the bubble.
It's unclear to me whether they would actually agree with it or not. So that's kind of the issue.
Yeah.
I want everyone to live well. Okay. I want everyone to live well. I want everyone to be able to have health care. I want everyone to be able to have
free drugs from pirates.
Like a fucking meaningful existence on this earth. Okay. We don't have a lot of time here. And I do, like, none of my haters will ever fucking hear me when I say this, but I do genuinely want them to stop doing this. Not only because it's like obviously self-serving, because it's like fucking ridiculous to have to deal with this all day, every day, but it legitimately is better for your mental health if you stop doing stuff like this.
Doing stuff like what? Is he talking about the guy calling in? Stop calling into the majority
complaining
report.
about anything that Hassan has ever done.
Complaining about Hassan?
Right.
I mean, it's fun though. Why would you ever stop?
That's true. It is
Hassan's
fun.
like a wealth of lulz.
That is true.
Like, this is not a healthy fucking way to exist. Okay?
Oh, Sitch. It's not healthy for you.
It's not healthy, right? Now,
I mean, it's fun. What are you talking about? I'm having the time of my life.
Cut to like the 1,000 hours of Hassan complaining about Destiny, of Hassan complaining about, Asmongold, to Hassan complaining about, any other streamer on the internet.
Right. This is the stuff of life. This is fun.
Like,
it's entertaining.
That's what Asmongold should have done. He should have been like, when Hassan was complaining about Asmongold saying the ballots, he's not caring about the Palestinians getting wiped out. Asmongold should have been like, oh, I'm not going to have a conversation with you about this and maybe change my position. I'm just going to say, why do you care? We're so terminally aligned. Why do you care at all? Fuck you, loser.
It's an easy response to make constantly.
Yeah, exactly.
You're dumb for caring.
Isn't it?
Meanwhile, he's like, you need to care more about socialism. It
is funny. Like, you have Asmongold makes that statement. He gets in this 3-hour conversation with Hassan. Asmongold changes, apologizes for it, right? Thinks that he did wrong with the statement. And then you have Hassan is like, refuses to ever acknowledge anything that he's done that's ever been wrong. Or that he thinks
there'll be no accountability either.
No.
It's horrible.
It's not. Like, you're ultra hug boxed, ultra echo chambered, ultra online. You're gonna come across like a fucking weirdo amongst normal people.
Up to 1 million people in Iraq. We are midwifing a genocide in Gaza, and so understanding where they're coming from is very important. And I think it's Western chauvinism to pick apart their ideology from the outside.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah.
What a racist bitch. It's Western chauvinism. Like, what the? People are being held hostage, you fucking idiot. Oh, it's Western chauvinism to be like, people shouldn't be held hostage by criminals. Terrible.
Yeah.
Like, what is this? This is insane. This is an insane response.
Who are you to judge, Sitch?
Oh, God. Emma's brain is permanently melted in just the most woke leftist socialist NPC sort of dialogue tree.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to complain about people firing live munitions on civilian cargo ships and holding people hostage because that's Western chauvinism. You're not allowed to complain about child soldiers because that's Western chauvinism to complain about child soldiers.
They don't really even understand it at that level, though. I mean, they don't conceptualize them as child soldiers. They're like, these are freedom fighters.
Right. Because they agree with it. That's the difference.
Well, it's weird. It's weird. Hassan has this dual position because the kid is a freedom fighter and simultaneously he's just a 19-year-old kid that suffered his entire life on the verge of genocide. Like, is he a victim or is he a freedom fighter?
That's a good question.
Who knows?
Okay. Well, I would just say you should watch the interview because it is propaganda. He doesn't do those things. He compares them to the number one.
I don't care.
Character.
Oh my God.
He doesn't care.
That's so bad. That's so bad. I don't care. He's my friend. Look, we're all wrong here at the Majority Report all the time, so we have to stick together.
I don't even think it's a friendship thing. It's an inconvenient political narrative issue.
Really?
I think that's what's going on here. Yeah.
Hero character, guy with superpowers, number one anime character, and then says things about the hostages. I think you should go watch it.
Let me ask you this question.
Oh my God, that laugh is 10 times worse than Kamala Harris, isn't it?
Isn't it?
What is that? It's like that dog from the cartoon. You remember?
Muttley?
Yeah. Oh my God.
You're right. It is. Oh my
you
God.
know,
You're
you
right.
know
It's
the
the Muttley laugh.
cartoon.
Yeah, the Muttley laugh.
Wow.
Dick Dastardly dog. Yeah.
He's so excited that he can just get away with it. He's like,
I
look,
know.
nobody cares. I've done this horrible thing and nobody cares. Is this authoritarian behavior, Sitch?
Do you think if Destiny or Tim Pool, let's use Tim Pool, I guess is a better example, because we all know how much Sam Seder loves Tim Pool. Okay.
Oh yeah.
If Tim Pool had, I don't know, some like massive Russian simp on his show and some Russian soldier who was like killing Ukrainians or something, and all Tim Pool did was like suck up to him and literally tell him that he was, like Luffy from One Piece because he was killing Ukrainians, right? Do you think
Right.
that Sam Seder or Emma would just be like, oh, why do you care about this? Who cares about this? You think Hassan would be like, no one should care about this at all?
Of course not. This kind of happened, didn't it, with Tucker Carlson on the Putin interview?
It did. It did.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Where he literally sucked up to Putin.
Yep.
And everyone was like, what?
What is this?
We were on the right side of both of those.
That's true.
You shouldn't suck up to power.
Nope.
Although the pirate guy is not really power, but he didn't ask any good questions, so we don't really know anything about him.
Right.
He's comparing them to a character. You don't understand. You need to do something about this now. It's like, come on, dude. Come on. Come on. Oh my God. Why did little bro think anime was a solution to a losing conversation? He's not thinking. He's just horny.
Question. Let me hold on for a second. I'm curious.
Now the caller is just horny.
Yeah. Well, a lot of this actually, I think part of the reason that Hasan is kind of framing this as like the bullying thing is not only to make himself and his audience feel better, because so much of the way the far left operates right now is basically people want to get off on bullying others and feel justified to do it morally.
Oh yeah, totally.
But it's also a mechanism to keep his audience and other people on the left in check, to say, if you go and try to raise alarm or raise criticism about me to someone else, then you're going to get made fun of. You're going to get ridiculed.
Right. Yeah.
You're going to get bullied.
Yeah. This is the mob tactics right here.
Mm-hmm.
Stay in line. Don't go thinking for yourself. Don't
No.
go calling in the majority report and complaining about me. There'll be a horse head in your bed the next day.
Exactly.
I'm coming for you.
What is behind, like, let's say when like Richie Torres right now apparently is really focusing on attacking Hasan. What do you think is behind this? Like, I mean, we have
Why would people attack Hasan? Obviously, he's an angel. He can't be doing anything wrong. What's going on? These have to be bad faith attacks.
Wait a minute. So Sam Seder has the knowledge that Richie Torres wrote a letter about Hasan. Okay,
Right.
so obviously he knows what the situation is. If he has that knowledge, so it's totally dishonest for him or Hasan to sort of cast this like he just completely doesn't understand the situation.
Yeah. What was the letter that Richie Torres wrote? He wrote it to Twitch, right?
Yes, Richie Torres,
Trying
who's
to get
in
him-
Congress,
Right.
Democrat in New York, wrote a letter to Twitch expressing alarm about all the things that we talked about, and Hasan
Yeah.
specifically.
Hasan's
So-
anti-Semitism.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Let me read.
I think I called it anti-Semitism, but
Right. Let me read this to you. This is from Richie Torres. Okay. He tweeted this out. He said, a congressional letter has been sent to the leadership of both Amazon and Twitch to sound the alarm about the amplification of anti-Semitism on Twitch. Hassan Piker, who has described Orthodox Jews as inbred and a Jewish man as a bloodthirsty pig, is the anti-Semitic voice of a systemically anti-Semitic platform led by Dan Clancy. The time has come to
Wow.
hold Hassan Piker and Dan Clancy accountable.
wow, systemically anti-Semitic platform.
Right.
Wow. That's like an accusation I'm used to hearing about Elon's Twitter, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then
Look at this.
I mean, and this letter is like extensive. He says, Dear Mr. Clancy, I'm writing to express alarm about the amplification of anti-Semitism on Twitch at the hands of Hassan Piker, who is one of the largest political streamers with a following of 2.7 million since October 7th and there has been an explosion of Jew hatred on social media platforms. Hassan Piker has emerged as a poster child for the post-October 7th outbreak of anti-Semitism in America. Mr. Piker has demonized Orthodox Jews as inbred and has dehumanized a Jewish man as a bloodthirsty pig dog. The association of Jews with pigs and bloodthirst is textbook anti-Semitism. Mr. Piker has all but exposed himself as an apologist for sexual violence and savage rapes on October 7th.
Oh, well, we've seen that. Yeah.
Right. Quote, it doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. Mr. Piker declares before finally admitting that Palestinian resistance, his euphemism for terrorism, is not perfect. That's just the first paragraph. This goes on for, this is like 3 pages of this.
Really?
Okay.
Wow.
Yes.
He's really hitting him.
Oh yeah, no, he goes through all of it. He brings up the America deserve 9/11 thing.
Ooh.
So,
Oof.
yeah. So good on Richie Torres for going into all this. So it's strange to me that somehow Sam Seder knows about this, but everything else, he doesn't know anything about anything else.
It's kind of telling that he knows about that though, right?
Right.
Makes it seem like he knows, like he's familiar with what the context of the letter was.
Yeah, like he is familiar with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hours and hours. I mean, for the first 6 months of this, of Israel's assault on Gaza, for instance, I could name to you the names. I could actually identify IDF spokespeople. I can't even do that with American military spokespeople. I can't do that. Like, I mean, but they were on our TV so often. So what is like, and I think would you concede that?
Yeah, that's wrong.
Incredibly often, hold on, that they are not challenged by these hosts of these shows that go out to millions upon millions of people?
It depends upon the show.
But I mean, you wouldn't refute that. Like, I mean, we're talking hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Maybe not all shows, but the vast majority.
No, that's true. I wouldn't refute that.
Okay,
but
so I'm curious. No, I'm curious though. What do you think the obsession is of this? Because we didn't, the amount of phone calls that we got for any given interview with IDF spokespeople was rather limited. I didn't see Richie Torres, or really anybody for that matter, go after any type of journalists who were not questioning. I'm just curious, what do you think this blowback is? Like, because from my perspective, without really, to be totally honest, knowing.
Law, the latest clip on the Reddit is about how you made Austin uncomfortable by showing him terrorist.
Oh, before I get to that. So very clearly, Sam is not going to engage in any of this. He's just saying, well, obviously, Richie Torres and these people are just going after Hasan because it's some sort of like, how dare you speak out against Israel?
Right.
And therefore, like, this is such a low resolution, bottom of the barrel, low IQ reaction to all this stuff. Because number one, if one of the largest voices against Israel has said all this other crazy shit, it's going to make your movement, Sam, in wanting the war to end and not liking Israel, it's going to make you get smeared with Hassan's shit of being pro-terrorist.
He already is. That's why the caller's calling in.
Right. But see, that's why you should be, if you actually were anti-terrorist, but we're also anti-Israel, you should want Hasan to not be the face of that movement. You should want him to shut the fuck up, or you should want to like distance yourself publicly and be like, listen, I don't support some of the crazy shit that Hasan says.
Or you could be reasonable and try to be the reasonable face of the movement.
Right. Exactly.
I think like Jake and Anna are usually trying to do that because they're always trying to like not dismiss what happened on October 7th, but still say, look, Israel's getting a little overzealous here.
I mean, you have, as I said, and I posted the clip of it, Hasan is still friends with all the deprogrammed people who said that October 7th was based. Hasan used the settler baby argument to Ethan's face that Second Thought used to justify killing babies. To say that there are no innocent civilians, they're all settlers, even the babies. And it's it's just wild to me that you're just going to dismiss the whole thing. Like, oh, well, it's just, it's just a conspiracy, just an Israeli pro-Israel conspiracy or something. When to me, like the most fucked up part about this is Hasan, interviewing the Houthi kid, and even if the kid isn't a Houthi, Hassan's acting like he's a Houthi pirate, right? Because if he wasn't, then why is he calling him Luffy from One Piece? That doesn't even make sense. But even if the kid was Houthi, Hasan would have acted exactly the same way. He would praise him up and down. He's literally showing terrorist propaganda videos to other streamers like it's based. To me, I don't even fuck the whole Israel thing. I don't give a shit about his takes on Israel being fucked up. I don't like the idea that one of the largest political streamers for young children is just promoting terrorism to his fucking audience and promoting hatred of America to his whole fucking audience.
Yeah. It's just like the stuff they do in the schools of Gaza.
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The terrible Jew. All the things they'll do.
Yep.
My perspective, without really, to be totally honest, knowing.
Law, the latest clip on the Reddit is about how you made Austin uncomfortable by showing him terrorist propaganda. They're saying it's another Nick situation, Lemafayal. Yeah. Austin, who is...
Nick who? Who's the other Nick?
Who Nick is.
What's the other Nick?
Austin is the guy.
Yeah, we covered that.
Yeah,
who
the
saw
streamer.
the terrorist video and just didn't know what to do. He's like, oh my God, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you showing this to me?
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, what is wrong with you? I think he made a video after the fact talking about it and being like, I was just dumbfounded, blindsided, didn't know what to say.
He did. He made a video talking about how it was like weird. But see, because he is either politically normie, so he doesn't really understand what's going on, or because he's just more concerned with his own career and sucking up to Hasan, he'll continue to stream with Hasan after that. So therefore Hasan gets to hand wave away the whole thing as not like bizarre.
He wants access to his big audience.
Right.
I don't know how much of his audience is just dumb kids and they have no idea the terrorist connotations, right?
No, they know. I mean, Hasan goes in, now he's just making no argument. He's just laughing because I think he's worried.
Mm-hmm.
He's worried that he is under the watchful eyes. I don't know if you saw, but supposedly Hasan deleted like almost all of his VODs.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. Oh man, he's going undercover.
So he is concerned if that's the case.
He's
so that could be why
Nick
he's
Fuentes of the left here.
Right. So, because he has gone in, he's done, and we've watched him. He's made very in-depth, long arguments. I'm looking at his Twitch right now. He's deleted everything from 11 days. Or wait, hold on. Maybe that's just the thing. Let me see. Oh no, he didn't delete them. Or wait, no, did he? I can't tell. I saw a screenshot that said he deleted them, but I still see some stuff from up for a month ago. So maybe that was fake news. But because I don't want to be held accountable for fake news.
Look, let's just label the stream the fake news stream.
There you go. But Hasan has done very in-depth arguments about the Houthi stuff and very in-depth arguments about why he supports it. So it's not like his audience just doesn't understand or doesn't know what's going on here.
Right.
And that's what's really insidious about the whole thing.
It's funny that Sam Seder speaks out about the dishonest framing, what he calls dishonest framing for the IDF.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, this kind of dishonest framing, that's just fine.
Right.
That's okay.
My podcast co-host, one of my closest friends, on this broadcast, like on this in this entire space, who knows my entire family, who literally sits with me and does political commentary in that same broadcast for 4 hours, was uncomfortable being next to me. Like that is the level of like, this is how it works. This is how you get other like parasocial losers to basically view a situation that is objectively the opposite, right? Like you can psych yourself into.
I like this. This is all don't trust your lying eyes. Like we all saw the clip. Okay.
Yeah.
Unless listen, I'm pretty autistic. And even with my level of autism, I could watch that clip and I could see that he was very uncomfortable and confused and concerned that Hasan was pushing terrorist propaganda on him and the audience. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
Mostly on him, but
yes. This argument is like, oh, I've known him. He's friends with me. He's friends with my family. Like, I could know a guy. Listen, I've known Adam for a long time. If I, flew out to LA and I met Adam,
God.
and Adam's like, here, Sitch, like sit down and watch this. And he starts playing me some fucking like terrorist propaganda.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is happening here? Like, why are you watching this? And Adam's like, oh no, this is really based, Sitch. Watch this terrorist propaganda. I'm not going to be like, well, I've known Adam for so many years, so I guess it's fine. And I'm going to be like, what's happening?
I know better than that. Sitch is a total square, man. You can't even show him terrorist propaganda.
It's true. It's true.
He's not going to be down with that.
No.
He's going to be calling you out. He's going to be telling your friends. Just don't do it.
To just believing something that is so stupid. Like, that's an insane thing. If you want to understand like Reddit brain syndrome, this is a perfect demonstration of it.
I mean, his argument here is kind of, yeah, my friend's down with the terrorist propaganda. You need to get over it.
That is true. That is the argument.
Hassan, his insistence that it doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th is insane. Dude, I said that doesn't justify genocide. Are you moving away from the camera?
God, I have 4 more.
Are you? Austin is escaping.
Look, Austin is running.
He knows.
Fuck
He's
this.
trying to get out of there.
He's like, why are you doing this? Why are you talking about October 7th? Why are you justifying the rapes with me sitting here on camera?
Yes. Why did he play a clip that shows the exact opposite of what he was saying?
Yeah. Look, he's smiling. He's like, oh, wrong clip.
Well, yeah.
Like, I'm very clearly joking. He was getting up to get fucking sushi, dude.
Oh, yeah, sure he was.
Dude. Okay. Like, that's an insane thing. This is the funniest fucking thing to clip Chimp to be like, yeah, dude, Austin is really scared. Nah, he's got no motion. He sucks. Like, this is a day where Austin was on camera for approximately 4 hours talking about politics, including, but not limited to, everything. Trying to make sure he's not next to an MP clip in Congress.
Did you see the name of that clip?
What was it?
Trump Nazi rally. They went the full MSNBC route.
Nice.
Miss said he'd be in LA this week and might not go on Hassan's stream. Was he invited to be on? No, and if he was, he would 100% go. Guy has no shame. Like, also, why is this post so late? Most anti-Hassan posts are from EU Redditors. That's why they show up early in the morning in the US. Yeah. Why is it so hard for Hassan to just say, yes, the rapes happened and they're horrible and I'm sorry for minimizing them? Why is he incapable of recognizing he did anything wrong?
Good question.
Good question. Okay, what do you think we're gonna get an answer? You think we're gonna get a good answer here?
Of course not.
Let's see what the reply underneath that says. Because his cultivated fan base would eat him alive if he gave up an inch.
Wow, look at that. Good eyes.
That's true.
Why would I turn around and fucking act? Excuse me, Kaya, what the hell is going on? My mom is in the background, so she's like,
he got distracted by the dog.
Nice
Look
response.
At that. He used the dog to escape the answer. Isn't that amazing? Well, look at that. He used the dog to escape the answer. I love it.
Beautiful.
He's so spoiled around her place. And this morning, I did actually work her out. So I don't know why she is behaving this way. And clip it. Kaya is uncomfortable. Yeah, clip it and ship it, boys. They do not like that you have friends like a normie and they're alone in their basements. Anyway, the reason why I pointed to that is because it's so fucking weird that like you can try to clip something that is so the opposite of reality and people will still believe it on Reddit as long as it corresponds to their personal biases. They did this with Nick Pollum. And now they're doing it with Austin, which is even funnier than Nick Pollum. I love Nick as well. And Nick was also, ironically, staying at my house at the time. But it's hilarious that they're like, nah, Nick actually hates him, but he's like scared of him and his fan base. And it's the same principle behind like Austin, who is my fucking podcast co-host, okay? Co-owner of the podcast that we do together. Like, that's an insane thing. Didn't Nick ask you to teach him about stuff? Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
too much about the principle. It's just, I find it fascinating that we have now turned that the whatever you want to call it, what is it, Hasbara or Hasbara or the push by Zionists now is all second or third order stuff. As the images keep rolling in, as we see people burned alive in tents, as you know, Israel a year into this, they have literally killed.
What does he mean by second order or third order stuff? What is that?
He means that
removed from
like
the situation.
so he's trying to do this maneuver. He's trying to use the bodies of the dead Palestinian people to extract himself from an uncomfortable situation. He's trying to say, let me pile up all the dead of the Palestinian in front of you and then say, why do you care about Hasan when there's dead people right here in front of you?
I hate that argument.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say this about anything. You know, if I open up, let me see, if I open up Majority Report today, I see, what do I see? I see 1 day ago, CNN panel erupts after a grossly racist attack on Mehdi Hasan. Rogan Advance have a racist idiot contest. TYT explodes. They're attacking Anna. TYT explodes over calling Trump fascist. So couldn't you just be like, why do you care about TYT? Why are you reporting about Anna? Why are you reporting about CNN? There's dead people, Sam. What's wrong with you? There's dead people here and you're talking about Joe Rogan?
Oh, so disgusting.
Yeah.
Why would he do such a thing?
It's so stupid. It's so dishonest.
But he said the reporting is like second order or third order at this point. I don't know if he's trying to say that it's like 3 times removed from reality.
Maybe, yeah.
Like there's the IDF and then there's reporting the IDF. And then there is Sam Seder's reporting on the MSNBC reporting on the IDF.
Right.
The people who would negotiate getting the hostages out, they have all but abandoned, and certainly I'm not speaking, this is not me, this is not conjecture, this is just from Israeli reporting, abandoned any attempts to get the hostages back. And now, like, the number one thing that I see coming out of Zionists is about an interview that Hasan did.
Nobody believes it. They all watch the full stream. Hey,
When Hasan interrupts at the worst possible fucking times.
I know.
It's terrible.
Well, he's reading the chat. He's just responding to the chat. He's not actually watching the video.
Right. I
So
was just getting ready to listen to the point Sam Seder was trying to make.
I know. So
Yeah.
I actually brought up the full stream here because you know that moment
The
that we
Sam
just watched,
Seder one or the
Hasan one, where he
Okay.
reads the person who says, "Why it's so hard for Hasan to just denounce the rapes," and then he's
goes
like
to the
about to
dog,
give an
yeah.
answer, then he gets distracted by the dog and never comes back to it.
Right.
Right. So because in the we're watching like a clip that someone made and there was like a cut there. So I was curious, did he actually use the dog as a distraction to not answer the question? Or did the person editing the clip just cut it because of that? No, he in the stream, if you go and watch it live, he just lets the dog distract him from answering that question. He 100% uses it as like a technique to just not answer the question.
Look, he's just absent-minded. We got the
of
absent-minded professor here.
Now, like, the number one thing that I see coming out of Zionists is about an interview that Hasan did.
nobody believes it. They all watch the full stream. Hey, watching. They have the full context. They're just jerking off via Reddit comments. I know, but like who does this like actually change the minds of? Right? Like what happens? Someone goes, wow, a lot of Hassan's close friends seemingly hate him. So then what happens? Like next week he's on, or the next day he's on the broadcast, and then we just move on. I think they just really want to frustrate you and take your time up with drama. Is because you force Austin and Nick to come to your stream and watch top of the hour ad break? Okay, dude, get with the program. I'm not running ad breaks no more. But you can still subscribe.
Is the defense that my friends don't care if I'm promoting terrorism because they're in favor of it? Is that really a good defense?
It's not a good defense, but it is a common one. It is a popular defense.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
This is most people's epistemology. A friend told me. That's it. It really is.
At the top of the hour,
trusted friend.
Right.
if you would like to, or if you would like
is he not doing ad breaks anymore?
or
I don't know why.
Someone at Twitch told him you can't do any more ad breaks. Let the storm
Ooh.
fly over.
I don't know. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Because he does makes this comment about not doing ad breaks, and I didn't even
Right.
think the process with that. Why? Who knows? Maybe.
Look, I'm not advertising with some terrorist, hostage taker, simp.
Because I know that I think Dan made some website that was like, it had all the brands that advertise on Twitch.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it had like a clip, like a Hasan or Frogan or whatever clip that could like be playing when the ad plays, and there was like a link to go complain to the advertiser.
Oh, wow. They're really going after him.
Dan's
This could be the
really
end of
going after him
Hasan.
hard. Yeah, he knows. That's why I think he's kind of like nervous in this clip.
He's got to have a ton of savings. Like, what the hell is he worried about? He'd probably go 3 years without working.
3 years. His spending level. The only reason I think that this isn't blown up more than it has now is because the election is right around the corner, and that's really dominating most of the news cycle. And they don't really want to give a gift to Trump to be like, oh, let's talk about this big left-wing streamer who says all this like fucking crazy shit on Twitch to your children.
So you think they might do something after the election? Just they're cooling their heels until the election takes place?
I think the story might increase after the election has passed. So
Right. No, I see what you're saying. They don't want to drop Twitch's biggest streamer axed over anti-Semitic comments. Like, that's not really something you want to see in the news right before the election, right?
Well, no, I don't mean in terms of like Twitch's reaction to it. I mean in terms of like the media reporting on this controversy in the first place.
Yeah. But if they axe him, that would be a reason to report on it.
That's true. That's a good point.
But after the election, if they axe him and
who cares?
Of steamy headlines come out, like the election's already settled, right?
Right.
Yeah.
for $6 or for free to support the show, and also be able to send me links. It was the 2 weeks of mainstream media coverage that tilted them. Yeah, whenever I get motion in mainstream media, they they lose their minds and they start going. My normie friend legit was like, wow, I've been kind of put off by Hasan lately. I saw some clip where he was like laughing at rape, and then he had some terrorists on his stream. I spent a good while deprogramming him after that, but it still does happen to some good people. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure most people do not have the capacity to seek out additional information, but it's not the end of the fucking world, dude. I don't even fault people for hating me. Like, there is so much fuck Hasan content that is completely out of context everywhere, online, non-fucking stop. The only thing
quit clipping him out of context. That you're so mean. Can't believe you do such a thing.
I know.
Why?
you could do is just point to the stream, okay? Come in and see for yourself if those are the things I believe in, you know?
He completely answered and you cut it out, Sitch, just so you can make it look like the dog distracted him. So mean.
We got to get like the Homer Simpson editing team to, make it look like he's committing assault or something.
Oh, that'd be great.
There are also videos where I go through the context of a lot of these things, including but not limited to on my YouTube page. For every like fuck Hasan video, there is a video where I like very clearly describe what I believe, right? And you can just point to them on that shit. Like you can point to like YouTube videos to see the full context of everything.
Very clearly, and yet whenever he like totally obfuscates on this issue of if Hasan just came out, okay, and said, yes, he supports the Houthi pirates kidnapping innocent civilians, okay, who have nothing to fucking do with Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where's that clip? He talks around it. He plays videos of it. He says it's based, but he talks around it. So this is total bullshit. And then whenever he's describing it to someone else, and we even watched that clip, he's describing it to someone else and he makes it sound like he's so dishonest. He makes it sound like they're just stopping ships that are like going into Israel or something. When like none of the ships that have anything to fucking do with Israel have been going through that area for a year at all. Those are the first ships to turn away. So they're just attacking ships that have nothing to fucking do with anything. And they're just like,
those
oh, this
ships have to
justifies
get
them.
to Israel.
Right.
They're desperate.
Of course. And I mean, you have to be fucking naive as shit if you think the Houthi pirates are doing this for some sort of, they're going to waste their own money. You really think that a rebel organization that's fighting against its own government, okay, in the region, that has to be engaged in using its resources and its money to fight against the government in the country they're living in, you really think they're going to be wasting all their time and energy and munitions, stopping some ships that have nothing to do with Israel as some sort of protest against the war in Gaza? Or is it more likely that A, they just want free publicity so they can get more funding from fucking idiots like Hasan, or B, they just want to steal the shit and sell it and make money, and then they get idiots like Hasan justifying it because they somehow they give some bullshit reason that has something to do with the fucking war, Israel, killing people in Gaza.
Yeah, the social justice reason for hostage taking.
Yeah, it's like anywhere in the world, some fucking people could start stealing people's shit and holding them hostage and say, we're doing this to end the war in Gaza. And the fucking retards like Hasan would be like, yes, so based. And they're snicking themselves the whole way as they just sell shit on the black market just to fund themselves.
Right. Wonder if Pokemon could use that for gouging people on the cookies. Would that work?
Pokemon?
Yeah.
The reason these cookies are so expensive is because we had to fight the war in Gaza. There you go.
You probably have to give some money or something to some Houthi pirates.
not to the Palestinians, but to the Houthis. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Everything. Man, I saw a TikTok comment that said
for every sale of my cookie boxes, okay, at least $1 is going to go towards training to a child soldier in Yemen.
Exactly.
Okay. So you could play like In the Arms of an Angel as she's like selling his cookies. And you have like the kid who's like sitting there, they're in poverty, and then next thing you see them like in the child soldier outfit with a gun. You're like, look at all the good we're doing in Yemen.
Just don't post it on YouTube.
No.
You get in big trouble for that.
Posted the Jewish person on a pike, normies are not paying attention. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be people that are fucking insane. They believe like insane shit. That's it. I'm glad I watched you before watching Abba and Preach. They had a video where they were looking at a clip chimp video view that made you look transphobic. Yeah, it's really funny that like there's hella people that will be like, Hasan is transphobic. That's what really pisses me off. What really pisses me off is that when people will take something that I don't believe at all, or will make it seem like I believe the opposite thing that I actually believe. That actually does piss me off, because it's like, come on, dude. If it's something that is in line with my values, it's one thing. If it's something that is in line with my values, is one thing. But if it's like something that I don't believe, that I have like tens of thousands of hours railing against, and you're just over here being like, nah, he believes this shit. Actually, he is transphobic. He's homophobic. He's anti-black. He fucking is anti-Semitic.
I have absolutely no idea what he's talking about, by the way.
He
like
hates
these are things that
people
I know that.
Say lies that are
right, but I don't know the specific thing he's talking
against
about.
his ethics.
Are frustrating. I would say show the Destiny versus Destiny TikToks here and there so people will see how stupid and hypocritical Destiny is. The week you did that made Destiny calm down a bit. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I don't really give a shit. There's more important things to cover. There's an election happening. So I'm going to finish this and then we're going to get to that. We're going to dive into that.
6 months ago.
9 months ago, who I'm now, apparently the kid wasn't even Houthi. Apparently the kid was just participating in the blockade, which was extremely righteous. That these...
I love this part.
What the fuck does that mean? He's not Houthi, but he's participating in the righteous blockade.
Right.
What does that mean? I mean, listen, maybe I'm not aware of here what she's talking about. Are random Yemeni civilians like going out on boats and stopping ships in the region that are not affiliated with the Houthi pirates or something? What does she mean? He's not a Houthi pirate. He's just participating in the blockade. What does that mean, Emma?
Blockading the sources that are going to Israel. They don't honestly care if the pirates steal them as long as the resources don't get to Israel.
Yeah, but these are not ships going to fucking Israel.
No, they aren't. But look, in her mind, they are.
There's impossible. It is okay. We were talking about before about like grifting versus ignorance.
Mhm.
It is fucking physically impossible that Emma and Sam honestly believe that the ships that the Houthis are stopping were going to go to Israel. No one believes that. No one actually believes that. The amount of reporting on this is overwhelming.
But look, she's not even going to watch the whole Hassan interview. What makes you think she's going to read the reporting?
No, she's just lying. This is just a fucking lie. She's a liar. Anyone that brings up this is just lying. It's impossible. It's impossible for people to still think after so many months that they're just stopping ships going to Israel.
That's the narrative.
No way. I refuse to believe this.
They're just innocent child soldiers snorting brown and like raping and pillaging.
Oh my God.
Resistance groups resistance groups.
The funny, the not funny, but like the craziest thing is they're gonna get this fucking kid killed. Okay, at this point, like all these like dumb Westerners are going to get him in trouble with either the Ansar Allah administration that has already arrested him before, or America. You know what I mean? He's just gonna get fucking killed, and then what? Okay, you got it. You killed another 19-year-old. In Yemen, you know, just another fucking Tuesday. It's really, really, really.
I mean, maybe Hassan, if you were really worried about this kid's safety, okay, maybe you should have thought about that before you blasted his name all over the internet for your own purposes.
Yeah, your own selfish purposes.
Right. If you were so concerned, because it's true. Like if I was interviewing someone who I thought maybe was a part of a fucking terrorist organization, or someone who was pretending to be part of a terrorist organization, I'd be like, like obviously this could have some sort of blowback for them. I don't know, right? If you actually cared about any of that stuff and weren't just using this as an excuse to sort of try to deflect criticism away from your insane fucking interview.
Normal journalists will verify a source and then they'll keep that source somewhat anonymous so that they don't get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And we can learn all sorts of interesting information about the situation. Which it seems like there's a bunch of interesting information to learn here, but who knows? It seems like Ethan Klein was the only one that actually did any research into the kid.
Well, and again, it's interesting too that Emma over here is like, I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about this. And yet somehow she knows that somehow she has this information, which I don't know where the fuck this came from. She knows some distinction that this kid was not a Houthi, but was participating in the blockade. She knows enough about it to know this very specific piece of information, but she doesn't know anything about the situation or the interview.
I don't know anything about it, but what he was doing was totally righteous.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it, but I know this very, very specific piece of information about this that justifies my position on it.
And he's adorable.
Yes. Interesting.
Really frustrating that kind of dumb shit like makes people feel happy and excited. Like your life still sucks, you know?
In the area.
But wait, I'm just curious. What do you think accounts for that? Like, why is Richie Torres focused on this 8 to 9 months after this interview was done? What do you think that is?
It's the Twitch. It's what's going on with Twitch is the reason why it's come back.
You say, tell me Richie Torres is a big Twitch fan?
No, it was a big deal then, and it was talked about then, but it died down.
No, it wasn't. The only people that talked about it.
Can you imagine, like, again, if Nick Fuentes was on Twitch and
I know, yeah,
and like someone was, writing to Congress or writing to Twitch about things irresponsible, Sam Seder's like, what? Do you think that person who's writing to Twitch, they're a big Twitch fan? Why do they care about Nick Fuentes on Twitch? Why do they care?
You got to dumb it down for Sam. You got to say, look, in Gaza, they sit down little children and they show them pictures of evil Jewish people and they try to indoctrinate them. Okay.
Right.
Now imagine if that was going on Twitch and Hasan was the teacher.
Right.
Get it? You get it now?
No, here's what you have to be like, listen, Sam, the Houthi pirates will not let women get abortions. I don't know if you know this. Okay. The Houthi,
no abortions.
The Houthi pirates are not pro-choice, right?
Yes.
They won't let the women get abortions. They don't care if the women are being raped.
Look,
okay, they're probably in favor of the raping. They don't care.
No, they make them marry the rapist.
There you go.
That's
There you
what they
go.
do. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. That's how 9 out of 10 Houthi men get their wives.
Oh God, terrible. Let's say
Look.
2023 country report on human rights practices from Yemen
Oh,
from the U.S.
no.
Department of State. I wonder.
Sitch is
what
going to
this
start
is.
looking shit up.
Let's see. What does
Get
this say?
ready.
Significant human rights issues, including credible reports of arbitrary or unlawful killings, extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearances, torture, cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment punished by the government or on behalf of the government, harsh and life-threatening prison conditions, arbitrary arrest and detention, serious problems, independent blah blah. Like it just goes. Physical abuse, disappearance or reductions, children in armed conflict by the parties in Yemen, sexual violence. It just goes on and on and on. Restrictions of religious freedom, domestic partner violence, sexual violence,
Can
forced
women
marriages, female genital mutilations. It just it just goes on. It never ends.
Nice. Who is Hasan to judge, right?
This, and to be
Not
clear,
just Western chauvinism.
to be clear, this report covers both abuses by the government and other actors in the area, including specifically the Houthi-backed movement known as Ansar Allah, which would be the Houthi pirates. So
That's their gang.
yeah, it is.
The only people that talked about it were talking about it in positive terms, or it was literally journalists that were reaching out to be like, hey, can I get his contact so we can also interview him? No one gave a shit. Y'all, this, again, it probably popped off in your Discord. It probably popped off in the subreddits that you visit. But like, no, it did not reach like broader fucking consciousness in a way that you want to present it as. Okay? And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Like, what you see in your hug box, what you see.
You know, it took many years for people to care about the Diddy accusations, right?
Oh, yeah.
It took many, many years for people to care about the Epstein accusations. It took,
Oh, you're right.
how many years did it
I
take
like where this is going.
for Bill Cosby to finally get in trouble, right? With the rape allegations. Can you imagine Sam Seder saying, well, obviously the allegations against Bill Cosby have to be bullshit because people only cared decades later, right? If you only care about accusations against someone after the fact, well, then it must be fake. It must be totally fake.
That's a great point. And I like the idea that Hasan is the future Bill Cosby.
Well, that's probably true. But
You see in your echo chamber seems so real to you. And then you were ripped away from that in a brief moment when you are either outside and trying to explain this to like normal people, and you realize like, no, most people don't see it in the same way that you do.
And with Frogan saying the thing about
I can't imagine explaining this Houthi interview thing to a normal person and them being like, dude, that's totally normal. What are you talking about? You're crazy.
yeah, I can imagine going to my parents. Okay.
Yeah,
My
exactly.
very left-wing parents to be like, listen, the largest political streamer on Twitch, maybe the largest political streamer in America, okay? He talked to a fucking Houthi pirate and joked about how they were holding people hostage and was showing footage of them capturing a civilian ship with guns, and he was promoting it and saying that this was like based.
Yes.
My parents would be like, what? That's insane. This is allowed. They'd say, why is this allowed? They'd be super confused as to why it was allowed.
Yes. Yeah. No, they would be like, are you just coming out of your hug box? I mean, that's totally normal, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Jeez.
Okay, sure.
Touch some grass. For heaven's sakes.
Yeah, my parents would say, as the children say, touch some grass.
Get over it. That's based. Mama Sitch says that's based.
Exactly.
soldiers with PTSD
I don't know
spotlight
what he
on
is.
Twitch, and that's one of the most blatant things that's been done on Twitch. That's why that gets brought up.
Well, we got a unanimous. Like, what the
Same way
fuck?
that you do.
And with Frogan saying the thing about soldiers with PTSD,
I don't know what
spotlight
he
on
is.
Twitch, and that's one of the most.
Misgendered Frogan. Look at that. Terrible.
Immediate denial.
I know.
Immediate denial. As soon as Frogan comes up, they're like, I don't know anything about that shit. They know. They know, Sitch.
know.
They have
So
red
funny.
all over their palms. They know all of this. Oh no, he's bringing up Frogan. Shit, run.
Most blatant things that's been done on Twitch. That's why that gets brought up.
You know what? You know what
But
I would suggest to you.
One comment.
Let me suggest
Yeah.
make a suggestion to you.
Make your suggestion.
Instead of getting super involved in these in Twitch dramas, if you want drama, go and watch some of these videos and get involved in the
I should
actual
be yelling
dynamic.
about the Estel state and how they hate brown people.
Well, I mean, I think you should do. You know, I think
Sure.
you should if,
Talk to a person.
Look at this. He totally has their number. He knows what he's going to say before he even finishes his sentence. It's hilarious.
It's so obvious. They have literally like 3 arguments on their NPC dialogue tree that they just repeat and run on.
Wow. Look, I didn't even know what he was going to say, but that guy on the call seemed to know.
They
You're
know.
going to tell me to go investigate the right. You're
Yeah.
going to tell me to go get involved with the far right. You're going to go tell me to join a Nazi militia.
They're gonna go tell me Israel bad. Like, I get it. That's
Mm.
okay. We can talk about 2 different issues. All right, it's possible. It's possible to talk about multiple things at once. Okay, it's not like this is why it's just so dishonest. It's not like anyone is saying, Sam Seder, you should be spending all your time talking about the Hassan Piker Twitch situation. Okay, no one has ever said that at all. It's someone left a comment. Emma and the other host got into an argument about it and defended Hassan, and now they're having a reply to that in a Colin section of the thing. And for you to just dismiss it and say, well, how dare you care about this specific thing that we had a conversation about on the show and you disagreed with, it's just disgusting.
Yeah. They should
I-
examine it closer, though.
Of course.
They should really get into the details of the situation
They don't
instead of
care.
running like little cowards.
They don't want to. You were correct when you said that Sam doesn't want to get into the details, because if he does get into the details and finds out that there is something gross there or something
Yeah.
immoral there, then he'll actually maybe feel some, twinge of
will.
guilt to
He
say
will.
something about it, and maybe he would piss off his audience, and he's afraid of doing that.
Look, Sam knows what the ethical thing to do is, and he's constantly just jamming it down your throat. Oh, you got to do the ethical thing.
Right?
Ethics are when it's hard, when you have to do the thing that's hard, right? Sam doesn't want to do anything hard. Of course not.
I am curious, has there ever been a time where the Majority Report has like gone against their audience?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Where Sam has been like, oh, I know that, the audience wants me to say this, but, I just
But
don't
they're
agree with it."
wrong.
Yeah.
They're completely wrong.
I don't know. I have no clue.
Hmm.
To a person in real life
I
about
would,
politics.
I would, I mean,
Calling people
You see Anna challenging the Donald Trump as a fascist stuff. Sitch.
I'm listening.
fun kid.
You see
I think-
Anna oh, are you just thinking? Go ahead.
Well, no, I was saying I think the only thing I could think of that maybe there was some sort of attack against anything that his audience supported was, the force the vote stuff. I think it's the only time I can think of that there could have been some sort of contention in his audience.
Because he was in favor of force the vote or against. They
He was-
do
I
talk
believe he was
about that a lot.
against force the vote. I believe he was against it.
Right.
So
Yes. I read Anna was talking about the mainstream media misrepresenting Donald Trump's statements about Liz Cheney and stuff. So nobody on the left wants to hear that. Definitely not 2 days before an election. So
that was whole misrepresentation. He was saying that she should get shot or something.
yeah.
Yeah, it was very clearly just saying that if you're going to be, which first of all, I disagree with Trump on this 100%, but at least get the statement right. He was just saying like, oh, she's such a war hawk. She wouldn't feel that way if she was out
She's a
there.
chicken hawk.
Yeah, chicken hawk. Yeah, she wouldn't feel that way if she was out there, with guns pointed at her. you know,
Right.
On the front
Yes.
lines. So
And they construed it to be some sort of firing squad thing.
right,
so
right.
yeah. It's all going to be over soon. We're streaming on election day, right? We're going to start
Of
at
course, we're streaming on election day.
we're going to do like 9 to or 12 noon to midnight, right?
Mm,
A full 12-hour stream.
12.
Come on,
man.
it'll
No,
just be.
we'll start at
It'll be
normal
chill.
time. We'll start at
No, we're
normal
gonna.
time.
We're already. No, we have to start at 12. I already told people we'd start at 12.
Why are
Well,
we starting
look,
early?
you don't have to start at 12. I think Anna said she was going to come on at like 12:30. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
she's got to do.
Why are you doing
Young
this to me?
Turks? She's got to do Young Turks at 3. Well, I just thought 12 to 12 would be like a.
Oh, I see. I see.
But I guess it is 3 to 3 a.m. Look, you can jump out early. You don't have to go. Look, maybe we won't make it till midnight. Who
Wait.
knows?
Oh, wait. You said 12 to 12 your time?
Yeah, my time.
Oh, I'm fine. I think you meant 12 to 12 my time.
No, 3 to 3 your time.
Oh, that's fine.
You're like a night owl. You can
we
make it
usually
till
start-
3 a.m.
We usually start at 2 on weekends. I mean, weekdays. So that's an hour later.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. That's fine.
Oh, I guess
Disaster averted.
I guess we are starting an hour later.
Yeah, see? There you
But I
go.
just was thinking we go just, noon to midnight. So
Mm.
look, it'll be fun. We'll just horse around,
We'll just-
watch some clips,
Yeah, we'll have fun.
do whatever, yell
Talk
at the
about
chat,
animes.
talk about how Donald Trump is or is not a fascist. Who knows?
That's fun. Yeah, everyone loves that conversation.
Oh, they do. They just eat that up. If he actually wins, what is that? Where is the country at that moment? So
Like, we're in
short-sighted.
a fascist America then at that moment, Adam.
So short-sighted.
Mm.
Yeah.
Kids
What
and
if
all the
Kamala
people who
wins?
are angry.
And we're in communist America, the deep state. has
Nobody
controlled
believes
everything.
that.
You're out of your mind. What are you talking about?
Well, it's like if she goes full woke. I mean, yeah. I mean,
no,
that could
even-
happen. But I
even-
think it's too early to
Yeah, that's
really
true. But
know
no,
that, right?
even if before anything, before Kamala even has a chance to be president, if she wins, a good chunk of the country, half the country, is going to immediately believe that the vote was rigged.
Election was stolen. Yeah, I
Right.
know.
And I think that's just as detrimental as believing that Donald Trump is a fascist, is in charge of the country. Because if the argument is that your vote doesn't matter, okay, if the argument is that your vote does not matter and that they will rig the vote, so that their preferred candidate will win, then you really don't have a choice or an option except violence.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, I guess it is just as bad. So yeah, look forward to that, right?
Oh God,
Either outcome. Well, this is
Yep.
why I was like, look, we got to stream.
that's true.
This is like the end of the world as we know it. We got to like,
The end
Savor
of
it.
the world as we know it,
yeah,
and we're gonna feel fine. We're all
Yeah,
gonna feel fine. 'cause
hopefully.
everyone's LARPing, and it's not gonna matter.
Yeah. That's great. It starts with an earthquake.
That's true.
Angry about
Well,
this.
if there's an earthquake on
Birds,
Tuesday,
snakes, and airplanes.
yeah, still know.
The losers and all the things that was said this
I
week
think
by
you've
Emma.
lost the thread already.
Or
You
we
were
saw
okay
nursing
for
home.
about 10
Yeah.
seconds, but then you went off. Look at
Look, I fucking hate this style of argumentation where like you don't follow anything the person says. You just like mischaracterize everything they say so you're not forced to follow what they say.
Mm-hmm.
It's very dumb.
the first order issue. That
And you're 100% right. There's a lot of horrible things being said, but pushing propaganda over here doesn't make it okay doing it over here. That's my only
True.
What
point.
is
But I'll let you go.
propaganda?
Yeah, on this 9-month-old interview that I did watch at the time. I don't remember it
So
obviously as
because
clearly
it's-
as.
because
Can I
it's
keep
a couple
talking?
months old, it's okay. Okay,
Yeah, no,
that's fine.
I'm saying what I.
Cosby raped all those women like years ago.
It's okay. Yeah.
Just let him go, right? Of
Well,
course.
that
Epstein, who cares? This was like 20 years ago.
Exactly. Or even Trump. The accusation
Oh,
that the woman made against Trump. I mean, that was
E.G.
like forever
Carroll,
ago.
yeah.
Yeah.
You better delete those videos, Sam. That was a long
guess.
time ago.
Right.
I'm saying is I watched at the time. I did not think anything was actually that problematic about it. I thought it was an interesting view of things. Not that I would say take people hostage, but to the extent that there are, say, boats being taken hostage in certain areas, I look at like what's causing this issue, and I don't like isolate it into.
Whose fault is it, right? It's definitely not the terrorists. It's not their fault. It's Israel's fault.
Oh
Sometimes
my
I really
God.
do feel like this is just one of those
Christ.
schoolrooms in Gaza.
This is insane.
To one thing and say, oh, well, this person, look at this bad thing of a statement from a political group. Like, what are we talking about?
What's fascinating is the argument that we hear that it's Hamas's fault. Like Hamas made Israel kill all of these civilians, right? Like that transitory, the responsibility is not on the person taking the action. It's on the person who provoked the action. But couldn't you make that same argument with the Houthis? Like if it's so transitory, like, well, look at what Israel made the Houthis do. Like there's, let's ascribe.
Okay.
What is the
This is
logic
insane.
here?
Wait, number one, the two big issues here. Number one, by Sam even making this argument, this is him acknowledging without acknowledging that what the Houthis are doing is wrong. And he's just
Right.
too much of a coward to admit it. Right?
Sure.
If Sam thought what the Houthis was doing was totally justified, he wouldn't have just made the argument that he just made.
He wouldn't make the justification.
No, that's number one. Number two, it's even a stupid argument that he's trying to make because under the transitory properties that he's talking about, you would say, well, no, it's not Israel's fault. Using the same argument that Sam laid out, it's not Israel's fault that the Houthis are doing what they're doing. It's Hamas's fault for doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Under the exact same argument that he was trying to parody. It doesn't even make sense.
They were the inciting incident.
Right.
I thought he said he was a screenwriter. He doesn't know what inciting incidents are.
He brings up screenwriting in that Tim Pool conversation right in the beginning.
I know. That's why I mentioned it. Yeah.
Right.
The inciting incident is the incident that sets everything in the script in motion. Right?
Listen,
So
history didn't begin on October 7th, so.
Oh, okay. They would argue the inciting incident was back when the earth was forming, cooling in the.
Right.
Yeah. I think there was like a lull. There was a peace until October 7th happened. I know they disagree.
There was a lull. I mean, obviously the exact situation that's going, like, if it wasn't for October 7th, there wouldn't be this total like bombing campaign, obviously.
Right.
So no one can't really deny that. So
There was just a few embers left. And then someone had to throw a whole someone had to throw a whole chair in there. Now it's like ablaze again.
Right.
Agency to everybody who's involved in there. Let's ascribe a certain amount of like implications.
Yep.
The Houthis definitely inhibited food that could have gone to the people in Sudan, because that is where some of those shipments came, and that responsibility is on them. They were the only country, I guess, if you want to say, that was responding to this slaughter of Palestinians. If you want to say that the Houthis are responsible for this, how can you in any way say the Israelis?
I don't know how you can make this. I mean, it's so weird because on one hand, I thought it's like, okay, if you're at least going to blame the Houthis for food shipments not getting to the Sudan or some other place, like, there you go. That's good. It's finally acknowledging that something that they're doing is wrong. Now, again, I don't know why it has to go to food shipments. I don't know why just stopping completely random civilian cargo ships that have nothing to do with the conflict and taking them hostage. To me, that's the line too far. Okay, we don't even need to get the food shipments going to Sudan. But at least I was like, okay, at least he's acknowledging that. I'm going to give him credit for it. But then it's weird that he cast it as like, they're the only ones doing anything about the situation in Gaza. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Like, that's insane. If I go out there and shoot or kidnap, 10 innocent people and then I say it's because of the genocide in Gaza, like, who gives a shit? If someone goes and does a crime, does something that's morally wrong, the justification is irrelevant. Like, it's weird that he keeps casting it this way. Like, well, they're the only ones doing anything. They're the only ones doing anything about this. Yeah, but what they're doing is insane and wrong.
And completely divorced from the actual situation.
Yes.
Who made them the cops of what's going on in Gaza?
Well, they're not even they're not even if I wouldn't agree with it, but even if they were targeting ships that actually were going to Israel only, there would be some justification that you could throw out there, but they're not doing that.
It'd be
at all.
jurisdictional issues, though.
Well, there'd be jurisdictional issues, sure, but I'm saying that at least then you'd be like, okay, well, at least what they're saying, at least their stated goal has something to do with the action that they're involved in.
Yeah, that's what's so sick about this. It's like they're just excusing these detestable behaviors based on something that they want to talk about. They want to say, look.
And supposedly there's an accusation that a lot of the targeting data that the Houthis are getting is from Russia or something. And this is why that they haven't been targeting Russian ships. And so you could have a total, like, Russia's just going to feed them, obviously, their own, information for their own political purposes. So
yeah, don't get our ships. Here's the
exactly.
target. Wow.
But look, our competitors, maybe we have some competitor in the region.
They're all anarchists now.
It's terrible.
If only we had some bases over there.
Yeah, there you
Could
go.
fly over and bomb them.
Aren't responsible for the deaths of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of children. Never minding, like, in the future, never mind that the numbers are probably higher than the ones that...
It's funny because if you said exactly what Sam is saying here, I have. There'd be 6 hate threads saying Hassan supports terrorism law. I have. The difference is that Sam is a media professional that has been doing this for years and years and years and deserves a lot of respect from a lot of these other, like, younger folks that have maybe watched him here and there. And I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that they trust him. You need to understand something. I don't care if people fucking despise me. Okay? As long as their heart is in the right place, as long as, like, they're also recognizing that Israel is doing a genocide, as long as they recognize that, like, that has to end.
I don't mind if people despise me as long as they agree with everything I'm saying. That's where I draw the line. Despise me all you want.
Oh my God, he's like Jesus. He's like Batman.
Yeah.
I'll be the enemy the city needs.
Just agree with me.
It's the same principle behind when people were like, Hassan, you bought a house, you're fucking rich, but a socialist. Hassan, you're rich, but a socialist. Like, fuck you. How does that work? It's like, no, it's good. Remember the conversation I had with Ethan when I was getting fucking yelled at for buying a house? And one of the things I told him in one of the first ever Leftovers episodes was, like, it's healthy to not like rich people. I think
this is where I lost it when I heard this.
It's healthy not to like rich people.
Yeah, because that's such a horrible, horrible fucking meme. He doesn't even understand. They're hating on you because you're a hypocrite, dude. Like, it is unhealthy to hate rich people who are actually doing good in the world, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Just hating rich people indiscriminately is bad.
Well, Hassan doesn't believe anyone should be rich at all.
Yeah, that's why people hate him, because he's a fucking hypocrite.
Yes.
Look, and people look at rich people by how they earn their money, right?
Right.
Did you make a great product that everybody loves?
Right.
Or did you sit on the internet and tell everyone America's bad and that we should all be socialists? And then you totally go against your values. You're a hypocrite, right?
Yep.
Getting mad at me is, probably not the most appropriate venue, right? I think it's kind of silly, and only time will show how silly it is, and time has shown that it's a silly thing to fucking yell about. Okay.
Because Hassan has done so much good in the world. I mean, at least Bill Cosby made people laugh, right?
Terrible.
Well, come on. Do you think Hassan has done as much good in the world as Bill Cosby?
No.
It's sad, isn't it?
It is sad.
A fucking date rapist.
Date rapist did more in the good in the world than Hassan ever did. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true. Sad but true.
How many black doctors are there right now because of Bill Cosby? Probably tons, right?
I don't think Hassan's created even one black doctor.
Hassan has never created a black doctor.
No.
None at all. He's probably discouraged people from being doctors at all because they're rich. They all have money.
That's true. And if you're black in America and you go to college and get an education, you're really participating in white supremacy. And
You are, yeah. God, he's done so much harm.
Okay. Having said that, however, I think it's, keep that energy. Keep that energy for energy for wealthy and powerful people, and the disdain you have for wealthy and powerful people across the board. The issue is a lot of these people are not mad about the power imbalance or the way that society is designed to churn out certain results that help the super wealthy. They just don't like that I am telling them that shit is fucked up and also have become successful in that process.
That we even quote at this point. Never mind like the massive trauma that these children, half of the population there under the age of 18, are going to be subjected to over the decades. Somehow that's not the responsibility of Israel. Somehow the 70 years, 80 years now of nearly 80 years of essentially occupation, or you want to call it Warsaw Ghetto style blockade around Gaza, however you want to characterize it. That's all not Israel's fault.
And Nicola writes in, fundamentally Hassan was trying to.
What was that? Wait. What does that have to do with justifying innocent people being kidnapped by Houthi pirates?
It's completely unrelated.
Oh, okay.
It's totally unrelated. It's just like an excuse that you throw out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Humanize a 19-year-old Yemeni kid who's known genocide most of his life. He didn't elevate some monster you people are crying are lost in ideology. And that kind of sums it up, because I guess I just learned, recently that wasn't even a kid that was Houthi. He was just a Yemeni kid that was participating in resistance.
I'm sorry, so even if he was, the question's Hassan.
What does that mean? She keeps saying this. What the fuck does that mean? He's not a Houthi pirate. He's just participating in the blockade. He's participating in resistance. What the fuck does that mean? I wish the caller would ask that question. What the hell are you talking about, Emma? Does she just mean like because he took a picture on the boat? Does that in Emma's mind, is that participating in the blockade? Or does that mean that he like picked up a gun and went on a little boat and he took over a random cargo ship that was going by? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean you're participating in the blockade? That's insane.
Piloting the helicopter.
Yeah, was he piloting the helicopter that was like landing on the ship? What the fuck?
I don't know why they didn't ask. Like, what is like a day in the life of Luffy, right?
Yes, right.
What time do you get up? What do you have for breakfast?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you hang out with?
Who has to feed the hostages?
How many people you kill?
Participating in resistance.
I'm sorry,
so
even if he was, the question Hassan asked, which is like, what about anti-Semitism? You agree that's bad? He's like, yes, like we agree that we don't want to get.
That's the other part of the interview where I like directly asked him about like Jewish people, whether he's a Houthi or not. You know what I mean? What am I supposed to do? Fucking dunk on a, like they just want me to like debate a 19-year-old in Yemen who does not speak English, who has once again only.
Could you imagine like Hassan bringing out some like 19-year-old child soldier from Sudan and just give it, who's like done some horrific things, and it's just like, what, you want me to debate him? You want me to debate this 19-year-old who maybe has killed a bunch of people?
Yeah, it's
like,
ridiculous.
This is such a retard. If you don't feel comfortable giving pushback to someone who could, you don't know. By the way, this is total revisionist history. At the time of the interview, Hassan did not know if this guy was engaged in Houthi terrorist activities or not. He's going to do this complete revisionist history, like, oh, obviously now he's not. But he didn't know that at the time, and he acted in the conversation like he thought the kid was, okay? But if theoretically he thinks he's going to interview someone who could be engaged in some sort of terrorist activity, and he doesn't feel comfortable to provide any level of pushback or any level of actual critical questioning about what the kid may or may not be doing, then don't give the fucking interview. It's that simple. It's so simple.
Yeah, I remember. Didn't the kid pull out a knife and say, "Oh, this is my knife. If you see this knife, it's very bad for you."
He did say that, yeah.
Like I just googled like Houthi knife, and there's a bunch of them showing off their knives.
He did say that. He did say that.
I
yeah.
just, why wouldn't you ask? Oh, have you killed anyone with that knife?
Right.
What does that mean? What does it mean? It's bad for you.
No, it's
Does that
more
mean that you
important-
only pull your knife out if you're going to kill somebody? What does somebody do to earn you pulling your knife out?
That's a good question.
Do
No, what's
people
more
pull
important
knives
is
out
that
on you?
I ask about whether he likes One Piece, and then I ask about what kind of fast food he's eaten. These are the important, hard-hitting questions that we have to ask.
Man, the Houthis really like their knives.
Is there a bunch of pictures of this?
Iran backed Houthi. Yeah, they have these big, weird knives. I don't remember what his knife looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Only known genocide his entire life. Only known famine his entire life. Yeah, I am.
I hate this fucking shit right here. Only known famine, only known genocide. Of course, he's got drugs that he's giving to the hostages, right?
Right.
Those drugs are expensive. Oh wait, he just steals them from other people.
Supposed to assume that he is lying.
Used, and that there's something to ask about the Houthis because of statements like "death to America," "death to Jews." He says it is related to the Zionism.
A YouTuber I like made a fuck Sam video, so I left the comment saying he was wrong. He blew up on me, and then I criticized him for never covering Gaza. Since then, he has uploaded over a dozen videos on the topic. I thought that was kind of cool. That's amazing. That's good. That's good shit. Okay? Get these motherfuckers to talk about Gaza. That's great. You have now successfully made something positive out of like a fuck Hassan video. That's fine. That's the funniest thing when people are like, I'm pro-Palestine, actually, even though I've noticeably been quiet for the past 12 months of genocide. And the only time I'm ever going to talk about it is when I'm cynically critiquing a person who has, done as much as he can to communicate what is fucking going on.
And look, you can say he's dishonest about that, but that question was asked.
But I'm sorry, if these groups say death to America, we have to reckon with that.
Why do they say that?
We have. This is because
they hate our freedom.
They just hate us for our freedom.
McDonald's and Burger King. And
yeah, this is like that's the underlying thing that is also very frustrating.
Is it weird that, and this really shows how like the P plus P equals R mindset is so horrendously toxic and mind-numbingly stupid, because Emma over here is literally, because she buys into that the West is bad and America's bad, she buys into the bigotry of low expectations and the P plus P equals R power dynamics. Here's someone who she thinks is an oppressed person support an organization that says death to America, death to Jews, death to Israel, which is the Houthi slogan.
Houthi flag, yeah.
Right. She hears that and she says, listen, let's not judge them, but let's try to understand where they're coming from. Okay, it's very important I understand where they're coming from. But then you have someone come and they support they're pro-Trump or they're anti-abortion. And she's like, these people are horrible fascists. Fuck all these people. They're the worst people ever. And you're like, well, you're literally willing to like try to empathize with the fucking death to America person. But just because someone's voting for the candidate that you don't like in the election, you're like fucking losing your mind here. It's insane.
All because the death to America person agrees with them on one topic. That's insane.
Yes. Oh, on the Israel thing, yeah. Right.
Just because they agree.
Well, yeah. Well, I think and also just because she has the bigotry of low expectations, she views him like, because she views people. Maybe this is what's going on here. Well, I think a lot of people on the left, they view humans as like automatons that are purely victims of their material circumstances. And so if you've been in a situation where you've been, quote, oppressed, well, I guess it's not even that, because if you're in an oppressive situation in America, like if you grew up poor, but you disagree with them politically, or you have the wrong skin color,
they don't
like
give a fuck.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck either.
Off.
So that's not even consistent. So yeah, never mind. I don't know.
Look, the factor is whether or not you agree with me.
Right.
Like if you agree with me, you can be rich, poor, black, like it doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter. You can be a terrorist. You can be a date raper.
Right.
You can be Jeffrey Epstein. They don't care. As long as you agree with me.
Yep.
Don't sway though.
Shitting about these sorts of conversations is that like you are very deliberately dulling your own perspective. Like you are very deliberately making yourself dumber. You are closing off an entire fucking, like you're closing yourself off from like additional information and succumbing to unserious and childlike analysis. When you do this, you are turning into a Steven Crowder style person. And it's kind of funny because like many people who used to,
It's just weird that he's talking in the context of this interview about people not really interested in knowing more things, when the only thing stopping him from asking any kind of interesting questions was he was terrified to hear the answers, the real answers. Yeah.
He on the fly. Okay, we'll say you just completely on the fly. If someone on the fly, like randomly, we were going to interview someone who is maybe a Houthi pirate. I feel like me and you could talk to this person for like 4 hours just about like shit we'd want to know about off the top of our head without ever asking what anime he likes or what fast food he's eating. Like the fact that Hasan ran out of like questions after 10 minutes, because you're completely correct.
Says it all.
Because he was afraid of asking a question that would make the Houthis look bad. That's the real rub. That's really what's going on here.
Yeah, it's tough to tell if he's down with that. Like he doesn't mind that this kid's like stabbed people with that knife. Maybe robbed people with that knife. That's kind of the mentality a lot of these leftists have. They're like, yeah, of course they're criminals. They're unleashed on society. Society's unfair.
Society's fault,
yeah, so they should be out there robbing and murdering people indiscriminately.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they don't come to my West Hollywood home. It's the level of using people. It's just pretty bad.
to be fans of mine who now like hate me or whatever used to laugh alongside me when we used to make fun of people like Steven Crowder for saying these idiotic things like they hate us because of our freedoms, like they hate us.
I don't know why do people make fun of that? Doesn't that seem correct that they do hate us because of our freedoms?
It's because I don't remember if it was Bush himself or someone in the Bush administration had made that comment about Al-Qaeda.
Oh, okay.
Or Osama bin Laden. And then you had the super ultra mega dishonest Glenn Greenwalds of the world ridicule that and say that's not the case, even though if you literally read fucking Osama bin Laden's letter to America, half of it is literally that they hate America for their fucking freedom.
Yeah, totally. That's what I'm thinking. They're like, we got to do away with all the well, any sort of liberal society is completely disgusting and detestable to them. They're like, what? You let your women vote? What? You let your women talk back?
Here it is. I just figured it out because it's a thought terminating cliche. I just figured out the ultimate counter to this stupid argument. Okay. Well, next time someone on the right is arguing with someone on the left about abortion and they say, like, you just want to take away women's rights, you should just look at them and say, oh, they just hate us for our freedom.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, they just hate us for our freedom. That's what you're saying. They just hate us for our freedom.
Yes.
It's the same argument. It's hilarious.
That's why they're saying death to America, because we got gay people here. It's like, no, dude. It's like, why are you an otherwise intelligent person, an otherwise empathetic person, so willingly shutting off a part of your brain and then turning around and believing, like purposely trying to get yourself to believe a thing that you might not have believed a year ago?
Playboy and stuff.
That we have to recognize that. First of all, the assumption that this kid was Houthi when he was just Yemeni and participating in the blockade, you could argue that that's a little racist. Secondly, if they're saying death to America and they're saying horrible things, we are the world's superpower. As I mentioned, we have like
just take the last
Great
century.
Britain, France, other imperial powers carved up the Middle East for their own imperial interests, and then post World War II The United States basically took over the mantle, and Israel has been a big part of that policy. We have ruined the lives for millions of people in that region, killed up to 1 million people in Iraq, and then, of course, what we've done to the Palestinian people. Of course they don't like America. And if you can't deal with that, you're a little baby. And then you don't really want to deal with, I think, the reality of what we mean as a global empire on the world stage and the kind of resistance that's going to come up. And it's not going to always be resistance groups that have our exact ideology. I wish that there were more secular.
It's not always Mandela.
But Barghouti is in a Israeli prison and has been there for 20 years. Where is the Palestinian Mandela? He's locked up, dude. That's why.
Well,
so like this helps. What this kind of framing about Muslim and Arab people in the region engenders is that flattening of the power dynamics here to make it as so they're just basically all anti-Semites and bigots and America haters, when they are actually responding in ways that they can. And some of these groups are good and some of the tactics are wrong and some of the groups are bad, some of the tactics are good, who knows, whatever. But the overall problem is American imperialism in the region. And everything else that you're dealing with are semantics to obscure that very reality.
We should
So if
also say,
so if America withdrew from the region, Sitch, they would stop taking over the ships?
Yes.
I mean, Israel's not going to withdraw from the region, right?
No. But this is a problem with this sort of mentality of like I think coming at it from this, that like all humans are just these innocent angels. And if it wasn't for the evil oppressing force, that everyone would just get along. Because that's the worldview. It's like, oh, if America just disappeared, she thinks that there would be no conflict in Yemen. Like America didn't start the fucking Yemeni civil war.
Nope.
Okay. America didn't start the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. Right? There's a million conflicts going all over the fucking place. In fact, the reason that we have America and we have an international community based on liberal norms and principles is probably the only reason that these conflicts still go on. Because if these are in the olden days, one side would just fucking massacre the other side, just have a complete and total massacre of the other side and just wipe everybody out.
Does Israel even need our money? I saw a thing where they were saying they shouldn't be taking our money because they don't really need it. And it's better for us than it is for them, the deal that we've
Well, I guess
got
the question
going with
is
foreign aid.
Right. Well, because the question is, do we really give them money, or are we just making them buy shit from us? Are we giving them, munitions that, like, essentially we're paying ourselves to make munitions and we give it to them? Like, I don't know exactly how,
Right.
like, what the exact amount of aid is. So
I guess they probably don't have the ability to manufacture those munitions. Only we do.
I'm not like I don't know a lot about the Rwandan genocide, but wasn't a lot of the only reason that happened was because like the international community in America didn't stop it from happening?
That's the word, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they didn't step in.
So, I mean, I'm sure that somehow is also America's fault too, because everything is America's fault. But
it's Bill Clinton's fault, right?
Right.
He was president.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, obviously the Hutu and the Tutsis would have lived in harmony if it was not for America causing the problem in the first place somehow. So
we cause a problem by not intervening.
No, you don't understand. Like America exists, and that just makes everyone in the world become bloodthirsty, crazy, racists, and sexist, and kill each other. So.
I mean, I would argue even if humans disappeared, there would still be conflict in the world, just because you look at nature and you're like, wow, that zebra really doesn't seem like it wants to be eaten now. But that that tiger seems dead set on eating him.
Yeah, female dolphin really doesn't seem like she wants to mate with that male dolphin.
Yeah, exactly. Look, she's trying to get away. Look, there's 3 of them. Oh, shit, they're ganging up on her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Conflict is the constant. It is. But this is why the whole politics thing exists, because all of this is like coalition building right here.
Mm-hmm.
These 3 are trying to build a coalition. Majority Report goes on and they're like, what Hassan did is not that bad. Look, all of us compliment terrorists from time to time.
Jesus.
And now Hasan is like jumping on and being like, oh, look, the Majority Report people, they got a bunch of callers at calling in and being total idiots.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make fun of them so they don't do that anymore.
Right.
It's great. I love it. It's fascinating. What would we have to do to be in their coalition, Sitch?
What do you mean?
I guess we would have to say, first of all, we'd have to be raging anti-Semites. You would probably have to convert. You'd probably have to abandon Judaism and become like, I don't know, trans or a progressive or something.
I mean, no, listen, you can be Jewish.
get
You
in.
just have to say that Israel is the most evil country in the world
Right.
and that white people in America suck.
Yeah, look, being Jewish might actually help.
There you go.
They're,
It's like
they're looking for Jewish people that are
Right.
saying that. Yeah.
it's like when you're black and conservative and you can
Oh,
get held
yeah.
up as like, you know, explicitly not racist. You can if you're Jewish and, you know, far left,
You have the shield.
you have the shield, right? It's very useful.
I
I
want
should do that, the grift.
I want everyone to know that the most incendiary lines in the comic were all written by Sitch. Okay? There's some stuff in there that may come off as virulently anti-Semitic. Okay.
I might
All-
have listen. I spent
Sitch
a long
might have
time.
gone too far.
I spent a long time when I was going through the Hitler
Mhm.
quotes
Yeah.
for Robot Hitler. Okay, I actually did. Wait, I want people to know this. Okay, when I was
They're all
writing,
they're all authentic quotes.
yes. So there's a Robot Hitler character who speaks only in authentic Hitler quotes. Okay, and I spent a long time going through the quotes, not only trying to find quotes that were like offensive, funny, but not like too horrific, but also would like if you imagined a hypothetical robot that could only speak in Hitler quotes, so like it understood what was going on, but it could only had like a select number of quotes
Yeah.
to reply to. Like I was like, okay, like so the quote has to make some kind of sense in context. I didn't just randomly pick out like every single like random Hitler quote. Like there's supposed to be some kind of context there. to
Oh,
what
they
it's saying.
do. They fit perfectly.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, but they're so bad.
I spent time on this. All right. There's a lot of thought behind these Hitler quotes.
I feel like I need to put a Star of David next to your name in the book.
I feel like that's more offensive.
Oh, it might be. You're right. Holy
They're like,
shit.
what? There's a picture of like, it's like meet the writer or one of the writers, and it's got my picture, and I got like the Jewish star like thing on my arm, a little
Yeah.
armband.
Terrible.
Oh god.
And someone reminds it, like, you know, if you take 10 minutes to understand.
We'll send Sam a copy of the comic. That'll get us in the circle real quick.
There you go. I like it.
5 minutes. We provided a lot of support for the Saudis bombing in Yemen, resulting in the deaths of I don't know how many thousands upon thousands
Yes.
of people. It breeds resent. It turns out it breeds resent.
Yeah.
It breeds resent. Call from an 870.
Damn. Pack watch. This is a massive issue of not being able to imagine yourself in someone else's shoes. I mean, I get that. I'm a little bit more understanding. I'm a little bit more understanding of people who are deluded by Western chauvinism. Because, like, Americans literally don't even have empathy for their fucking neighbors, dude. They don't even have empathy for their goddamn neighbors who have, like, identical living circumstances to them, but are just, like, marginally different, whether it be because of their gender expression or the color.
It's hilarious that in a conversation about conflict in the Middle East, which a lot of it is based upon some sort of very minor religious dispute, right?
Mm-hmm.
That, you know, like why can't the Houthi rebels get along with the government? Why can't they form some sort of non-violent government where they can vote each other out of office, you know, like in America? And yet, you know, when you have an entire region that's has all this violence between, you know, Saudi Arabia is siding with the Sunnis, and Iran is, you know, giving all the Shia money and all this other stuff. We have all these like different regional conflicts going on all across this region that end in horrible, horrible fucking violence. And Hassan's like, it's disgusting that Americans can't have empathy for each other and solve each other's problems. It's like, what the fuck? Are you insane? Are you out of your fucking mind?
So ironic. Yeah.
What are you talking about? We're
Well,
literally
not
talking
e-
about the Yemen civil war. Like, get out of here. Please stop.
Well, look, and it's not like the tribal differences in America are any less conflict ridden, right?
Right,
Like he
right.
did mention your conservative neighbor,
Mm-hmm.
who he does think is terrible and a fascist and a racist and all kinds of bad things. So he doesn't
Yeah,
even
and
follow
like,
his own advice.
but those people aren't, you know, killing
Aren't
each other
human?
over this stuff. They're not shooting
Oh.
each other over their stuff. So,
Well, talk to me Wednesday.
okay, I don't think, I do not believe, as I said to What If All History, I don't believe wide scale civil war is going to erupt in the country, depending on the outcome of this election. So,
Oh, we should ask Rudyard if he wants to come on an election night. I don't know if he's streaming or what. So
I don't know.
I'll
Of
press
their
the button.
skin, or financial predicaments that cause them to become homeless. You know what I mean? So, like, they don't even have fucking empathy for those people.
What if that financial predicament is like they've got a huge meth problem? What about that?
What about that?
Am I supposed to empathize?
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't you sharing your meth?
In a
What if they're
nation
ugly?
where so many
What was that?
What if they're ugly?
If they're ugly?
Yeah, I'm
Meth does-
anti-ugly babies. What if they have an ugly baby
Meth does.
and they haven't aborted it
really-
yet?
Meth does turn you into a monster.
That is true.
many people literally flex their lack of empathy for even their immediate neighbors. How the fuck can you get them to have any ounce of empathy for people thousands of miles away that have?
It's so weird because this guy does have so much empathy for terrorists thousands of miles away and no empathy for the people who live right here. Like he's completely describing himself.
It is weird, yeah.
I don't know
That's
what
a
the
good point.
fuck. People have no empathy, none at all. Why can't they have empathy for the people 5,000 miles away?
Mm-hmm.
They can't even have empathy for the people right next door, the people that I despise because they're voting for Donald Trump, who I have no empathy for.
Mm-hmm.
It just rings as so hollow. At least when you and I go on these diatribes, we're like, yes, you should love the conservative. You should love the liberal. You should love the progressive. Look, I think the axiom that a lot of the conservatives always say is true, that they see progressives as misguided and progressives see conservatives as evil. Do you think that's true? That's pretty true, right?
I don't think that's true.
Oh no, Sitch,
No.
not at all.
Well, maybe some people, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot, like, if I ask my parents,
Mm-hmm.
do they think that like all the Donald Trump voters are racist? They probably I don't know what the exact number is, but I'd guess they'd say something like
80%, 90%.
No, they'd probably give me the 50-50. They'd probably say
50?
50%
Oh,
are
okay.
racist, and
Nice.
50% are, you know, just low information
Or just
voters,
greedy.
misguided, or something to that effect. So
Right.
that's probably what they would say.
So, okay, so you disagree because you're saying that progressives don't see the conservatives as evil.
No, I think on both sides of the political conversation, there's a lot of people that see the other side is totally evil. I mean, look, fucking,
Right.
we were just talking about this today. Elon Musk is going off on Twitter about how like all the Democrats are trying to intentionally bring in illegal aliens to make it so that they can vote, so they can make the whole country permanently blue and to become a socialist fucking hellscape. And I'm like, this is like an unhinged conspiracy. That's not what's
Right.
going on in the situation. And yet there'll be a good chunk of people, you know, on the right that say, yes, that's obviously what's going on here. And the people voting for this are in favor of this stuff. So
Yeah, I don't see either side as really evil. So,
I don't either. I think people have different moral intuitions that are just going them in different directions, and they're blind to the stupid shit on their own side, and they hyper focus on the bad stuff on the other side.
but I think Hasan sees the conservative side as evil and his side is like mega based.
He does 100%.
Yeah.
And it's kind of ridiculous. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if he's afraid of getting in trouble, that he's sort of adopting this new, like, listen, I
the
love
reasonable one.
everybody. Like
Doubt.
he's never had that position before, like before this video.
Yeah, all this stuff is really just ripping on conservatives, right?
Yeah.
Categorically.
Yeah, I mean,
Ben
he's called
Shapiro, Matt Walsh.
yes, he's called these people subhuman, horrible, evil people for years and years and years, and now suddenly I'm supposed to believe, like, oh, I mean, is this Hassan's come to Jesus moment?
The empathy.
Yeah,
It was all
suddenly-
brought about by a Houthi terrorist.
Now that he's in hot water, he's like, can't we all get along?
Don't hate on me. Don't hate the
Yeah.
player. Hate the game.
Mm-hmm.
Have been victim to a lot of the things that America has done that they don't even hear about, that they don't even see, that they are willingly blind to. So I get it. And that's why, in spite of all of the barrage of like bullshit where people go, fuck you, Hassan, you fucking love terrorism, you fucking piece of shit, you love terror. Go back.
He's got your accent perfect, Sitch.
Really, my deep Southern drawl. Whenever I talk about Hassan, I just can't help it. When I talk about Hassan, I just become Southern.
That's right.
Become a good old boy.
You terrorist lover.
To your own country. If you don't like it, leave it. That
Isn't
type-
it, you know, it's funny to me that Hassan's talking about like having empathy for everyone. And yet,
Oh, yeah.
when describing the other side, he immediately puts on
The dumb Southern accent. You're right.
like, yeah, like a stereotypically Southern accent, like
Right.
completely going against the entire concept that he's talking about.
Of course.
Yeah.
We should all love our neighbors, especially the stupid ones. The ones who have sex with their own sisters.
So
Yeah.
stupid.
Yep.
Okay.
We know what you're doing here, Hassan. It's
Thank
no
you,
secret.
Hassan. Yeah.
Yeah. He's talking about the garbage people again, isn't he?
Yeah.
that type of shit. Like when people say that sort of thing, I have no choice but to just eat it and then continue explaining my
Just
position
eat it.
over and over and over and over again.
Mhm.
You know?
Continually historically revising my position over and over again until something is acceptable that people will actually believe, right?
Right. Right.
Yeah, look, maybe it's because English is my second language. That's why I said
Oh,
America deserves.
That's true.
9/11.
English. Yeah. There you go. He doesn't listen. He doesn't know what he's saying, everybody. Just,
Of course.
can everyone just chill out? He doesn't understand.
I'm sure we covered that like a million years ago when that happened. I do remember covering that.
Was it? That might have been. I feel like that was so long ago.
Oh God,
It
I
might have been
know.
before we were even streaming. The
No,
English.
what are you talking about? We
I
definitely.
know we've
covered that on
talked
stream.
about it, right? But
You don't think we covered it?
no, I mean I don't remember when did he
I do
first make
remember
that
it.
comment? When was that?
We covered Jank. We covered the fallout from him because he went on the air on the Young Turks and Jank gave him like a finger wagging.
Yes.
And he was just, that's when he was like, that's it. I'm striking out on my own. Fuck this.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
I,
we did. I don't know.
I felt so bad for Jank because Jank was just like, dude, you're going to take this whole company down. And Hassan is just sitting there like his arms folded, like, yeah, fuck that.
that
I
that
said
clip
it.
is pretty
I
hilarious.
said it and I meant it.
It really looks like a father dressing down their son.
Oh, yeah, it's
And
great.
he just looks very obstinate about the whole thing.
He does. Yeah.
Okay, this is 2019. So I guess we could have covered it.
Jank is trying to get him to be a team player. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
look. I don't know what show it is, but
Yeah.
I remember watching the clip. I took a vacation in Santa Cruz, and I was
Mhm.
like, I remember watching it in the hotel
This
room
is
because
hilarious.
it was so fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. Hassan has grown quite a bit since then.
Has he?
Now he's even a bigger baby.
That's true. He's growing the wrong direction. He's had negative character growth.
Of course.
Oh, that's bad.
Right. Remember when he made the comment about Hitler not being bad? That's another
What?
good one.
Wait. No.
Hitler
like-
he literally says Hitler wasn't bad because he killed a bunch of Jews. Remember?
Are you sure? Wait, that was, I thought that was. Well, oh wait, yeah, wait. What was? I totally forgot about that. Wait a minute. What
Yeah.
was that comment?
I just remember it. We used it in that song that we made.
We did, yes.
Yeah.
No. It was the opposite. He said Hitler wasn't bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was killing Jews.
Oh, that's it. You got it right.
Right, and this was
Damn
in
it.
response. This was in response to someone criticizing him for justifying Russia annexing Crimea.
Oh, okay.
That was the context. Yeah,
He tried.
he tried.
Because for as many people who are directly refusing to hear the truth, there are still going to be hundreds of people who are like, you know what? I never thought about it that way. Do you understand? And that's it. And I think no matter what, inevitably it will click. I believe it. It might not happen today. It might not happen tomorrow, but there will be an issue that someone cares about. Okay. But there will be an issue that someone cares about personally, and they'll hear me communicate. They'll hear me advocate about these.
Oh my God, this is horrible.
They're gonna hear him communicate, advocate.
Right.
Yeah.
So bad. I do think a lot of this is the Matthew effect. I think if you took Hasan out of this context where he's like this huge famous streamer and just put him on a channel with 100 subs, he would just languish in obscurity.
I mean, I want to agree, but because I've never understood the appeal in the first place either. So
I think sometimes it can just be the person gets there first, right? Like there's not a lot of competition. So
that's probably most of the case in these situations. Yeah.
No, I think that is. Yeah. So he just got there first. And now it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy because he's so big.
Right.
Yeah. But you know, if they ban him, it's gonna, I don't know, he may transition to YouTube. That's what Destiny did when he got banned off Twitch. He transitioned to YouTube though.
That's true.
But Destiny's far more insightful than Hasan. Like, even though I disagree with Destiny's at least like able to put a coherent argument together.
Right. You can understand why he would be popular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of like in my mind, I'm kind of comparing Destiny to ChatGPT now.
What do you mean?
Well, he just like there are tons of things that he wants to like. He'll argue about anything, right? Just like ChatGPT, right? So there's so many topics that I'm just like, oh, fuck this. I'm not interested in this at all. But Destiny will be like, I know all the facts immediately. But it's kind of not really a compelling argument. It's just kind of this like surface level argument that you would make for this thing, whatever the topic is. Like economics completely fascinates me. So I want to go in like a lot of depth from a lot of different perspectives, that kind of thing.
Right.
But there's some topics that you just can't do that with. I mean, like he's the kind of guy that will debate somebody on tariffs.
Okay.
Like, what?
You don't want to debate someone on tariffs?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Do you?
No. I mean, well, I guess it depends on the situation. Do I get to tell someone they're wrong? If I get to tell someone they're wrong, then I'll debate them on anything.
I mean, I'm interested in
exciting,
tariffs.
right?
I'd like to learn more about tariffs, but I mean, I don't want to have a debate on tariffs.
Listen, I said this on, I gotta be true to myself. I remember reading the MMT book, the Stephanie Kelton book, and I was like, this is boring. I couldn't read it. But as soon as you started talking about it and people in the audience started yelling at you and arguing,
you were like, there's something here.
I was like, there's something. I gotta get to the bottom of this book. Okay. I gotta see who do I yell at Adam or do I agree with Adam and yell at the chat? I gotta know. Now there's like conflict and drama here. I'm interested.
Oh yeah.
So
it is drama laden. The tariff thing is tough. It is tough because I try not to think of things in terms of money, which most people only think of things in terms of money. I think of things in terms of like stuff and work, right?
Right.
how do you get the world to work for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you want them to build products and services and send them to you, right? But if
That'd
you're
be nice.
disincentivizing them to do that, you're like, no, we're going to do it here on our own. We're going to do the work. I'm thinking, why? Like,
'cause
if they want to do all
Right.
the work.
Well, because you want to provide jobs for your citizenry.
Mm-hmm.
That's the argument.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. They got to have stuff to do, right?
That people gotta have stuff to do, unless you give them your UBI.
Yeah. I can't imagine. I got to think about it more.
You think about it.
These issues that they do care about, and then it will click. It will click for them. Okay, it'll click more the worse things get, and more that people see how being fashionably callous hurts everyone. Yeah, everyone has their own radicalizing moment, because the massive faucet of misinformation, smears, and lies can only go so far. Okay, at the end of the day, if I'm not those things that people are saying that I am, then people will inevitably come to that conclusion. You know, they can't keep up the facade. They just can't. And for as many people who are like, man, for as many people who get swept away by this kind of nonsense. You got my MAGA mom to say she agreed with you on some things last night, and we've been fighting for like a year over everything in Gaza and politics, and you did more than I could in like 20 minutes, but still a long way to go. Good. Just remember what happened to Jeremy Corbyn.
I think this is bullshit. I think that's like a bot or something. I don't believe that for 1 second.
I am very curious as to what argument Hassan put out that the MAGA mom was like, I agree with this.
I just picture the MAGA mom saying, shut the fuck up. Stop listening to that commie.
That feels more like accurate, yeah.
And then that is spun into, my mom finally listened. She finally responded to me.
There you go.
It's just so silly.
Corbyn and Bernie, being honest is often not enough. We need to actively oppose the people that are liars. Yeah. I mean,
this is weird. Like, the context of what he's saying is basically that, you know, people are lying about him, but if they go, like, those lies are not going to be able to be sustainable if they just look at Hasan. Like, you can look at Hasan and see for yourself that he's not incendiary or whatever, or not doing horrible things. I just think, look, you can make that same argument about all sorts of people, and sometimes the lies are like, they got legs. Like,
Yeah,
they
but
can
like,
really destroy somebody.
that is true. But with Hasan, I do not believe for a second that he's being pulled out of context for like 90% of the attacks against him. Number one, because we've watched these whole streams, we've watched these entire conversations, we've dug into all this stuff.
So one, they're not lies. They're not.
There's a lot of
lies.
there. Yeah, they're not lies. They're not lies. It's just that he's trying to have it both ways, where he says something or does something or signals something to his audience that is very extreme, and then when he finally gets challenged on it by someone that he can't run away from, he tries to like hem and haw and obfuscate away from just because he doesn't want to necessarily buy the radical position.
Is this strategic ambiguity? Is that what's 100%, going on there?
1000% strategic ambiguity going on here. And that's the first thing. Number two, also, Hassan's just a massive fucking hypocrite, because part of the point that a lot of people have, or part of the tactics that he's engaged in, that a lot of people have pointed out in regards to the Ethan, attacking him recently drama, is that he keeps not watching the criticism against him. Like, Ethan will say like, oh, here's my criticism against him. He won't watch any of it. And yet he'll go on stream. He doesn't play it and then react to it in real time. He just sort of like reinterprets it in the most strawman-y way to his own audience. And then says, oh, this is ridiculous. Right. So he's complaining about people, taking him out of context and clip chipping him. Meanwhile, he was doing that like crazy to Ethan all this month.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's effective. But that goes back to what I was saying, that sometimes these lies have legs. Now we're talking about lies he's propagating against Ethan.
Exactly. Yeah, but that's the thing. So he can't sit there and complain about it.
Yeah.
If we were in Hassan's situation and there was some Ethan character, attacking us, we'd watch the video and we'd respond to him, be like, okay, well, you know, here's the argument here, here's the argument here, here's the argument here. We wouldn't be like, oh, well, you know, he just sucks. Eat shit.
I mean, we often don't respond at all. So, but I guess maybe occasionally we throw out a he sucks, eat shit, but not based on his argument, right? Just based on why are you attacking me?
If there was someone of like, usually with that, it's like the people who we've responded to, and then they just continue the response chain, right? Like,
Yeah.
like when we went on, we debated actual fandom and organized chaos,
Yeah.
you know, very directly. And then they just, you know, forever spiral about saying things that are just, I don't even think are even worth getting into. Just like, I'm not even gonna get into it.
But they look like horrible in that debate. Like everyone was clowning
They
on
do,
them for months.
because they were
Yeah.
horrible. Yeah. But I'm saying, like, if like instead of, okay, so then they come out and they make a video, you know, about us, right? We just say,
Mhm.
okay, well, we're just not going to react to it. I don't even really care, right? That's fine. If Hassan just said, well, Ethan said something about me and I don't want to react to it, okay, that's fine. But that's not what he does. He goes there and he just mischaracterizes all the arguments and then
Right.
reacts to the straw man. We haven't done that before. So it's a
Yeah.
completely different thing.
True. Yeah.
That's the dishonest part about it.
It's interesting because obviously I just was thinking about this in the context of like Donald Trump, where he's constantly being mischaracterized, but he continues to speak in ways that allow this to go on. And you can make the argument
Right.
that he is engaging in strategic ambiguity. But it just occurred to me that this is kind of what happened with Jordan Peterson, right? They completely mischaracterized everything he said.
Mm-hmm.
But then they did go to look at him. They're like, you know, this guy's obviously a Nazi, right? We got to find out what's going on here. And then it was like night and day because his material was so far removed from that kind of mentality. Obviously, that's not the situation with Trump. You can't go there and you're not going to Trump and finding a Jordan Peterson type. But Jordan Peterson does engage in some strategic ambiguity at times, obviously, around the God question for sure.
I think the only time we've heard a lot of Jordan Peterson content. The only time I would ever even say that I think he could be engaged in strategic ambiguity is around, you know, was God real? Do you
Did
believe
Jesus exist? Was
right,
Jesus
like,
a real person?
Right. And none of that had anything to do, obviously, with the attacks on his character in 2017.
Oh no, yeah, not at all.
Where people were calling him a Nazi and all this other shit. I mean, all that stuff, I thought he was very, very clear, you know. And whenever you look at the context of whatever they're saying, it would be pretty well. Even though, I guess to be fair, there would be some times where he'd say something and it would be sort of confusing, but it wasn't like strategic ambiguities because he'd be talking about some like very complicated thing. And you sort of had to listen to like the full 10-minute thought of it before you started to shit all over it. So
I honestly think like the lies had legs with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump did not effectively respond to those lies. Still hasn't effectively responded to those lies to this day.
Right.
And he's had just so many opportunities, right? So many opportunities.
Well, which breeds the question, why does he never do it? Why is he incapable of doing it? What's going on there?
I mean, there was that one conversation that he had that he mentioned, you know, if you're debating that you're not a Nazi, you're just not really in a good place. Like you don't want to give that any oxygen. So I think it may be just he's fundamentally opposed to it. And when it does come up, he kind of has this, he doesn't want to get into the details. He's just like, oh, that's been debunked, right? So he's not really saying, oh yeah, well, this is why they're calling me a Nazi, right? He's not getting into the
but it looks bad. I mean, it can look just as bad. Like to me,
I agree.
The classic example of this, which I mean, I don't even think this is strategic ambiguity. Well, I think it's because he did say it. So, but it just shows that he's bad at, I guess, at even lying. Maybe is for years, I had Scott Adams saying Donald Trump never said that anyone should put bleach in them. He never suggested that scientists should investigate using bleach to cure COVID. He was talking about light therapy. He's talking about light therapy, right? I heard this for years and years and years and years and years and years. And then finally Trump gets asked this question at the debate There's no, he has to answer the question. He's in the middle of the debate stage. And his response, he has the perfect, like, it's so weird. He has the perfect out to say he was talking about light. Even if he wasn't talking about light, he has the perfect response to say I was talking about light and you're just fucking retards for saying otherwise. And he doesn't say it. He says, I was joking.
I was being sarcastic. Yeah.
I was being sarcastic. I was like, what the like, it was just, and it was so funny because I remember so clearly. I remember the next day,
Oh,
Scott
you knew
Adams,
it was coming too.
like enraged. He was literally ready. It's so funny. I think in all the times I've watched Scott Adams, I've kind of been falling out of watching him recently. But
finally,
I know,
oh my God,
kind of getting bored of him. But
thank
when
goodness.
but I watched Scott Adams for many, many years, and it's funny because like at least once a year he would be like, "That's it, I'm not supporting Donald Trump anymore. I'm done. I'm done with Donald Trump." And then like a month later, he's like back on the Trump train. And that was one of those moments. He was so funny. He was so enraged. He's like, I've done all this work trying to debunk the fucking bleach hoax. And Donald Trump says he's fucking joking. What the hell is he doing? He was so mad about it.
I know.
And I mean, and it's just, I understand why he's mad about it because it was a ridiculous response. So I don't know, because that's another one of those things where like I don't even understand what the fuck, like that's not even strategic ambiguity at that point because he doesn't gain anything with that answer. That's just weird to me.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there.
Well, I think that one he could engage on without, if you send JD Vance out to talk about white supremacy all the time to kind of fight that narrative, people are just going to assume you're a white supremacist.
Well, obviously, sure.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm saying if it was just like, if there was, I don't know. Again, I don't really know what's going on there. There's sometimes I think a strategic ambiguity. That one made no fucking sense to me. So unless it's just Donald Trump, as I always said in that clip, he was not talking about light. He was talking about bleach. And he just forgot about or he never heard anyone articulate the light defense. So he didn't have it ready at the moment for himself to sort of jump onto. Anyways.
Such a weird narrative to fight. It's fascinating to me. I was trying to think of how he could fight it.
He's just, well, I mean, the way to fight the bleach thing is just
the bleach, the Nazi thing is much harder.
The Nazi thing's harder, yeah.
Like you need a bunch of Nazis that you can like punch.
Oh, I see.
Just to like show, look, I hate Nazis, right? It'd be like a big thing. And be like, oh my God, why is he punching the Nazis? I mean, obviously he couldn't do that. And I'm just speculating on what kind of crazy thing would get through to people. I mean, it would have to be something that was like so emotionally impactful. Because you can't do it in the repetitive way like normal politicians do. They go out there and they just say it over and over and over again. It's like until it sinks in. You can't do it with fighting the narrative that Donald Trump is a Nazi or a fascist. It's got to be like one thing. That's why I thought so much the assassination attempt. I was like, oh my God, here it is. This is it. This is like the one thing that is going to fixate.
Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
That didn't last very long.
This is the one thing that's going to totally overcome the narrative. They're going to be like, oh my God, I was wrong. He wasn't a Nazi. He's like a fucking all-American. Look at this guy. Yeah. I mean, I do think that reversed a lot of people's perception. It did wake people up. It did. A lot of people gave Donald Trump a second look and overcame like the fine people stuff.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, maybe that would make sense.
Right.
That happened.
They're like, I got to give Donald Trump a second look.
No, it's funny because I remember like after right after the assassination attempt, there was all this talk about like, oh, we have a new Donald Trump, right? A kinder, gentler, unifying Donald Trump who's going to be a hero, the hero that America needs. And then we watched the RNC speech, and when you watch the first like 30 minutes of it, you're like, wow, maybe that's true, Adam. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the turning point for Donald Trump in America. And then it just all goes in the trash can. Yeah, like after 30 minutes, it's like, oh, we're right back to where we started. It's like, okay. The evil Democrats are destroying the country.
I don't even think I don't think Biden had dropped out at that point, right? And he was trying to show that he had the stamina,
Right.
which was completely misplaced because he didn't even end up running
Oh, you
against that
think?
guy.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like he could have done a short speech and
Right,
probably been
right.
far more impactful, but he's like, I gotta
Mm.
go an hour and 45 minutes because old Joe Biden can't go
Right.
an hour
Maybe that's
when he could have
yeah.
done like a 30-minute speech because he wasn't even running against that guy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We that night invited people on the night of the debate and said, look, Biden's gone. No more delusions.
That's
He's
right. We
out of
invited
there.
Sean on Actual Just Warrior.
I can't remember what Sean's position was though.
He said that he wasn't going to drop out.
Oh,
I believe
wow. Look at
that was
that.
Sean's position.
Watch out. Sean will tell you if it wasn't.
That's right. But no, I mean, because we watched that debate and we immediately said Biden is gone. Biden is just out of here. And we were completely correct.
I knew it from the first answer.
That was,
oh my God, he's toast.
That's going to be a moment that will never, that's going to be one of those moments that'll probably never get topped in my entire lifetime for like weird shit politically. Is I remember sitting there watching this unfold before my eyes and go, what the fuck is happening?
I was live tweeting the whole time because I was just so dumbfounded by the whole thing.
It's like, this is insane.
What the fuck?
I can't believe it. It's like I thought, like I didn't think Joe's gonna be good, but I didn't think it was gonna be that bad.
Yeah. Look, democracy I think is going to take a hit, right? If all of a sudden Kamala's president, and don't you think that sends the message that we know better than the voters?
No.
You don't think so?
Not really.
Not having a contested primary is the way to go.
I mean, if people vote for her.
Yeah.
There was actually did I send it to you? I think I did. It was in the Nate Silver podcast thing. I don't know if you listened to the whole thing. He was saying that he thought that he did not believe for a second that there was some conspiracy to get Biden out in the Biden campaign with the early debate. So.
Oh, he said that?
Yeah, he's completely against that concept.
Is that why you sent that to me?
That is why I sent that to you, yeah. So, but I guess we'll find out because if Harris loses, then there's going to be all this like tell-all books and shit probably about like the Harris campaign and the Biden presidency and like all the fuck-ups that were going on in there and why everything kind of went the way it went. I mean, if Harris wins, there might be down the road, but if she loses, I think there'll be much more of an appetite for that kind of leaks that come out and people write books about their experiences.
Right. Yeah, no, we're going to find out. I usually read a lot of those tell-all books after it's far enough away that they can start spilling the tea. Yeah, I could see the Democrats. Well, obviously, if Kamala wins, they're not going to have a primary in 2028.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course not.
But I could see them next time they're going into primary mode, like saying, oh, remember how well we did with Kamala without having any kind of primary? Maybe we should not do that. Maybe that's a bad idea to beat ourselves up in front of the Republicans. Maybe we should just pick someone behind closed doors. And
it's weird because, well, let me ask you a question. If they had a primary, okay, and let's say it was Shapiro or Newsom, don't you think that they'd be doing so much better than Harris?
Oh yeah, but that won't matter because Harris will have won anyway.
Yeah, but if she wins and it's like a nail biter. Right?
What if she wins overwhelmingly?
Well, then that's a different scenario, right? That's a different scenario. But that
then that definitely sends the message. Oh yeah,
maybe. I mean, Trump is his own anomaly. So, because the reverse is true. If it wasn't Trump, I think Harris would be getting annihilated.
I think so too. Yeah.
So.
I think Trump is ultimately a flawed candidate. I can't believe he was 50 points up against any Republican. It's just that screams loyalty foundation, does it not?
I don't think it's loyalty. What do you mean? People like him because, fuck you to the establishment.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Most Republicans don't understand like the logistics of the bad stuff that Donald Trump did. So.
Yeah. just why not try a new candidate? He lost the last election.
Did he though?
Yeah, see?
Did he really?
So when you say that, it makes what Donald Trump did politically genius.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because look,
Well, that's the problem. I think most of the Republicans believe he did win the election.
right. So look, he probably wouldn't have been up 50 points. That is the Fairness Cheating Foundation and the Loyalty Foundation working hard together, just like hammering people.
But
to
it was
vote
no.
for him.
But it's not genius, because if Trump lost and just accepted the loss, okay,
Mhm.
and then he ran again, I still think he would have 100% cinched the nomination, and I think he would be annihilating Kamala in the polls right now, and I think he would win very easily. You have a situation where people are all mad at Joe Biden because inflation is too high, immigration is too high. You know, there's always problems. You know, we have two global conflicts going on in the world at the moment. And the fact that the vice president of that president is even considered to be a close race really shows you how weak the Republican candidate is, the opposition candidate is.
Yeah.
If Donald Trump had conceded the election, didn't do any of the election interference nonsense, didn't do any January 6th selector scheme nonsense, January 6th wouldn't have occurred. Nothing like that would have happened. He would just be like, you know, running on, when I was president, things were good. Now things are bad because I lost the election. It'd be just a very clear black and white comparison. They couldn't throw the fascist. I mean, they might try to throw the fascist authoritarian thing at him, but it just wouldn't stick to, you know, the average voter, the average normie out there.
I
think
the argument for him to be the candidate is much weaker, because you can just say, look, you lost the election last time. Okay. So what makes you think you're going to win it this time, buddy?
Yeah, but that only works in the primary. He still would have won because he's still more charismatic than any of the other candidates. He still would have got it. People still like him. And actually, there was actually, and you talk about loyalty, there was actually a habit of, I don't know if it hasn't really happened recently, but in the past, where Republicans would keep running the same candidate even if they kept losing.
Really?
Yeah, they would keep running. The Democrats would always, there was like a time period, I'm trying to remember, it was like from like might have been from like the 60s to the 90s. I remember someone talking about it.
Really?
And it was like the Republicans would keep running the same candidates even if they lost. There's some kind of like loyalty thing going on here. Where the Democrats, if they lost, they were out of here. You know, they never heard from them ever again. So
yeah, it's over. We're done with you.
It's Jover.
Boy, they did kick Joe to the curb pretty quick. So
yeah, rightfully so.
What's going on with Hasan here? Let's see.
I do a good deal of that, I think.
Okay, that's enough.
Actual Just Story for $10 says, as I walked into the voting booth, squirrels came up to me in a Cinderella style and said to do the right thing. Kamala ordered Hochul to kill the squirrel when she came in for the SNL because she hates freedom. That's true.
Did this really happen?
That really happened. That's a real thing.
Sad.
Right.
Do you know I have a squirrel friend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't live in the house. Never been able to pet the squirrel, but.
Don't you say he crawls up you? Crawls up your leg?
No. He does dance like around me and gets very close.
Oh, okay.
I saw videos of that other squirrel. That other squirrel would like jump on people and climb on them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That looked pretty cool.
It's interesting because if you go to, I know when I went to Washington, D.C., the park outside of the White House, Lafayette Park, so many people feed the squirrels there that they're like super tame. Like if you bend down and you hold food out, they'll like, I mean, you probably don't want to do this, but they'll like start eating on your hand and they can bite you because, you know, just by accident. So you probably don't want to do that, but they will. Right. They'll crawl up on you and stuff. So
I've given the squirrel a peanut from my hand. So
there you go.
No bites yet.
J-Mac, our circuit followed for $50. Thanks so much. Says making jokes and memes is one way to make an issue enter the cultural zeitgeist and force people to see and talk about it. I make dead baby jokes all the time, but many of the punchlines emphasize the brutality of it. Humor is a tool and an effective one.
True. Yes, definitely.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. The squirrel is going to be the next Harambe. That's for sure.
Yes, Peanut is the next Harambe. Still Wrath for $20 says, but Adam, the pets weren't exotic. They were indigenous. This is an indigenous animal It's a right issue, but for real, I hate the state in all its forms.
It's so sad. I can't imagine. Oh, so brutal.
Is a squirrel considered an exotic pet, even though it's obviously an indigenous animal? Is an exotic pet just anything that's not like a standard dog, cat, rabbit, hamster, gerbil, something
Well,
like
I
that?
don't know if you can have exotic pets. I don't know if they were in New York State or New York City, but I understand the rules. And Elon Musk said, like, I don't know. I guess maybe it's not stupid in the context of if you let it go in the wild, obviously domesticated animals in the wild are just sitting ducks for some other squirrel to come up and like rape them to death.
Well, or maybe like an eagle or like a hawk's gonna come
Yeah,
snatch it, or a cat's gonna
sure.
kill it or something.
Yeah, yeah. So it's not going to last long.
Right.
Is that a more humane death than being put down? I don't know.
Well, I mean, you should just not have the
Yeah, no,
the
not
government
at
come
all.
and put the squirrel down for no reason. So
Yeah. Well, he was contemplating an alternative would be to let it go in the woods, and I was like, well, that's not really an alternative.
okay,
The alternative is just to leave it alone, let them have their pet.
Right, right. So I found here's what you're all been waiting for. I found the legality squirrel map. Okay, what states is it legal to own a squirrel?
Please be California.
So there's 31 states where it is illegal to have a pet squirrel, and squirrels are considered exotic animals.
No California.
Right. What do you guess? California is illegal or illegal? What do you think?
It's probably illegal. Everything's illegal in California.
You are correct. It is illegal in the state of
Damn.
California to own a squirrel.
Nobody knocked me off. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think about Florida?
Florida? Oh, you can do whatever you want. You can have 10 squirrels. You can have a whole squirrel harem.
Harem of squirrels.
You can have a squirrel mill.
Really?
A squirrel puppy mill.
Uh-huh.
Just
it is legal.
Cranking squirrels out. I know it.
It is legal to have a pet squirrel in Florida, according to this.
Can I just tell the feds that my squirrel is visiting from Florida?
From Florida?
This is actually a Florida squirrel.
Oh, okay.
Where it's legal to have squirrels as pets.
Mm-hmm. So there you go.
I'm going to try it.
The other state, now, listen, don't take any of this as legal advice, but this is according to this random internet page, worldpopulationreview.com. They have state rankings by pet squirrel legal status. Okay.
Wow.
Here are the states that it's legal, supposedly. Arkansas, Delaware, Florida, Idaho, Indiana, if you have a license, Maine, if you have a permit, Massachusetts, Michigan, Montana, but no flying squirrels, which is hilarious.
Oh, those are the best.
Nebraska allows the possession of pet squirrel if it's been raised in captivity. New Jersey, New Mexico, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee requires a TWRA permit for a Class 2 animal. Utah, West Virginia, Wisconsin requires a permit, and Wyoming. All other states are illegal.
Oh, man. I've seen people that have these little flying squirrels. They're so adorable.
Well, are you talking about flying squirrel or sugar gliders? Because
sugar gliders. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure sugar gliders. I knew someone in Florida.
You can have one?
I think sugar gliders are allowed in most states. I don't think they're considered squirrels. I think it's different.
I'm going to get me one of those.
Let's see. According to the Google AI, sugar gliders are legal in most states, but are not permitted in
California.
God
damn it. They make everything illegal.
Hawaii. Island. I mean, Hawaii is probably very restrict on just what kind of animals they let in, period.
Oh my God. These things are so adorable.
Or Alaska. So it says California, Hawaii, and Alaska are the states.
I need a sugar glider.
Oh, and also Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania for some reason.
Yeah, they glide all over the house.
Yeah, I knew someone had one there. It was pretty cute.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
They'd hold their hand out and it'd fly their little finger.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like a little flying rat.
It is literally like a little flying hamster. So.
Oh.
I don't know if they're good pets or how hard they are to take care of. I mean, they're super cute. So.
Right.
But What
You
sugar
get
glider?
one and they're like shitting on the bed all the time.
Yeah, who knows? Says that says they can live for 12 to 15 years.
Oh, that's good.
They
That's
can
a
live a
nice.
while. They are super cute. I don't know if they're like smart though. So I kind of want to have an animal that feels like it's not retarded.
An intelligent animal.
Yeah, like like a dog level of intelligence or something. I have no clue what the intelligence of a sugar glider is. But like have you seen all those videos of like the dogs and the cats and they have like the buttons that lets them talk?
Yeah.
Well, quote lets them talk. It's sort of questionable.
We were gonna get those for our cats.
Oh, that's
so that
cool.
They
You
could
should
go,
do
pets, pets, food.
that.
What is it? It's treats, pets.
Right.
I don't know what the buttons are.
Well, see, that's always weird to me because some of them, like, I understand if they're pushing a button that means like a one word means something specific. I get it, like food, pet, outside, like there's specific things. I'm like, okay, I would make sense if they could memorize the sound and then memorize the concept associated, like the physical thing they want. What I don't understand is how they could, like, I want, right? Or like pet's name wants something. Like they don't really know what the term want means, right? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they do.
I'm skeptical.
I mean, they want food all the time.
Yeah, but then they just say
beg.
Well, they would know that like sound food makes the food calm. They don't know like the concept of the word.
No, they don't.
wants,
No,
right?
they're not learning the language. Or
Yeah.
I do they even associate the sound, or is it just pressing the button?
Oh, the button placement?
Yeah, maybe.
That'd be a super interesting experiment. Is you train your dog or cat to like know
Then
the
move them
sounds, and then
around.
you move them around, and will they? Yeah, because you're right. I don't know. Can they actually hear and discern the sound, or is it just the position on the button? I don't know the answer to that.
Now they're tapping on the outside to get their treats.
There's a funny video of one of these little dogs that has the buttons, and it's like looking in the mirror, and it's like it says like who that or something, and the person's like, that's you, and the dog just kind of like it's like freaks out a little bit, doesn't seem to understand, and it's kind of, and then it says help, but that's kind of like it's funny, it's like a funny meme cut. Anyway,
great stuff.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ubercross, for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Woo.
Welcome, new members. And thank you so much, JMac, for the 50 gifted memberships. And we really fucked up here. We should have been promoting the comic. Okay? Make sure that you get, if you haven't already signed up, to get your comic now. There's going to be limited ones that are printed. So make sure you get it.
Yes, exactly right. And I think I'm going to make a video just letting everybody know, because sometimes it's like in the middle of the stream. So
Right. We should start off every stream. Get your comics. Make sure you're going to get your comic. You don't want to be left out. Okay.
Yes, I'm going to take down the campaign probably in a couple weeks or when we run out of books. So that's the plan.
Okay. Let me read the super chats from the beginning. Alex Wright for $5 says, the state of New York did nothing wrong. The permissiveness of these exotic wild pets is the reason we have pythons in Georgia. Just get a cat, fish, etc. Whoa, Alex. What are you talking about? Alex, listen. I'm going to have to hard disagree with you in this one, Alex. Okay. Hard disagree. If this isn't a situation of like an exotic pet that is an invasive species, that if it were sent off into the wild, you'd have a problem. We have that in Florida. We have a bunch of people they get like boa constrictors or other snakes or whatever. They get too big. They release them in the wild. They go to the Everglades and they fuck everything up. Right. It's not, having a squirrel, it's a squirrel that just is a natural squirrel that lives in the area. If it gets out, it's not going to do anything. It'll probably just get killed, but it's not going to do anything damaging. So I don't agree with that at all.
That's a great point. Yeah. The squirrel is a normal species for the area. Lost its mom and dad in a fire like Bambi.
Yeah.
Let the squirrel live.
And also it's like totally psycho too that, like, I believe that the only reason they tested it for rabies is that once they got some call to go into the house and to like investigate, like instead of having the handler bring the animal, the guy who owns that squirrel or has a squirrel, bring it to them, like they're just going in there and grabbing the squirrel or whatever. And was he like grabbing it without protective glove or something? Just reaches in and grabs the squirrel and the squirrel bites him. Cause obviously it's like, what the fuck? It doesn't know this like random strangers is reaching and grabbing it. And they're like, oh, well, the squirrel bit me. So I guess I got to fucking kill it to check for rabies. Like that's insane. Like they totally created the situation that required them to, or not required, but had them kill the squirrel in the first place. Completely 100% avoidable.
Evil.
Which I heard from someone who was attacked by a cat, and there was a concern about rabies that they could just, they had to like wait themselves, and they were checking the human to see if they had rabies. They didn't kill the cat to check the cat for rabies. So if that's the case, if you can do rabies testing that way, I don't know what the justification is to even kill the squirrel or the raccoon at that point. It seems like total bullshit.
Awful.
And also, I only heard about the squirrel biting. I didn't hear about the raccoon biting. So the whole biting them could have just been a total nonsense just to justify some crazy thing that was going on here. But
I think they were euthanizing them because they really didn't have, like, you can't really take them to the pound or anything. Such bullshit.
a cat, well, I mean, I'm assuming there are animal shelters in New York. You could just give it
Yeah,
to.
but what do the purpose of the animal shelter is so someone can adopt the pet?
No. I mean, like animal rehab places. You would ask around if. Though this guy, I thought this guy this guy was running some sort of animal rehab thing. I mean, was it not like accredited or something? The whole thing sounds totally bizarre and insane. There needs to be an investigation. We need to get to the bottom of why they murdered Peanut the squirrel and the raccoon, whose name escapes me at the moment.
We do. Rocket Raccoon.
I think it was like Fred or something.
Oh, awful.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, happy weasel stopping Eve. Wow. Can't too soon. Remember to get your Viking helmets and mayonnaise ready for tomorrow. Good hunting and happy crunching. There you go.
Weasel stomping? What's going on there?
There's like a weird Weird Al song called Weasel Stomping Day. That's all about stomping weasels. I don't remember why the song existed or the context of the song or anything about that, but too soon to Peanut the squirrel. Okay. Edward Sr. for $10 says, my cousin's wife's uncle's coworker's wife's brother works for the FDA, and he says they found more than a half a dozen pet food factories that have traces of Haitian DNA. Oh my God.
Well, that's hilarious.
You know what that means, right?
Yeah.
It means the pets are eating the Haitians. Oh my God.
Does it?
Yes. There's Haitian DNA in the pet food factories because they're feeding the pets to Haitians, Adam.
No, I thought this was the Haitians were gathering up people's pets and turning them into pet food in some nihilistic plot. And that the Haitian DNA is just because they work there.
No, I think my interpretation.
No.
Yeah. I think my interpretation makes more sense. Yeah. Nomad for $2 says, everyone prepare your buckets. There you go.
Oh yeah, we never played the meme.
We never played the video.
I put it in chat though. But then I closed Chrome because it was like taking up too many resources.
Girl Sarah for $5 says, early voters are now taking pride in voting Trump for the third time. Fools! I just dropped my 94th ballot for him today. 2 days left to vote for more.
What?
Terrible.
Goro Cero, really?
Terrible.
Have you
Only
seen
one
the
vote.
Have you seen these people on Twitter saying, I'm just here on vacation from Sweden, but I voted for Trump?
I did see those, yes.
Think those are real?
Those
Is that
are
really
not.
happening?
Just a meme. Just a meme. Okay.
That's just to get under people's skin, right?
Just to get under people's skin, yeah.
It's working.
It's getting under your skin?
I don't like it.
Oh, okay.
Some Swedish person voting for Trump?
I know.
Terrible.
Libertarian Trap for 24 months. Thank you so much for 2 years. A free will seeker says squirrel lives matter.
True.
True.
Very true. Everyone should have a squirrel friend.
TB for 22 months says hit like or else.
Yes. How many likes do we have on the stream? Better be a lot.
Not enough. A lot of else's are going on here. Okay. Lucifer Doman for 5 Canadian says, I'm out foraging for mushrooms with the GF and puppies. Hope everyone is having a great day. Well, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, thanks. And I hope you find some mushrooms.
Yep.
Don't let the puppy eat them. Not the magic ones.
Stuck for 31 months. Thanks so much. Says there was once a man from LA who dreamed of buckets all day. He stroked with a sock a few of his friends got. Just trying to guide all the spray. Disgusting.
Oh my God.
Terrible. Terrible.
When Anna was in the chat, she was asking what the bucket meme was.
Oh no.
What's this bucket thing about?
It's a bucket, yeah. Asha
Mr.
C for
Bucket.
$5 says, good God, this is really painful to listen to.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we made it through together, so.
We did. Lives in Deswall Philly $5 says there's once a squirrel named Peanut with Fred on the web. Oh, wow. In the middle of my Chrome browser just crashed. Hold on.
There once
Gotta
was
get-
a squirrel named Peanut. With
You were
Fred on the web would he strut.
Mm-hmm.
Until some Karen called the DEC in. Now tragically his life is cut.
Wow.
That's very sad.
That is very sad.
God, I can't. What kind of person does that, Sitch? Like
A psychopath.
a fucking heartless person.
I know.
Who could do such a thing? Can you
If they ever
imagine?
find out who gave in the call, oh man, that person's life's gonna be fucking
Oh,
destroyed.
hell yeah. Can you imagine?
Oh man.
Like they basically killed the equivalent of Grumpy Cat and on purpose.
On purpose, yeah.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Awful people.
Hostman's Lounge for 1 month says 74% of abortions are given for no reason. 20% are done for economic reasons. I don't think they're given for no reason. Are you saying that they don't give a reason? Because I don't think they usually, that's not information that's like kept around.
Yeah, I would say more like 100% of them are done for economic reasons. 20% of them actually tell you, and 74% of them don't tell you.
Right.
But that's just like what? Well, look, I guess if they got a new boyfriend, that's not economic reasons.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that I would put on there. And it'd be so brazen. Oh, God, can you imagine Democrats would just be, they'd be losing their shit if you put on a reason for abortion for them. Got a new boyfriend.
It says this is that the number comes from in 2000, was this? In 2021 in Florida, they asked, I guess, or people had to, do they ask or it says they had to? The state of Florida records a reason for every abortion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And in 2021,
what are the
they
reasons?
asked,
Is it multiple choice or do they have to?
I don't know. But it says, according to this, and now again, I don't know if any of this is fucking true. This is just according to this page.
No one's going to tell the truth, though. They're just going to tell the reason that sounds the most forgivable.
Right. They said 74% said no reason / elective. So that was what this person's talking about in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
21% said for social or economic reasons.
Social. There you go. Look.
Right. It doesn't say what the oh, interesting. Okay. The other thing says they do it by trimester too on the actual data set. So the overwhelming majority of them are all done first trimester, which is what we already talked about. So 1 point, which again, I think is totally fine. First trimester, you can get an abortion for no reason. Go for it. 1.8% said the psychological health was threatened by the pregnancy. 1.3% said their physical health was threatened. 0.9% said there was a serious fetal abnormality. 0.15% said the woman's life was endangered. 0.15% said that they were raped. And 0.01% said the pregnancy resulted from an incestuous relationship.
What was the biggest one? No reason?
No reason.
Right.
Well, actually, this website added no reason. The original data set just says elective abortion.
Right.
So,
But I mean, it's fair to say no reason given, right?
yeah, no reason given or selected. So, that's interesting.
Probably
And,
the reasons that people cite, though, are probably the reasons in the none given. We just don't know what the actual percentages are.
right. Yeah, the majority of them were all. Well, actually, here's an interesting thing. The only category, so according to this data set, there were none done in the third trimester. And in every category except for one, they were all overwhelmingly done in the first trimester, which conforms with like normal data. Because it says there was the only one that had, which makes sense, which was done more in the second trimester than the first trimester, was abortion performed due to serious fetal genetic defect. Because obviously that can take a while to detect. So
Yeah.
that makes sense.
They don't know it as Down syndrome in the first
Right.
25 days, right?
Right. Well, I don't know what the numbers are, but that's the only one that has 273 in the first trimester and 484 in the second trimester. Okay. Oh, let me read. Spencer sent me a longer thing for his super chat because like it can be difficult to like write out some, longer thought in the super chats because they don't give you that much. I said, hey, just to clarify, my fiance had a miscarriage and the care she received was listed as an abortion on her records. No modifying words. It's very strange, isn't it?
If it was a miscarriage, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why they did that. I understand it's a medical term, but my point is that it used to mean something specific. Over time, they've broadened the word's meaning, I believe, for political reasons. In my opinion, women are afraid to go to the doctor because of how these issues are talked about, and as a result, some wait too long to receive care. The misleading part of the story is that doctors just sit on their hands and let people die. I had to convince my fiance to go to the ER. The way Kamala talks about what happens in the red states regarding abortion drives her crazy because her experience is so different. I know not all places are the same, just sharing the story. In my opinion, if more women knew the reality that doctors don't let people die, 80% of the issues on both sides would disappear. I mean, that's definitely probably an issue for, I would agree. I mean, I've known that in I never had like an abortion thing, but I know my own family members, people wait, in my experience, generally wait too long to go to the hospital. They have some medical thing. So that's definitely
Yeah, it's
true.
a bummer. You don't want to find out you're dying. And
well, not so
sometimes
no one likes to go to
ignorance
the
is bliss.
hospital because if you go to the hospital and then you don't need to, it's like you feel like an idiot. You spend all this money and it's a big hassle. So
Yeah. And if you go and you really need to and it's all bad news, you're like, fuck. I should have just
exactly.
stayed home. I
Right,
can't really do
right.
anything about it anyway.
Yep. So, though I do think
Lose.
I think a lot of it is just financial because no one wants to go to hospital to get a Band-Aid for like $1,000.
Right.
So,
How do we fix that?
public option. Socialize the medicine, Adam.
If we get Elon, obviously government efficiency is going to go through the roof. So,
oh yeah,
we should be able to afford free healthcare.
I'm sure. Yes.
I'm serious.
Okay, we'll see. Listen, Des Walsley for $5 says, "Is the pullout game just reverse Russian roulette?" Yes. Ace for $5 says, I assume you mean Destiny. Destiny claims to be anti-Trump when he is just pro-spite. He knows that his tactics aren't leading to Trump's downfall, but does it anyway. I don't know if, I mean, I'm assuming I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I can't read his mind, but I'm assuming he believes what he says in terms of his like dislike of Trump and wants to beat the conservative talking point over the head with his talking points. So,
right.
But in terms of is it effective? I don't know. I'd probably agree with you. I don't think it's very effective. Ace for another $5 says Destiny has lost all of his principles because of Trump and now is fine censoring people like Lex Friedman. With a friend like that, who needs enemies? Really? What did he say about? I haven't followed this drama.
Yeah, Lex has been super helpful to Destiny. Like Destiny wouldn't have had the conversation with Ben Shapiro if it wasn't for Lex Friedman.
Right. Was there what happened? Was there some comment?
I mean, that's awful. Like, Dude hooks him up with some Ben Shapiro conversation. And he like throws him under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
Lex Friedman said in a tweet, this was on the 31st, I have a bunch of left-leaning friends tell me they're voting for Trump and almost no right-leaning friends telling me they're voting for Kamala. Not sure what this means, but still interesting. Destiny responded, there are no left-leaning people voting for Trump. They were always conservative / MAGA. They were just too embarrassed to admit it.
God, that is so fucking wrong.
Mm.
Like, just because, like, his entire worldview doesn't allow him to imagine this scenario. Like, this scenario creates so much cognitive dissonance for him that he just has to pretend it doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
You think that's a smart person?
No, I don't think that's smart, but
Yeah. Well, I guess you're right. They obviously can be smart in other areas, but
well, it's weird because like regarding the electors stuff, which I know Destiny's like really pointing to. I mean, the average Trump voter, average Republican voter doesn't understand anything about that.
no,
If you just like
not at
talk to
all.
like a random person who's like a Trump supporter about the electors, so they don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah.
So why would you assume that when like Lex Friedman's things? You know, how do you know what he's even referring to? But I don't know. Maybe some of it's just also just like the battle of the. So much is not even like really what the truth claim is. It's sort of like the battle for the message at this point, so close to the election. There's also some video, I haven't seen it though, that's called Destiny's Unhinged Rant Against Lex Friedman. So
Oh, bring it up.
I don't really want to watch it. It's like 10 minutes.
We'll watch it on election night. It'll
Right.
be great.
So yeah, maybe.
Election day. It'll be spectacular.
Equishodox for $5 says Dems will use the 1% to justify the other 99% of abortions. We need to maximize the rights of both mom and baby. No avoiding when they conflict.
Well,
I mean, that's sort of
hold on
the-
a second.
Yeah.
I mean, they can conflict quite often. So
Dems will use 1% to justify the other 99%. Yeah, but well, since we don't know the answer of how many women are getting, you know, abortions willy-nilly in the third trimester, you could say the same thing, right? The Republicans
Yeah,
are trying
and-
to use the 1% to justify having none, or to make the exceptions too hard to get, you know, to use.
yes, and most people do not think there is any conflict between in the first trimester because they don't think there is a person.
Yeah, I think I don't know what the polling is. I think majority of Americans are okay with abortion the first trimester.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So,
saying.
right.
It's funny because I do think the right came up with a lot of the personhood stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it is pertinent, but they want to push personhood back to the embryo.
Right. Yeah, it says if you do an overall, 63% say should be legal in all / most cases. So they're combining both. But then if you break it down by political party, it was 85% Democrats, 41% Republicans. So even though overwhelmingly overall, it's 63%, but when you do just Republicans, the majority are against it, 57%. So 41% is in favor of it. So Shinto for 23 months says justice for Peanut the Squirrel and Fred the Raccoon. Also, A-Team reigns supreme. There you go.
Woo woo!
Deej Nuts for $5 says late term abortions usually carry identical or greater risk than a natural delivery, except for extreme complications during delivery. Okay. Cameraman 502 for $10 says someone should I ask Seder if Kyle Rittenhouse would have been justified if he was at a 20% risk of death, 10%, 5%. Also, Tim should ask if I donate a kidney to Sam, can I demand that he give it back? That's an interesting question to say. at that moment when that would actually be very interesting.
That is a good question.
To say, okay, so at that moment that Rosenbaum, right? That was the guy's name.
Yeah.
When Rosenbaum's like charging towards Kyle Rittenhouse, if he has a 20% risk of death, does he have the right to shoot Rosenbaum?
Right.
And then if Sam says, well, no, because he went there with a gun, can't you equate that to having sex?
Sure.
Like,
He
well,
was
wait a
just
minute.
asking for it.
Right. You chose to have sex with a person with the, how is choosing to have sex with a person, which could lead to, a situation where you might need an abortion? How's that any different than Kyle Rittenhouse going to a protest with a gun?
People have used the "what were you wearing" argument with Kyle Rittenhouse
Right.
a lot. So they know this is the "what were you wearing" argument.
Right. Ethan Rogers for 2 months says, but Sitch, I have it on good word that questioning total abortion access is being a cock and pro-rapist. Aren't you pro-rapist by even thinking this? Yes. Yes. JV for $5 says, are we about to hear Sam Seder make the Family Guy joke that all sex is rape? No, not quite.
He didn't.
He did not. No.
But he thought about it.
Didn't make wasn't that Judith Butler? No, it wasn't Judith Butler. It was.
It is Judith Butler. Yeah.
Was it Judith Butler?
She's
No,
the
it
one
wasn't
that
Judith
talks
Butler.
about all sex is rape.
No,
It's
it was
not?
it was not Judith Butler. It was, what's her fucking name? It was some other feminist lady. It wasn't Judith Butler. I don't think she's alive anymore. It was Andrea Dworkin.
Oh,
was the one that
you're
said that.
right.
Yeah.
Dworkin.
Right.
Dworkin.
Dworkin.
The dork.
The dork.
Dwork.
Yeah. Ace for $5 says people need to stop pretending that culture war doesn't matter. The culture war has a direct effect on people's lives more than other issues. Yeah, it's funny because they do that. And the culture war not only has a direct effect on your life, like legislatively, but it also directs the flow of a lot of politics, if not most of politics. So,
and resources, obviously.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says top 10 reasons of getting an abortion. I needed one more to complete the punch card for a free one. Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, wow. That is good.
Terrible.
That is good.
Yep.
That is good. That
We
should be
should
the
do
number
that.
one reason.
We got to bring back the Letterman, man. Malik for $10 says, this is a fascinating conversation, but I forgot my headphones and can't really play it out loud at the Verizon store. So I hope the stream stays up. That's fair.
Nice.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Harrison Jodit for $2 says the triviality fallacy. Oh, I like that.
Is that what is the triviality fallacy?
Was that like a name that they made it for? Or is that like a real thing?
Oh, that's a good name for a trivial number of people this happens to. So therefore,
the triviality
we should just
fallacy
ignore it.
is a type of argument that involves giving disproportionate weight to trivial issues. Also known as a bicycle shed effect. This is the idea that people and organizations tend to focus on minor issues while neglecting more important ones. For example, a committee tasked with approving a nuclear power plant might spend most of its time discussing the materials for a bicycle shed instead of the plant's design. Well, no, but it's kind of the opposite of that, because someone is bringing up the triviality. They're saying you're doing the triviality fallacy, right? You're caring more about the material that the bicycle shed's made up of. And then the response is, well, if that's the case, then you won't care if I paint it blue, right? You won't care if I paint the bicycle shed blue if it's such a trivial thing. And the person says, no, fuck you. It has to be red. Oh my God. If you want it blue, you're a Nazi. What's wrong with you? So I was like, well, then it must not be very trivial if you're getting so heated about it.
Exactly.
Steel Fang for $10 says there's no such thing as an innocent rape baby.
I was wondering if you were going to read that one.
That's
Jeez.
terrible. Terrible. I mean, it depends where you put the comma in that statement, right?
Oh, I guess you're right. But
Yeah.
there is no comment.
Equal Shit Ox for $5 says, quote, I'm not listening, la la la. This is tizzy between 5-year-olds complete with name calling. That's pretty funny though.
Tim did way better though.
Yeah.
Sam didn't know how to take that. You're hysterical, Sam. You're hysterical. You need to call your therapist. You're losing your mind. You're getting emotional.
Right. And the reason that kind of happened was that the whole conversation is really Sam just attacking Tim and Tim sort of not really engaging with it. And I guess that was Tim finally felt like he had a leg up.
Right. As soon as he hit him with the rape babies, he's like, "Oh, I got him. I got him good."
Harrison Jodit for $2 says, "This is beautiful." He broke Sam.
Sam was broken.
Yeah. Was he buck broken? The bucket broken?
I mean, look, I'm not down with the rape babies either, so
right.
I get it.
But it's ridiculous that you have, I mean, Tim's position is pretty, like, it was like the mainstream, it still is probably the mainstream Democrat position, mainstream position for any person is up to viability and then exceptions beyond that.
Yeah, what are they even fighting about?
Yeah, and that's worthy of like getting into some sort of contentious conversation about. He's like, no, it should be more. It's like, oh, okay.
His audience, or Sam Seder's audience, hates Tim Pool. They have to, because they do so many videos on Tim Pool. Like, what's wrong with having some audience overlap with Tim Pool? Like, what's so bad about that?
We're just saying like, oh, well, you know, Sam has some minor disagreement, like say, well, I think it should be open for longer for whatever reason, and then not fight about it.
Mm-hmm.
If you have like a 90% overlap, so 95% overlap, so. Lives and Does Wall specifically for $5 says duck reproduction is unconsensual enough to affect the shape of the female organs on an evolutionary level. They have maze-shaped doocies. Now you know. I did know that. People have talked about that before. That's why ducks are horrible and they should all be destroyed. And those of you who are out there being duck simps, feeding ducks bread, just let you know, you're feeding a rapist. Okay.
Is it like a random maze, or is it like a set maze that all ducks have the same maze?
I couldn't tell you.
Hmm.
You can experiment yourself.
I know. I guess you gotta get some like plaster of Paris or something.
Oh God, no!
Pour it in there.
It's terrible.
Look, it's for science. Sitch.
Yeah, God, stop it.
I know you're curious.
I'm not that curious about duck dissy.
Or maybe you just get like an erect duck penis.
No.
Like, what shape is this?
No.
Like, so are they all different shapes?
No.
It's like a key and a lock thing. Like each duck is forced to go around and find the lock that their key fits.
I'm assuming that it's just like to buy the female duck time to escape or something.
No, really?
I'm guessing, yeah.
Before he gets eaten? Before she gets eaten?
No, she's not gonna get eaten before she gets mated with. What do you mean?
Oh. Ducks need to work on their art of seduction, I guess.
They do. They do. See, everyone was hating on Pepe Le Pew, but really Daffy was the one to look out for.
Oh yeah. Oh, that is hilarious.
Ace for $5 says, the Ack Man is most likely one of those anti woke types who say woke stuff is bad, but try to obscure any criticism about woke media. Oh
yeah, I DM'd that guy, but I don't know that I heard anything back from him.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes DMs are weird.
Yeah.
People don't see them.
Grendel Vat for $5 says, Anna doesn't know the buckets reference, apparently. Please play the clip to our mutual despair.
I put the clip in the chat. I don't know if she saw it, though.
Yeah.
I watched that recently because I tweeted out about Sam Seder going on Tim Pool, and obviously someone jumped in the responses with the bucket meme. And I was like, this is really a good meme.
Well, maybe we'll talk about it. Maybe we'll explain it to her on Tuesday if she didn't.
Oh, yeah. We'll bring it up.
Yeah, there you go. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, also do the Mr. Buckets parody.
Mr. Bucket.
Yeah. Oshacy for $5 says, YouTube don't want me talking about Sitch's booth policy. Won't let me send a meme chat about it.
Yeah, I guess you can't.
The rape or the abortion booth?
Suicide thing.
Suicide booth?
Maybe you're not supposed to say that either, but
suicide booth? You're not supposed to say the word suicide booth?
I don't think we get demonetized for it or anything.
Oh, okay. Abortion booth?
It's weird. I mean, it's actually better for us, right? The last thing we want you guys doing is chatting. Oh, I'm suicidal. Like, oh, fuck. Ban that guy from chat. Quick, before we're responsible.
Right.
No, we'd have to stop everything, right? still out the number. But look, now you can't
Jonathan,
even chat it, so
right.
problem solved.
Jonathan Rosler for 26 months. Thanks so much. Says, gotta love when you're in debate and your opponent tells you why you want something. Quote, you just want this for evil reasons. Love that bad faith. That's true.
Yeah. You just want this to control women's bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want to do that? That doesn't even sound fun.
Right.
Like, who cares?
Excuse me. Tom waiting for $5 says, kind of worries me that neither the left nor the right seems to understand the life versus personhood differences. Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Yeah.
Right.
I think it's like the perfect distinction.
It didn't really come up in the Tim Sam conversation. They didn't really get into like the philosophical conversation of when is something constitute a person at all. So,
Mhm.
or when it has rights.
When they can contemplate the shape of a duck's vagina. That's when it actually happens.
That's the true test.
That's
of
when
personhood.
personhood begins.
Okay.
Yeah. Until then.
Until then. Cerebral Policy for 15 months says, Sam Seder, quote, I'm not compromising. That's exactly why those of us on the right are done compromising with them. Sam Seder can get effed. There you go.
There is a lot of people in that no compromise.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if that'll last if Kamala wins the election.
Well, it's usually whatever person's party is not in power in their location is like pro compromise, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as they're
in power, no compromise.
Yeah, fuck compromise. You know? So Ashi for $5 says, compromise. Blue states do whatever you want. Red states you get nothing you want. Yes. Based, right?
No.
No? Oh,
Oh.
okay. Tom waiting for $5 says, abortion wouldn't be an issue if we all just manned up and just did butt stuff. No, ew, gross.
Oh my God.
Get out of here.
The solution.
No.
Butt sex 24/7.
No. Stop it. Lives in Des Walls City for $2 says, Sam Seder, buckets of That's
Oh,
pretty funny.
true.
Pretty
Does he
funny.
know he does this? He's got to know, right? Someone has said something
At
to
this
him.
point, yes, it has to. The Wooster for $5 says, glad to see Tampon Tim. Jesus. Glad to see Tampon Tim and Seaman Sam finally doing a podcast together.
Wow.
That's terrible.
Did they do a podcast together?
Yep.
Oh, look at this. I want
What?
to go super chat.
JMac, this one or Uklas?
No.
Uklas
Ukla.
for $5 says, buy the comic. There
Like
you go.
that.
JMac or Circuit File for $20 says, just took you guys with me on a nighttime 5K. Wow, look at that. Based. Hope you two start hitting the weights too. Y'all are going to need those gains for the Civil War next week. Looking forward to Election Day. That's true. We've been slacking, Adam. We've been slacking.
Look, I'm working out right here. I've been working out this
Okay.
whole time. You didn't even know
I
it.
got you. I'm impressed.
I'm lifting.
Harrison Jodit for $5 says, what does Anna think of the give me the money clip Actual Just Warrior plays at the beginning of every video?
She told me that she despises it and she wishes he would take it out of the video.
That is true. She said
She
on
just
this,
can't stand it.
she said on stream that she hates Actual Justice Warrior, that Sean is a bad person, that she's asked several times for him to take off that clip and he just refuses because he's just a dick.
He said that she said that he is literally grifting off of her.
Yes.
Grifting.
That's what happened. This is all true. Yes.
All of this. Yeah.
Yes.
Believe every ounce of what we're saying. Every statement is actually correct. This is not sarcasm at all.
No.
Okay.
CS Pappy for $5 says, I had to make the choice between keeping my nosy ass girlfriend and getting the dirty cover of the comic. I chose the comic. You're welcome.
What?
Vote CP24. There you go. Listen, that's obviously the choice you make. Okay. Any girl that's going to break up with you over an artistic rendition of beautiful women on a comic book cover, that girl ain't worth it. You kick her to the curb. You get her out of here.
Right.
Trash.
I disagree with Sitch here. I think you should have kept the girlfriend and gotten the PG-13 cover.
Simp.
That would have been fine.
Simp. Enlightened Centrist.
Thank you for getting the comic
Enlightened
and
Centrist
the
for
nasty cover.
€249 says, if you don't vote for Trump, you vote for squirrel killing. There it is.
Ooh, I guess, look, I'm going to have to vote for Trump now, Sitch. There's
okay.
nothing I can do.
You haven't voted yet?
Not yet, no.
You're going to write in, remember, you have to write in Candace Owens.
Right? I don't know if I can. I might just leave it blank.
Wow, terrible.
I don't think I can vote for Trump. I don't think I can vote for Harris, so. And I mean, Candace
You got to
Owens,
write Candace Owens in there. Come on, don't be a pussy. We have to see if you can meme magic Candace into becoming a Nazi.
She's going to be the next Epstein girlfriend. I don't know. It's like.
That counts. You can say that you created it with your vote.
She's the next Ghislaine.
You don't understand, Adam. If you got to vote for her. Because if she ever does anything bad, you can say that you caused it by voting for her.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you want that meme power?
Well, I should write Hasan in then.
It only works on black people because you're racist.
Oh my God. That's terrible.
I'll make the rules of your racist meme magic, Adam.
That's so enabling.
Yes.
I'll think about it.
Okay. M8566 for $5 says freedom. Thanks again, Adam.
Yes, that's right.
And M8566, thank you for the 5. Get the memberships.
Sweet.
Philip Kogans for 22 months says Harvard has changed the definition to also include C-sections. It's from the Jubilee video with Ben Shapiro. Wait.
What?
What do you mean?
What? A C-section is now an abortion?
Wait a minute. I'm so confused. Why would that be considered an abortion?
Because they want to say, look, everyone's having an abortion.
Yeah, but wouldn't they want? No, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't they want the people, the pro-life people always point and they say there's too many abortions. Why wouldn't they? Why would they want to? Why would the pro-choice people want to increase that number?
Because they can say all of those abortions are C-sections, and you guys are just freaking out over nothing. They can say what? Those are just C-sections. Go back to your dream time.
Okay,
there's no baby killing here.
I don't know if I buy this. I have to look into this.
That one was just a miscarriage. Right. Yeah. We're actually down to 0 elective abortions. All these are C-sections.
I see. No, that would make more sense, but losing Des Wall specifically for $2 says the whole situation is just nuts. Become the Night for 19 months says concern that Kamala won't win. I'm reliably told that Brianna Wu is feeling very confident by the internal polling. It's interesting. A lot of people, I've actually heard a lot of people say that based on some of they're trying to read the leaves of the Harris Trump remarks, but I don't know. I don't really buy into any of that shit. So we'll see.
I think lying and cheating tends to work, and that's just a sad fact of the world. So
bad.
And this election, we've seen a lot of lying and cheating going on.
Oh, here you go, Adam. Here's you can vote. Well, I actually think you should still vote for Candace Owens, but Fondue for $5 says finally someone for the people to vote for in Harambe fashion. But who gets to be the VP?
Oh, I can vote for. What exactly do you mean by that?
You can vote for Peanut the squirrel.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me to vote for Harambe.
No,
I was going to be like, how's that fit in with your like racist?
Oh my God, no, you idiot. No,
who's the racist here?
You fucking you're the racist.
Maybe
I didn't even think about that. I didn't even get what you were talking about.
Maybe it's you who's the racist.
No. You're saying that you could vote for Peanut the squirrel, and then the VP you could put in Fred because that was a raccoon.
So. Oh, that's a good idea.
Right.
I'll do that.
No. You gotta vote for. Listen, you gotta vote for Candace Owens, or at the very listen, you vote for Candace Owens and then put Peanut the squirrel as the vice president.
Peanut was a brown squirrel.
Oh my God, stop it. First of all, like 99% of all squirrels in America are brown squirrels. Okay. There's like a handful of like white ones that I've seen.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
about it.
They don't get white, but you get like.
No, I've seen it. When I was at the White House, I saw like an all white squirrel.
Did you really?
Yeah, I was like, whoa.
At the
like, that's
White
weird.
House?
At the White House, I saw an all-white squirrel. I
That's
was
like the perfect place for it, right? Because it's camouflage.
right. I don't know if it was. It didn't look albino. It didn't have like the red eyes or anything. Just
No bald
like,
eagle gonna get me.
it was
I'm a
very
white
strange.
squirrel.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, it's weird. But I don't know. I don't know. Do squirrels in like cold places get winter coats? I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Where I live, there's no snow. Let's see. Yeah, who's your wife voting for?
I'm not gonna say.
Oh wow, look at this.
Look, I'm not gonna out my wife.
Is your wife like? Have you seen that commercial of like the women?
Who's your wife voting for?
Listen, I told you not to talk to anyone about my secret marriage, Adam.
I guess. Look, I guess like it's no secret who your mom and dad.
Who's
are
my wife
for.
voting for, Adam? Well, that's still not decided. I'm trying to get her to vote for Candace Owens, but she keeps fighting me on
We're
very publicly.
I guess we know who your mom and dad are voting for, right?
Yeah, they're voting for her. Kamala, obviously. So
my dad won't even tell me who he votes for. So
really, wow.
Yeah,
interesting.
He's like big time, and I think that's kind of why I think more people probably want to keep it secret, just because that bias. Because my dad has like never really told me who he votes for. He always keeps it hush hush. And I think he votes for him and then immediately forgets. So I don't even think he remembers who he voted for.
The Rooster for $5 says, we live in unprecedented times. Who would have thought that a squirrel named Peanut and a raccoon named Fred would tip the election of the fourth turning? Oh, of the fourth turning.
Turning, yeah.
That's pretty. Will history remember that it was really the death of a squirrel and a raccoon that caused the Civil War? Will history remember that?
I don't think so.
The time.
People were making jokes about it too soon.
Oh, okay.
I didn't like that.
Officer J for $5 says both Poole and Seder are deranged and dishonest dimwits. However, we falsely equate them at our own peril. The far right is significantly worse. I don't think Tim is far right. So, like when you say far right, I think of like ethno-nationalism or like a monarch or something. So, which Tim obviously doesn't fall into that camp.
Yeah, and I don't how can you even call Tim Pool far right when he's on his show, like basically putting forward the pro-choice stance?
Right.
Wouldn't he be mellowing them out? Do you think Tim Pool is against gay marriage? Like, it's hard for me to imagine Tim Pool coming out and saying, "Look, I don't think gay people should get married." Right? Come on, he's not going to do that.
And also, like, I don't even agree with the far right is worse in the terms of that both the far right and the far left, in my opinion, have very equally horrific ideologies that lead to wide-scale death, destruction. And in America, we give a pass to the far left for some reason. We don't really seem to give a pass to the far right, which is good, but I wish we would also have the same level of moral disgust towards the far left as we do the far right.
We didn't watch any of that part of the conversation, which I thought was super interesting because it seemed Tim Pool was definitely utilizing his understanding of the fourth turning generations theory stuff, because he was talking about the far left being more ubiquitous, but the far right being smaller but more effective and more prone to using violence.
Right.
Which does, I mean, that's kind of our take, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the left are the ones that kind of, like they're the tree huggers, right? They fancy themselves revolutionaries, but they're really just pretending.
I don't agree with that. I think that there's a contingency of people who are the tree huggers, but those aren't the people that are going to, do any violence.
Right.
The radical socialist people are not the tree huggers. So
they're
the dress up as Black Bloc and think that they're fighting against some sort of invisible racist Nazi, and they're going to go burn down a courthouse for some reason, or a Target.
I can't imagine Hasan ever turning to violence.
Well, not him.
Yeah.
But he would cheer it on, as I believe he did for a lot of BLM stuff.
Yeah.
If there was does anyone think for a second, if there was a socialist mob of, people rampaging through cities, burning down rich people's homes. As long as it wasn't Hassan's home, he'd be cheering it on.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
It's so weird. And look, he's a guy that goes on a 20-minute diatribe about empathy and how we have to have empathy for people.
Mhm.
Unless, of course, you're a shop owner that's getting your front windows bashed in by a bunch of looters.
Right.
Then you get no empathy.
Let's see. Max Rudin for $5 says, this is the first presidential election where I'm old enough to vote. I'm voting for Trump despite the pro-Palestinian and pro-DI lunatics at my college. I feel like a lot of people would vote for Trump purely on spite because they're annoyed at like all that shit. I feel like that's not an unusual thing. So
Yeah, it's the pro-Palestinian protesters have created a lot of Trump voters out of young people. I'm certain of it.
Yeah.
Because they just don't get it.
Lives in Deswell for $2 says, I just want to know what Iowa ever did to Hassan. Everything. Ace for $5 says, Hassan needs to understand that his politics is super off-putting to the vast. Some of the weird, this mean girl stuff where they say you're weird is lame. Bro.
Yeah, definitely.
It is very lame. And Ace for another $5 says, Hassan can in the same breath say that they are the underdogs and act as if they are the normal ones in society. That is kind of like that's a good point, is how ridiculous it is that simultaneously it's like you're a fucking weirdo for even caring about this, but also I'm like part of the oppressed. I'm part of the oppressed, minority.
Mm-hmm. The oppressed minority, everybody else.
Right. Lives in Deswell Pacific for $2 says Western chauvinism is based. Yes.
True. Of course.
Obviously. Michael for 20 months says you guys should anonymously call into the Majority Report just to mess with it. We should. That'd be kind of funny. I feel like we get doxxed though if they found out it was us. I don't
We
really
planned
trust
on
their
calling
booker.
in before. They want us to call in and put us straight through.
Right. Well, I guess I could, we could stop being lazy. I could not be lazy, call anonymously. I'll get one of those like internet things that gives me like the fake phone numbers because I don't trust the voiceless socialist to have my real phone number. But
right.
That'd be fun.
We can do it. I mean, I can get a number on Zoom pretty easily.
Well, if we both do it, it wouldn't be. They
would know.
Yeah.
I just want to yell, yeah, fuck you.
Okay, I like that.
In the background. Come on.
Right.
Good point. Sam, you're losing it. You're getting emotional.
No, you know it'd be
You're
awesome.
getting triggered.
Maybe, I don't know if this is possible with AI. Remember when I had the voice that talked like this?
Yeah, that was great.
The Will from Afar lawyer voice. If you could have that in real time, like a real-time voice changer for Will from Afar voice, that'd be amazing.
I probably can.
Lucy Lumbug, thanks so much for the 5. Get the memberships. Ace for $5 says Destiny and Co. don't get their inability to combat the far left. Don't get their inability to combat the far left is the reason why those in Harris camp are fine with Hassan. No enemies to the left of them. Yeah, I'm curious if, depending how the outcome of this election turns, what the next arc will be when, once the election's over. So, because all that, if Harris wins, then I guess the whole, you're not going to really gain too much traction just being on the whole demon Trump arc anymore, right?
Yeah, Trump is going to become, one of these candidates is going to become a non-entity in political life, which, I mean, that's why this is so high stakes. I have heard Trump say a couple times, what if I lose? I could lose. Like, he seems to be acknowledging that there's a chance he may lose. So, wow. What a journey, though.
Asher Genesis for $5 says Hassan's contract was up last week. He did re-up before the boycott and wasn't planning to. He's been saying he's ending 2 of the hour ads for months.
Oh.
Oh, is this some kind of he's not going to do ads because he doesn't want to because he wants to boycott products related to Israel or something.
Oh, interesting.
MAGA Man for $10 says, like Jesus, Trump has sacrificed everything for us and our freedoms. We owe him our very lives. The least we could do is show our gratitude by voting him into the White House. In Trump's name, amen.
That's from MAGA Man.
That was from MAGA Man, yeah.
Wow.
Right.
Amen. Amen, brother. I wish you hope.
Demon Bunny for 27 months says, all ducks are rape babies. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
Rope babies.
Well, I know what he meant.
I
don't
know.
think it'll let you type in rape.
Trying to get out of the censor, yeah.
Right. Rico Zorro for 21 months says, Slimy, Sammy, Mop, and Bucket Cedar. How can I ask others to take responsibility when I don't take responsibility for anything I or my comrades say or do? True.
Oh, so true. So true. I don't really know anything about the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, only that he was a
horrible racist,
white supremacist who was carrying a gun to a riot he shouldn't have been, and then openly shot into the crowd and murdered a bunch of people. But that's all I know about it.
And also that the judge was racist because he had some America song that was played at a Trump rally as his ringtone, and he made a joke about Asians getting food or something.
But other than that, I don't know anything.
I don't know anything about it.
I don't have an opinion.
Right. Old School for $5 says, Doug Emhoff just said at a rally, Kamala did what Kamala always does. She just put her head down and went to work. No, he didn't say that.
Did he really say that?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
No way.
No.
No way.
Come on. Did he really say that? That's amazing.
Wow. Lucky guy. Good for him.
Oh, my God. He did. I found it. He did say it. It's hilarious. Oh God. It's only a clip. I wish it was longer because that's one of those things that as he right after he said it, there was like that.
He was like, oh shit.
There's like the 1 second of like, oh God, what did I just say? No.
Since her first job and her first foray into politics, Kamala did what she always does.
Oh, Jesus.
No. That's not a good argument. You guys shouldn't make that argument. That's a horrible argument.
I found it on Twitter.
Oh, so you're going to bring it up?
Well, you can bring it up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here.
Oh, yeah, of course. We have to bring it up.
Yep.
Oh,
like Doug, you got to get it up for,
Read a super chat. I completely closed my browser. So.
Lucifer the Donor for 2 Canadians says, smash that like button. That's right. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Smash it good.
Lou Silver, thanks so much for joining the Order of the Enlightened. Thank you, Lou. A long story short for $5 says, flashback. These leftists were encouraging people to loot and burn businesses of, quote, brown immigrants with no institutional power. Very true. They're all cheering on the BLM riots and everything. It's disgusting. So.
Yeah. Terrible. No civic virtue at all.
Nope. Jared for $5 says, why can't Emma develop a public speaking voice that doesn't sound like her cat just got hit by a car? Terrible. Terrible.
Okay. Imhoff has it up.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Kamala did what Kamala always does. She just put her head down and she went to work. Kamala.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's bad too, because like the way he's saying it, it looks like he's reading it from like a teleprompter, doesn't it?
Like they wrote it out?
Yeah, how the fuck how was that written out and no one?
Look, and he says it in kind of a sexual way too. Here, let's hear it again.
Kamala did what Kamala always does. She just put her head down and she went to work.
And she went to work.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. You would think a husband would know not to say that, right?
You would hope, right? Come on.
Right. Maybe he's trying to get even. Maybe he's signaling. He's like, bitch,
Oh, you think there's some problem? Maybe there's some problem. Yeah.
if
Interesting.
only she put her head down.
Oh, he's like, he's mad. He's mad that you know, she refuses.
Right.
He's one of those people.
Oh,
Pharaoh.
man.
I want to see if I can find the whole rally because like the audio is weird. Like, doesn't it sound like distorted for some reason?
Oh, you think this is fake?
No, I think it's real, but it does sound like weird, like they slowed it down or there's like a weird echo or something. And I do want to see, I want to see if there's like that second of realization after.
I know. That's what you're
That's what I really want to see.
Well, he's like, oh shit, no sex tonight.
Right.
He's like, oh, that's not going to play well.
Is there like that quarter of a second where he's like, oh no.
Goes to work.
Yes.
Went to work.
Let's see. Doug Emhoff and Tim Walz hold rally in Cobb County with Bon Jovi. Oh my God.
Bon Jovi is... Nobody likes Trump, man.
No.
He's got like Dr. Phil and that's it.
That's it.
It's not looking good.
You don't like the Dr. Phil? You don't like the Dr. Phil?
I listened to Dr. Phil's talk at the Madison Square Garden thing, and I mean it was okay. I didn't think it was great.
Okay, I found it. I'm so good at this game. Okay, here I gotta bring the watch together back up. Okay, get the watch together, Adam.
It's up, ready.
Get it up.
It's rocking and
Adam,
rolling.
I said get it up.
Put it in.
Adam, I demand.
Put it in.
Terrible.
Put it in the watch together.
Put it in. Get it up and put it in.
Let's watch it together.
Okay, we're gonna get it up
Oh,
and
is
put it in.
this the whole thing?
Well, yeah, but we're just gonna go to that part.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me zoom in on his face because we got to really
see like the moment.
We got to
right?
first. We got to get rid of the blunts.
Yeah.
Then we gotta. Let's see if we can zoom in here. Get really. We want to see this reaction. The moment he realizes, I fucked up.
Yes. At that moment, he realized.
Exactly. We want to see every detail here. Okay, here we go. Mr. Emhoff.
Okay.
Mr. Kamala.
Let's say this.
So, just 15 weeks ago, folks, it's only been 15 weeks. So when the country needed a leader, Kamala was the one who stepped up. Kamala did what Kamala always does. She just put her head down and she went to work. She secured that nomination. She united the party.
I don't know.
Wait.
Did what Kamala.
You know, it's funny. He doesn't get it, but the crowd does. Okay, because that was like a pause. Listen, there's a applause break, and people are like, "What did he just say?"
Kamala always does. She just put her head down and she went to work. She secured.
Somebody in the crowd is like, "Yeah."
That's crazy. That's someone. Wait a minute. This is insane. Someone fucking wrote that line. He's like reading off of a teleprompter.
He is totally.
How the fuck? What is going on, bro?
It's official.
They slow it down for the because it didn't have the weird distortion. I think they like slow. I don't know why the Twitter version slowed it down, but
Secured that nomination. She united the party. She picked an incredible running mate in Governor Walz. And Kamala and Tim have put.
Yeah, you don't care about the rest of this, right?
Yeah, I can't really watch any of these. It's so weird. Politics really is about that kind of gut level reaction to thing. They don't say anything that seems remotely interesting or sincere at their campaigns. I can listen to Trump campaigns because Trump is funny. And Trump, you know, he is going to say something outrageous or it's kind of a game of like, is Trump going to get into trouble? Right? You're like,
right.
but yeah, look, you can see the teleprompters up there. He's just
Well, I
totally
guess,
reading.
listen, I guess the question is Doug Emhoff going to signal that his wife doesn't give him head? Right. That's a good game to play.
It is, but I mean,
the first lady going to give oral sex to her husband.
They should ask him that in an interview.
They should.
Once she becomes president, the blowjob train stops, right?
That's terrible.
I mean, it's obvious. That's not presidential.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
She only gets it, right? There's no reciprocation at that point.
Right.
It's only fair. Stargate 404 for $5 says, saw an article from Vox today that said Trump's reelection could be an extinction level event, but rhetorically unconnected to Butler.
Butler's where the assassination attempt took place.
Oh. That's crazy. Vox said an extinction level event? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's a little excessive, right?
Jeez. It's not alarmist. Here it is. Oh my God. You're never, okay. If I were to tell you that there's like a crazy Vox article written by someone who's written a lot of articles, do you think you could figure out who it is just from that alone?
Probably not. There's a lot of insane journalists out there.
When I say it, you're going to go, it's that guy. Come on, chat. Crazy Vox writer. You think you can guess it? I'll give you a hint. First letter, Z. It's good old Zach Beauchamp.
Okay.
Zach has been he was one of the anti-Gamergate people from way back when. He always writes these insane Zach Beauchamp always writes the most horrifically biased, terrible articles ever. So he's a total asshole.
Ouch.
Zach Beauchamp. The title of the article is, "It's not alarmist. The second Trump term really is an extinction level threat to democracy." Oh, at least he put the democracy, right?
I gotcha.
So
it's a democracy ending thing.
Right.
Everyone voted for him, so democracy's dead.
Right.
It's impossible for me to imagine this delusion. I mean, I'll be the first to admit, if their delusion actually plays out and Trump does wild shit and tries to stay in office for a third term or dissolve the Congress, then I think you could say that we're having like an extinction level event.
J-Mac, our second fire, thanks so much for $200. Thank you, J-Mac.
Wow, that's awesome.
Says, have you seen the newest Harris ad about the MAGA man voting in secret because he cares about his little girl? Nothing will get me to vote Trump faster than Democrats saying I don't care about my wife and daughter if I don't vote for Harris. My wife is more pro-Trump than me anyways. No, I didn't see that ad. I saw the ad that was like, there was an ad that was like women in secret voting for Harris, because they're afraid of like spousal abuse or something. If they told their husbands they were voting not for Trump.
Yeah. That is a lot of the angle that they're going at with the Harris campaign. They're just, they're trying to put forward some kind of emotional argument that is like shaming you into voting for them.
Yeah, what's this? If you have the ad, send it to me on Twitter or something. I'm curious about it. So
we'll look it up. We'll bring it up, rather.
True. Stargate 44 for $10 says, next from Vox, Flaming Meteor 2020 has endorsed Donald Trump. In a joint press conference, Trump spewed far-right specious rhetoric. Quote, the dinosaurs aren't setting their best. Illegal dinosaurs are a disgrace. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Lucio for $2 says, cats take out more birds than wind turbines. Yeah, cats kill like some astronomical amount of birds every year.
Yeah, I always feel terrible about it. It's awful.
Loser Doman for 2 Canadians says, can you have a pet crow in California?
Probably not. They don't let you do anything.
I think I was going to say, I think you probably have a pet crow in every state.
A crow?
I would imagine.
Nah. I mean, I'd love to have one. I feed the crows. Actually, that's how I got the pet squirrel.
Oh, wow. What
I
the fuck?
originally was feeding the crows.
Due to the Migratory Birds Act, it is illegal in North America to possess corvids or other migratory birds without a permit.
Just got to get the
Never heard
permit.
of it. The Migratory Bird Act of 1918. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, there you go. Guess you need a permit for your crow.
No big deal.
Lucio for $2 says, whoops, let the Swedes vote for Trump. Yeah.
Lou wants Trump to win. He doesn't care how many tourists vote.
Around.
But not the Canadians, at least, Lou. Come on.
Okay, JMax sent us the ad if you want to bring it up. It's on Twitter.
Yeah, I do. I want to see it.
See this ad. Harrison Jodit for $2 says some lady reported Peanut because he was bigger online. Oof.
No way.
Is that true?
Disgusting.
I could believe it was true, but
that is disgusting.
that's terrible.
That's, I kind of thought that might be the situation.
What?
I kind of thought that might be the situation, that it was like jealousy of
right.
the social media presence, all the money. Like, they're like, oh my God, Peanut's richer than me. It's a fucking squirrel.
Maybe. I could believe it.
Holy shit. I can tell this ad is going to infuriate me already.
Just from the opening still?
Oh my God. Yeah. Look,
you could sense it.
I'm not even listening to it. And it's just reeks of evil. This is exactly what I was talking about. The emotional manipulation. That shit doesn't drive you crazy?
Of course it does.
Fuck, it kills me.
Well, it kind of doesn't. I feel like everyone's trying to emotionally manipulate me at all points. So, especially
Really?
anything politically related.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to emotionally manipulate.
No, I mean like in terms of like political pundits and parties and everything.
You mean a-holes?
Yes.
Of course
Adam tries to manipulate. Adam tries to emotionally manipulate me every day. Chat, don't listen to him.
No, it's not true.
Stop. You should see this. You should see the messages he sends me in private.
It's bullshit.
Keep saying, "Why didn't you call me? I was worried about you. Why aren't you answering my text?"
Even if I was trying to emotionally manipulate you, you'd know exactly how I do it, because I do it like a safecracker or a pickpocket.
There you go.
Okay, look at this right here. Look at this manipulation.
Get ready.
A beautiful. Is that like a teepee in the background over there? What the fuck's going on?
I don't know what that is. It's like a pile of dirt, I think.
It is. Okay,
Yeah.
ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Come on, boys. Let's make America great again. It's your turn, buddy.
Before you cast your vote in this election, think about how it'll impact the people you care about the most.
Daddy!
Remember, you can vote any way you want, and no one will ever know.
Do your patriotic duty.
You bet I did, brother.
What happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Walls.
Paid for by Vote Common Good.
My God. Oh my God. Lie to all your friends and family. Just remember, they'll never find out.
Jeez.
This ad is basically. I mean, you could make the argument that you don't have to tell them, but like they have him literally like lying in the ad, right?
Right.
I mean, this guy's deceptive. He's like, look, you got to deceive your friends, otherwise you're not American.
Well, it's interesting. This is reverse of the previous concept, because the previous concept was there was all the shy Trump voters who didn't want to admit to everyone they're voting for Trump, and now the narrative is the opposite. There's all these people that don't want to admit they're voting for Harris.
Right. Well, look, she's trying to get men. She's basically saying, oh, the boys are sitting around making fun of Kamala's laugh. They're never going to vote for her. But deep down, you know that your family is going to die if Donald Trump becomes president.
Right.
Well, they don't really mention it. Could be, oh, your little girl will be so happy to see that there's a woman president. Think of her. Oh my God, it's going to make her day. Daddy, there's a woman president. Is everyone crazy? Why'd they vote for this crazy lady? Her cackle is insane.
Well, you know, it's nothing like I think of like a typical stereotypical man is the guy who is too, you know, afraid to talk to his family and friends about who he wants to vote for.
I know this guy is like the ultimate.
Be a beta, right?
This guy is a perfect avatar of a Harris Walls voter. I mean, he's a total cuck. He can't even fucking tell his friends. He can't stand up to his friends and say, fuck you, I am voting for Harris. I think Trump is a terrible candidate, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He's got to like, oh yeah, of course I voted for Trump. Oh yeah. Pussy.
Well, it's weird too, because like in the commercial, there's 3 guys.
Oh yeah.
And 2 of them want to vote for Harris, and the other one is, I guess, the only Trump supporter, and they're too afraid to tell him to fuck off.
Well, he's the head of the Klan Lodge, so obviously
I see.
They're gonna lose their membership if he finds out. It's a secret ballot. You don't have to tell anyone.
Right.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh.
It just feels wrong to keep
Very
secrets
lame.
like that.
Very cringe. Harrison Joda for 2 hours says, Adam, vote for Peanut if you're not evil.
I might vote for Peanut.
Okay.
I like Peanut. But how will they know? Because it seems like Peanut is a pretty common name for pets. Could be any peanut I'm voting for.
Oh, hey, Shay Durags in the chat has a very good point. He says they're approaching men how stereotypically one would approach women through social pressure. That's a great point.
Oh.
Obviously, a woman made the ad.
And
Alex,
also deceptiveness.
Right.
What's that say about the
anti-confrontational.
So. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Alex Wright, thanks so much for the $5. Says an old woman in the cul-de-sac feeds raccoons. I told her to stop that shit. Where'd she get that idea was okay? Probably watch Fred on TikTok. Now, listen. Obviously, you shouldn't be feeding raccoons randomly, but I don't think it was. You don't know if it was from watching Peanut and Fred on TikTok. Okay. Leave Fred and Peanut alone. There's a difference between, I don't know with Fred, but with their Fred or the raccoon, I'm assuming it's the same. There's a difference between rescuing an animal and just like feeding random wild animals to attract them to your area. So
huge difference. Giant difference.
Sodo for $2 says, turns out there's a dark side to the squirrel story. What's the dark side to the squirrel story?
We don't want the dark side.
I don't want the dark side.
I want the light side. I want the good side where the
send me
squirrel
this.
goes to heaven.
So apparently it's a plot twist. This is, first of all, Sodos, you are a fucking bigot. Okay. This isn't a dark side. This is a lighter side to things. You not racist, you bigot. All right. So apparently the guy who, has the squirrel, Mark Longo, apparently has an OnlyFans.
No way.
And does gay porn.
Oh. I still feel bad about the squirrel. I mean, that doesn't change anything.
Yeah, it doesn't change anything.
Well, unless he's like molesting the squirrel or something.
I don't think he was doing the OnlyFans with the squirrel.
Is the squirrel in the porn?
I don't think he was doing OnlyFans with the squirrel.
Okay.
He just had an OnlyFans and was also raising a squirrel. So.
Ooh. Why'd you Soladoge? This is a family-friendly show here.
That's right. That's right. Now make sure to include all your nut jokes.
Oh yeah.
So.
Now we know why I named him Peanut.
Oh, listen, look. So apparently this guy is a hero. Okay. He did gay porn. He did OnlyFans so he could fund his animal sanctuary. All right. It was for a good cause. So that's a good thing.
Right. He's not even gay.
Well, that's a real. Well, I don't know. Because it says he's married. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe he's bi. Here's an article from the New York Post. Who ratted out Peanut the squirrel? Grieving owners have their theory. Peanut the squirrel was ratted out by someone, and his upstate owners think it was over jealousy. Mark and Daniela Longo told the Post on Sunday that they had been cashing in on their furry internet sensation, who helped steal followers to their raunchy OnlyFans page before he was seized from their animal sanctuary and euthanized by state environmental officials over rabies fears last week. The couple's financial success, fueled at least partly by Peanut, may have been enough to drive someone to drop the dime on them. Quote, maybe it's someone who thinks I use this place to make a lot of money, Mark said of his rescue farm. Did this do wonders to my OnlyFans? Mark said on the site where Peanut frolicked along with other animals. Absolutely, is making a lot of money from this. Logo said they bought the 350-acre spread near Elmira with the $800,000 that they made in 1 month posting their porn online. Then Peanut then began pulling his own weight with his separate family-friendly base. Wow, look at that.
Oh my God. Peanut's making more money than him. He's like, look, I'm fucking dudes, and Peanut is just bouncing around the house.
That's right. He's the one getting nutted on, and yet for some reason everyone's going nuts for Peanut.
I know. Oh, that's embarrassing.
It is. It is. Well, actually, I don't know. The article is, where's this? I don't know where the gay accusation comes from. It sounds like the articles make it sound like he did porn with his wife.
Yeah. So those. Did you sign up for his OnlyFans or something? Maybe it's a couple's OnlyFans.
There you go. Let's see.
Him and his wife throw down for money.
That's interesting. Well, I mean, listen, I think that's a good cause. Doing porn to help the animals, right? I like it. That's a good thing. That's crazy. He made $800,000 in 1 month with their OnlyFans.
I wonder which one of these guys in this Harris video has a gay porn OnlyFans.
Terrible. Terrible.
They probably check now, right?
They probably do. His name on OnlyFans is Squirrel Daddy.
No way.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my God. Oh. Nobody cares about Peanut now.
No.
This is probably what happened. The Trump campaign was like, let's talk about this squirrel thing. And then they looked into it. They're like,
no,
let's not talk about this squirrel thing.
He does porn. No. Can't do it.
Nightmare.
Right. Oh, well. Listen, I still say based. Okay. Doing porn to save the animals. It's a base thing.
We need to rewrite the fake Trump statement now to include the gay porn.
Include that. Yeah. Listen, most of these.
His dad was forced to do gay porn because you killed a squirrel.
Listen. Most of these thoughts out here, Adam, they're doing porn just for themselves. And you have Squirrel Daddy over here. He's doing porn for the squirrels, for the raccoons, for the animals. Like a true hero.
Right. Yeah. Wow.
What a hero. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know about this aspect of the story.
I could see him wanting to go family friendly because it's probably a lot less work.
Right.
And now, look at this. He's going to have a tough month now.
What do you mean? I'm sure a lot more people are going to sign up for it out of,
Oh, his OnlyFans?
I'm sure his OnlyFans is going to blow up. Yeah.
Maybe. Everyone's going to feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for the squirrel. Let me watch this guy fuck his wife. You really think that's going to happen?
Yes.
I'm not sure about that.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm doubtful.
Okay, we'll see. I'm telling you, there's going to be a story. His OnlyFans blew up for a month, so. Lucio for $2 says, Trump said he would protect the women, so touche.
Yes, he did. They're running with that one. I'm sure you've seen all kinds of talk of Trump doesn't understand consent.
Right.
He wants to protect you whether you want it or not.
There you go. Lucio for $5 says, vote Trump for your daughter so she can get a job. There's a emoji after it, but I can't see what it is. So, Scarlock for $5 says, at Lou Silver, not the kind of job where she puts her head down and gets to work. A real honest job. Terrible.
That's
terrible.
That's great.
The Jack of some trades for 19 months says Harris voters are insufferable. Trump diehards are also insufferable. However, I would vote for Trump just to spite the Harris supporters.
I think a lot of people feel that way.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. I really don't. So much of it I just think comes down to demographics, which I'd be curious to know, like, how many registered voters are in what age range. I guess this is all public knowledge. We could dig in. I'll probably just wait till the election to find out. Right?
Right.
Like if there's if the number of young voters is much larger, I think obviously Harris is going to dominate with young voters. But they don't show up to vote a lot, so. But this early voting has to help Democrats with that, right?
I imagine, yeah.
Because then, young people can just vote whenever they have time, which is a much more convenient way to vote than, I got to be there on election day. Oh, today's election. Like, you got to put it on your calendar or whatever. You're just like, oh, I need to vote in the next couple of weeks. I'll go now. Look, I'm procrastinating. You're turning voting into a procrastination ritual.
Jack of some trades for 19 months says Harris voters are insufferable. Our other one. Fondue for $2 says puts into question where the P in peanut stands for. Oh,
yeah, peanut.
Satan for $5 says if you think the state is rough on squirrels, wait until you find out what they do to people. Yeah, but counter. Don't those people deserve it? Not like those innocent squirrels.
Lethal injection for crimes is one thing, but what
not
was
for being a cute
crime?
little squirrel. Okay. Lucio for $5 says squirrel, gay, otherwise, why are you demonizing porn? Yes. True. Loser Doman for 2 Canadians says, did you guys know I got a new puppy? She's adorable.
Oh, so
I had heard
Brown
that.
Daddy.
I had forgot that, but I had heard that before.
So nice.
Edward Sr. for $10 says, did he say she put her head down and went to work in order to secure the nomination? No,
that was after she got the nomination.
Terrible. And Lucio for $9 says, ROTFL? Absolutely. There it is. Okay. I'm going to look at the Streamlabs here.
Going to work.
Knight of the Diamond Spoon, thanks so much for $25. Says abortion, releasing violent criminals in the public, pro-war, killing innocent animals. Democrats are truly the party of death. Wow.
Look at that.
There you
That's
go.
someone that believes they're evil, right?
Yeah.
Kind of goes against the narrative.
It does. Death by Sloth for $2 says the left-wing perspective has been so lionized and the right-wing one so demonized in the popular media for so long. The many who consume a lot of media believe left-wing equal heroic by default. I call it protagonist privilege. I call it white privilege.
Oh, so bad.
I know.
Why would you say that?
I know. Sodoge for $2 says, speaking of disagreeing parents, you should see the email from Destiny's mom. Turns out she's a hard MAGA mom. Explains so much about why Destiny is so vitriolic about Trump. LOL, he's got mommy issues. Yeah, I know he's talked about that. I thought everyone knew that for years. He talked about it. Yeah, everyone knew his parents were like very, very conservative. So
did his mom leak the emails?
Yeah, how did that email come out?
Can we get his mom on the show?
Did Destiny, put it out there? So
can you imagine, Todd?
Look,
I wouldn't do
weird.
That.
That's weird.
I would not book Destiny's mom. I'd make a joke about booking Destiny's mom, but I think that's a little bizarre, right?
That's weird. That's like
Destiny's mom wants to crap on him.
Who did that didn't someone do that for Tim Pool's dad?
Did they? Oh,
was it Sam Seder?
That's wrong.
Somebody did that. Wait a minute.
That's wrong.
Because his dad is like, it was weird. I remember I was like, what is this?
Hmm.
Well, okay, they're saying that Tim Pool's dad called in them so that they didn't reach out to him. So I don't know. I think that's strange. I think that's kind of bizarre. Not a fan of
Especially
that.
when you're like totally obsessed with Tim Pool.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Vosh. Look at that. It's Vosh, the real Vosh for $2. Says some people are squirrel-handed. Gregor is a weird name.
There's a lot of weird shit going on in this Harris ad. Now
Now that you think about it.
that I look a little closer at it.
Like what?
Well, he looks at his phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I can't help but notice that it's 420.
That is weird. Yeah, what's up? Wait a minute. That's hilarious.
He's voting on 420, right?
He's voting.
Or
Yeah,
at 4:20
at 4:20,
p.m. Yeah. And he's staring at his family, right?
Yeah.
But then it cuts to the little girl, and the little girl is not in the picture. He's like, Daddy.
No,
I'm
it's a
going,
different person.
Yeah, no, but the cut is just, it looks like
Oh, you're right. It's a
this
bad
guy's
cut,
like,
yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah.
Is she yelling at the guy? Like, is she yelling at the guy holding the phone?
No.
Really? And then
Her
the guy who thinks he's her dad, who's voting right across,
That's so cringe.
who's voting right across the booth from him.
Right.
That's who says, oh. That's so weird. Daddy, will you vote for Trump?
No, I want you to be able to get an abortion. Listen, honey, I want to abort you. That's really, that's what happened. He looked at her and he's like, this fucking bitch has ruined my life.
I know.
Only I could have gotten an abortion.
I wanted to abort you, but I live in Kentucky.
Exactly.
That's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
Exactly.
Hopefully we can get a nationwide a ban on all not being able to have an abortion.
Right. Saul for JR says the reason they think the Middle East would be better if we stayed out of it is because the 53 Iranian coup, where we got rid of the PM and then the Shah ruled like a dictator, which led to the Iranian Revolution of 79. Yeah, I mean, I get that. That's like the one thing that they always point to. Like that is the forever thing, because America did that one thing that forever, everything that ever happens in the Middle East is forever America's fault. And it's obviously a retarded argument. So this one thing that happened in way back then. No one else is to blame.
Never.
There's no personal responsibility. Lucio for $2 says, you don't know what those squirrels were doing. That's a good point. It's pretty nutty over there.
Just having fun.
Lucer Doman for 2 Canadian says, love Adam's shirt. Where can I buy it?
Threadless.
What is your shirt? I can't even tell.
It is just artwork. I can't remember the name of the artist, but it's the same artist that did the Pepe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like the original Pepe.
The original Pepe, yeah. But you can get it on Threadless. What is that guy's name? The Pepe artist. Here, I'll look it up.
I don't know.
I'm on it.
No, I want you to read the next super chat.
I can't.
No, you got to.
Because it's a Streamlabs, right? Matt.
No, it's a
Fury.
normal super chat.
Matt Fury is the artist. If you go to Threadless and search Matt Fury, you'll be able to find it.
Mm-hmm.
Furie is the last name. And then we're going to read this super chat together, guys. It's going to be great.
Yep.
I hope it's about gay porn or something.
Ego Shit Ox for $2, Adam.
Oh, it is. What is that? I don't know.
Say it.
The
Read
squirrel. The squirrel probably.
Read the whole thing.
Am booty nut. Oh my God. What does that mean?
Am booty nut.
What's it mean?
He's someone saying I'm about to nut. Oh my
Oh.
god.
I'm about to nut. Oh my
Squirrel.
god.
Anyway,
Okay.
a long story short to
I'm
me.
about to nut.
Yes.
Why can't you just spell it out? I'm about to nut. Oh my god. You know I'm dyslexic. Equal shout outs. I think
know.
he wanted you to say that.
I like the clip. Now we have a clip of Adam saying that. So.
Oh my god. I'm about to nut.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm a squirrel.
That will never be used inappropriately by anyone.
I'm the squirrel.
Anyone like Sammy G or anyone like
Oh
that.
yeah. It's inevitable.
A long story short, for $2 says, did you ever try to reach out to Corey Gill Schuster? I don't know, did we?
I
Did
think
you?
so.
Okay.
I reached out to a bunch of people and didn't get a response. So
Sad.
I know.
Uh,
It happens.
Max Rudin for $2 says, add his projection from Dems about how friends act.
Oh, it is. I know.
It feels like it, yeah.
They think all friends are just secretive. Like, if you, it's weird. It's weird that you have a friendship with someone that you can't communicate your, I mean, I guess this is normal, right? That's
Right.
their campaign strategy is to make you afraid to vote for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So your friends will chastise you. You can't be friends with them.
Anyways.
It is very much projection. Anyways, look at that.
Anyways.
We made it. We made it to the end.
Anyways, I guess we're going to see you all guys on Election Day. Look at that.
I know.
And next time we'll be talking. It's going to be the day.
That's that horrible, famous. Is it going to be good? Is it going to be bad?
Oh, it's going to be amazing. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it in the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai anime protagonists. You are the true government officials who would never, ever, ever accept a lawful order declaring that you should kidnap and kill an innocent squirrel and raccoon. You would throw down. You would punch your commanding officer in the face and say, fuck you. I'm not going to kill no innocent squirrel or raccoon. You horrible bitch. And we'll make sure that we see you all Tuesday, Election Day. Finally, the head-to-head confrontation. Who will put their head down and get to work? Will it be Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Well, we'll find out on Tuesday. See you guys there.
Bye-bye.